The Rise of America 1620. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201. Let's join forces. Just treat what happened between us as a dream. 138. You and I are from two different worlds after all. Nothing can happen between us. Creak. Creak. Zhao Hongyu and Sarah walked slowly outside the fortress. Not far from them, the Jin men and Sarah's guards were scattered. No, I won't forget what happened last night. As soon as Sarah finished speaking, Zhao Hongyu objected to what she had said. You were wild last night. I'll never forget it. Can you really forget me? Forget everything that happened between us, so easily? He deliberately brought up what happened between them last night, and Sarah's mind immediately began to replay the crazy scenes, like fragments. The panting, the moaning, the thrusting, the powerful impact, the numb feeling that penetrated her bones, all of it came back to her mind again. Ugh! A warm current rushed down to Sarah's lower abdomen, and she couldn't help but moan softly. Although the sound was soft, Zhao Hongyu could hear it clearly. Therefore, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that after last night's nine-night ecstasy, this beautiful young woman's body had become extremely sensitive to him. But then again, for a widow who had abstained from sex for so long, experiencing such a wild and passionate night, how could it not be a physical and mental shock? Furthermore, her husband was somewhat lacking in certain areas, which meant she had never experienced the normal pleasures of love between a man and a woman. But all of this had been brought to her last night by Zhao Hongyu. Unlike a young girl, Sarah was a mature woman, her body ripe with maturity. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's exploration of Sarah's maturity would only make this mature rose even more fragrant. She wouldn't betray her mature body. Although it made her very shy and somewhat overwhelmed, she understood the feeling. Therefore, after seeing Sarah's reaction, Zhao Hongyu understood. As a man who had a night of pleasure with you, I need to remind you of something now. This is a matter of life and death. Zhao Hongyu decided to first tell Sarah a few things, and then slowly conquer her. After all, Zhao Hongyu didn't have much time, so he couldn't afford to spend too much time chasing women. Sarah, blushing, took a deep breath, trying to suppress any romantic memories. But she didn't dare open her eyes to look at the boy walking beside her. Just looking at him would bring back memories of his powerful impact last night and her embarrassing reaction. She had no secrets left in front of him, he'd seen everything. What's the matter? Tell me. Sarah's voice was like a mosquito's hum, and a flush spread across her fair face, making her look incredibly attractive. She was truly a beauty, especially with her incredibly mature body, as she'd already proven last night. Zhao Hongyu grinned at the shy Sarah. He had nothing to be shy about, after all. Men are always thicker-skinned than women, aren't they? Don't be so cold to me. I'm the king of Manhattan. I can offer you protection and everything you need. Fate has led us together, and it's God's will. All you have to do is obey. Zhao Hongyu walked over and wrapped his arm around Sarah's waist. Sarah trembled at first at the strong embrace, but soon relaxed. Zhao Hongyu smiled knowingly, sensing Sarah's reaction. You're not safe in Quebec. You might not even trust your guards. You have no control over the situation here right now. Because they're all under someone else's control. Zhao Hongyu then shared with Sarah the information Wang Shan had gathered. Zhao Hongyu's genetically modified guards, while observing their surroundings, also kept an eye on Sarah's guards. Zhao Hongyu and Sarah spoke quietly, only the two of them audible, so there was no need to worry about anyone else overhearing. As Zhao Hongyu spoke, the heat and agitation within Sarah slowly dissipated, replaced by a chill and a shudder. She was, after all, only a woman, her nature somewhat different from men's. Especially when Zhao Hongyu spoke of the danger she now faced, her inherent vulnerability became apparent. Although Sarah feigned composure, her pale complexion and livid lips betrayed her true feelings. After they kill you, no one will know. Even if someone suspects something's wrong, it doesn't matter, because the nobles and the royal family will cover it up, and the matter will be forgotten. Zhao Hongyu slowly recounted his breakup with Wang Shan, reflecting on the government's response to major events in the 21st century. Essentially, there was no difference. Whether in this era or in the future, the handling of such matters would be virtually identical. Sarah remained silent. She knew what the young man she had shared a night with described was not impossible. The French nobles and royal family would undoubtedly act as he had suggested. Who would care about a widow like her then? Besides, the men in the Samuel family were all dead. Who would be afraid of a family without men, and her own family had already declined 20 years ago and was incapable of providing any assistance. Sarah thought of this, and a deep sense of power rose in her. Since you know all this, you should also understand that this matter has nothing to do with you. If you get involved, it will do you no good. Sarah was already feeling somewhat hopeless. She knew she was a sheep here. If Leon and the others tried to do something to her detriment, she would be powerless to resist. As the young man before her had said, perhaps the guards around her had been bribed by Leon and his men, or perhaps even bribed back in Europe. However, when Sarah thought of the cards she held, some hope returned to her. Thank you for telling me this, but I can't offer you any reward. Sarah stopped and turned to look at Zhao Hongyu, staring at him seriously with her deep blue eyes. Zhao Hongyu tightened his arm around Sarah's waist, and his palm slipped through her armpits to rest on her plump breasts. Sarah didn't resist. No resistance? That's a good sign. Zhao Hongyu chuckled inwardly. According to his and Wang Shan's plan, the pursuit of Sarah, a widow, would require some unconventional tactics. After all, this woman was no longer a child, sweet talk wouldn't likely work. So, Wang Shan's plan for Zhao Hongyu was to have sex with Sarah every night, first to conquer her body, and then move on to other matters. In other words, the key to this plan was to make this mature woman's body sensitive to Zhao Hongyu, so that she wouldn't resist at all. Simply put, the plan was to establish a relationship between Zhao Hongyu and Sarah that was more advanced than intimacy, but still a bit less than boyfriend and girlfriend. From this foundation, they could gradually develop other relationships. Given the current situation, this plan seemed quite well positioned. I'm not telling you this to get any reward. But if you really want to thank me, I think you could continue what you did last night tonight. I'd love it. Zhao Hongyu deliberately brought up the matter again, bringing some relief from Sarah's worries. I don't think they'll treat me this way. I still have some leverage against them. Although Sarah didn't reveal her hidden weapon, she did reveal some information to Zhao Hongyu. Clearly, Sarah had no one she could trust here, otherwise, she wouldn't be discussing this with Zhao Hongyu right now. Zhao Hongyu shook his head and said to Sarah, "You're saying that Leon and his family are in your hands, so they're afraid to do anything to you, right?" Sarah shuddered, staring at Zhao Hongyu in disbelief. She couldn't understand how he knew this. After all, Zhao Hongyu was a foreigner, and from the distant American continent. She had been doing these things in Europe. He couldn't possibly know. Seeing Sarah's astonishment, Zhao Hongyu put his arm around her waist and slowly led her forward, saying, "Don't be surprised how I know this. My men got all this information from Leon, so that's how it was." After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Sarah finally understood the reason. "Strictly speaking, your evidence isn't very good. If my guess is correct, these hostages you hold might be rescued in 2 months. After all, with you here, you'll have no control over the situation in Europe, right?" Zhao Hongyu's words left Sarah silent. She had to admit that what he said was true. She had come to the Americas on a merchant ship because she couldn't stand staying in Europe anymore. If she could have held out in Europe, she wouldn't have thought of coming to the New World. Thinking about it, how many of the people she left behind in Europe could she trust? If she left, they might turn to someone else. After all, people are selfish, and it's only natural that they would kill her to save themselves. So, let's team up. This time, Zhao Hongyu got serious. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member on 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 202 Why Did You Tell Me? Let's join forces. 138 Reading, novels faster and better. 138 Reading, Zhao Hongyu proposed to Sarah seriously. Compared to those people, are you worthy of my trust? Sarah wasn't overly surprised by Zhao Hongyu's proposal. She was only slightly surprised for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She also raised her own doubts about Zhao Hongyu's proposal. "I don't think you're going to help me just because we had a one-night stand." Sarah was, after all, a 30-year-old woman, and a widow who inherited a noble title. Even if she didn't have a natural talent for politics, she knew more than the average person after being influenced by her surroundings. Therefore, she could sense that the young man with whom she had a one-night stand seemed to have ulterior motives. However, she couldn't refuse him just yet. After all, she was completely broke and in a dangerous position on this continent. Therefore, she wanted to see what this young man had in mind. Of course, they had just had a one-night stand, so deep down, Sarah still held out a glimmer of hope for Zhao Hongyu. She was still a woman, after all, and her emotions took over. She wasn't a proper aristocrat. In her heart, Sarah still harbored some illusions about fairy tales. After all, proper aristocrats and noble women generally didn't harbor illusions about fairy tales or love. They were well aware of the harsh realities of reality and the brutal laws of the nobility. The law of the jungle wasn't a joke, it was a bloody reality. Well, I really like you because you're wild in bed. I like women like you, passionate, energetic, and wild. I'm a little obsessed, so I want to help you. Zhao Hongyu was thick-skinned enough to actually admit it. However, Sarah blushed and stared at him for a moment before she said, honestly, that's a far-fetched excuse. Although her heart was pounding, Sarah maintained a calm demeanor. In fact, when Zhao Hongyu revealed that reason, Sarah's mind once again filled with scenes forbidden to children, all sorts of embarrassing and extreme positions she'd assumed at the boy's request, enduring his powerful pounding, all sorts of subtle pleasures. Although Sarah stood calmly before Zhao Hongyu, who could have known that her vagina was already flooded with lust? What a rotten woman. Even when my own safety wasn't guaranteed, I still had such thoughts. And my husband had only been dead for 2 years. It seems I'm not a good woman at heart. Sarah felt a sticky liquid on her pants and silently blamed herself. However, Zhao Hongyu, no matter how clever he was, couldn't have guessed Sarah's thoughts at this point. So he shrugged and said to Sarah, okay, even if you don't believe me, I can't help it. I'm still going to tell you this reason is true. But there are other reasons, and I'll tell you now. Zhao Hongyu reiterated that what he had just said was true. This made Sarah's lust surge even more, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she looked normal and even a little indifferent. It must be said that women are sometimes born actresses. I have ambitions for Quebec. I want to make it part of our empire. But I don't want to antagonize France, so I need a legitimate reason. Zhao Hongyu bluntly told Sarah his plan. He had expected Sarah to react strongly, but after Zhao Hongyu finished, he realized that her reaction wasn't particularly strong. In fact, she was surprisingly calm. Is that so? Sarah blinked, her long eyelashes trembling. Her azure eyes fixed on Zhao Hongyu. Oh. Sarah's nonchalant reaction stunned Zhao Hongyu for a moment. But he didn't dwell on it. He replied, yes, that's it. If you and I unite, then I have legitimate reason to send troops to Quebec and take over everything here. After all, you don't have the power to control this territory right now, and those people are out to get you, aren't they? Zhao Hongyu was absolutely right. Sarah now faced a very difficult situation. Alice, it was all for Quebec. None of these people were good. Sarah sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. But the young man was absolutely right. She now had no control over the situation or military forces here. She also had to face threats from within Quebec and Europe. Many people didn't want to see her alive, so she could almost foresee her fate. Sometimes, compromising isn't that difficult. Only by living can one resist. If one simply dies, everything will vanish, no longer exist. You need to think carefully about this. Zhao Hongyu's voice echoed in Sarah's ears again. Why did you tell me so clearly? Sarah asked. Yes, Zhao Hongyu could easily have lied to her, even found other excuses. But he didn't. Instead, he told her directly about his plans, hiding nothing. Seeing the glint of despair in Sarah's azure eyes, Zhao Hongyu knew that she had become completely disillusioned with reality. This was not a good sign, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Sometimes, when a woman goes mad, she does things that no one can imagine. Zhao Hongyu didn't want such an accident to happen, so he tightened his grip around Sarah's waist, pressing her belly close to his. While not considered old for his age, he was quite large. Zhao Hongyu exposed Sarah and whispered in her ear, I don't want to lie to you, nor do I want to hide anything from you. I told you I like you, and I don't think you'd believe me, but it's the truth. I don't want to hide anything from you, So I'm going to tell you the truth and my plan. Zhao Hongayu's eyes were sincere, and Sarah held his gaze for a long moment without saying a word. Let me give you support. You're relying on me for strength, and I need your legal identity, Zhao Hongyu continued. Sarah gently said to Zhao Hongyu, so what's the point of our relationship? You're fine with anything. If possible, I'll marry you and give you a legitimate and official status. And I need you to bring Quebec into our empire as a dowry. Once everything is successful, I'll leave all the administrative duties to you. Aside from stationing troops in Quebec, Zhao Hongyu didn't think that just because he slept with Sarah, this woman would be completely devoted to him. That was too fantastical, unrealistic. I'm worried you'll abandon me once everything is done. Aren't all you men like that? After all, I'm still useful now. When I'm no longer useful, now that Zhao Hongyu had proposed a partnership, Sarah could relax and put the events between them behind her. So, do you choose to believe me or not? It's a difficult choice. Zhao Hongyu didn't press Sarah for a statement, knowing he couldn't force her into making a hasty decision. Besides, it wasn't something that could be decided in such a short time. After all, this matter concerned Sarah's own interests and safety. If it were Zhao Hongyu, he would have to carefully consider the matter. If Sarah had responded immediately, Zhao Hongyu would have hesitated to believe her. You don't have to answer me right away. Think about it carefully. All I can tell you is that I have no ill will towards you. I just need the land, Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah. Marriages between nobles were, in essence, an exchange of interests and integration, something Sarah had witnessed all too often in Europe. It wasn't that she rejected Zhao Hongayu's proposal. It was just that she had too much to consider. Give me some time, okay? I need to think it over. Sarah didn't refuse Zhao Hongayu's proposal. As long as she didn't refuse, it was fine. This was a matter that anyone would have to carefully consider, so Zhao Hongyu nodded and agreed. Okay, we're done with business. So, I think we can talk about what happened between you and me now. After all, something happened between us, didn't we? Sarah never expected that Zhao Hongyu would change the subject again, bringing up what had happened last night. The scattered genets and Sarah's guards relaxed somewhat as they saw their masters chatting happily. However, many of Sarah's guards had a troubled look on their faces. Wang Shen noticed all of this. As expected, the widow's guards had betrayed her. Wang Shen shook his head, thinking, if this woman hadn't met us and His Highness, her fate would surely have been far worse. But now that she's found us, and we need her, there's no way she'll be harmed. To Wang Shen, Sarah, this young widow, was a rare commodity, undoubtedly of immense value. Therefore, he would never allow her to come to harm. After all, they relied on Sarah's reputation to send troops into Quebec. Not far away, a plump rabbit hopped forward. Wang Shan loosened his leash and released 8 Chinese domestic dogs. At the same time, a genet passed a musket to Wang Shan, who took it and aimed it at the rabbit. Bang! The rabbit arrived, and the dogs pounced on it, carrying the rabbit's body in their mouths and running back. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member at 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Emma's Worry. Sarah wasn't sure if her relationship with the Crown Prince of the Song Empire could be considered normal. 138 Reading, novels faster and better. 138 Reading, they engaged in intense confrontations every night, and she simply couldn't resist him. In the days that followed, she and he maintained a mostly normal relationship during the day, but at night, she became his captive. This relationship had driven her to oblivion, and the boy's powerful thrusts and varied stimulation had completely drowned her in a sea of sexual pleasure. Sometimes, Sarah even thought, let's just die in that wave of sexual pleasure. That way, we'd be free from all the headaches and troubles, and the world would be at peace. Alice, this wish was never fulfilled. Meanwhile, as her relationship with Zhao Hongyu became more and more unnatural, Sarah found her body had become extremely sensitive and vulnerable to him. Sometimes, even a flirtatious glance from him would send her into a frenzy. Faced with this change in herself, Sarah felt both helpless and a little sad. Ultimately, Sarah agreed to cooperate with Zhao Hongyu. Because she had no other options left, and she was completely powerless against Leon and his men. Furthermore, during Zhao Hongai's time in Quebec, the situation between the French and the Iroquois had worsened. The signs of war were becoming increasingly clear, and Leon's attitude towards her had become strange. Sarah could see that once war began, her death would be imminent. No one wanted death, not even Sarah. Especially during this time, a young man from a foreign race had made her feel what it was like to be a true woman, and this made her even more reluctant to die. Although there was no love between her and Zhao Hongaiu, their daily sexual encounters had established a relatively strong relationship. Sarah was no fool, she had her own plans. She had devised a plan to save herself. If it succeeded, the young man from a foreign race would likely leave her alone after getting what he wanted from her. However, the chances of success were slim, and it depended largely on the young man's personality. But after a period of sexual intercourse, Sarah felt that Zhao Hongaiu had a good nature and wasn't the type to resort to ruthless behavior. Therefore, Sarah felt her plan had a high chance of success and would save her life. That plan involved her becoming pregnant with Zhao Hongaiu's child. As long as she had a child, the young man wouldn't have to worry about his own future. It's true, people sometimes come up with bizarre ideas to save themselves. Sarah was just like that now. That night, while Zhao Hongaiu and Sarah were having sex again, Leon approached Wang Shan. Wang Shan followed Leon to his room and was immediately greeted by the military chief and the tax collector. "What do you want from me?" Wang Shan realized what they were talking about, but he still played dumb. "Shan, isn't your highness getting too close to that woman? Will this affect our upcoming plans?" "I don't want anything to go wrong." Leon pressed Wang Shan's shoulders, helping him sit down, and then asked nervously. Zhao Hongaiu had been in constant contact with Sarah, engaging in intense nighttime sex. Such matters couldn't be concealed at Fort Quebec, so Leon and the others knew all about it. It was precisely because they knew Zhao Hongaiu's daily sexual encounters with Sarah that Leon and the others became nervous. They didn't know if the Song people would turn around and help the widow. If they did, it would cause a lot of trouble. Leon and the others were deeply concerned. Wang Shan understood, but he feigned seriousness, saying to Leon, "Don't worry about them. Our highness and that woman are just playing around. They won't develop any deep feelings or connections." Rest assured, despite Wang Shan's words, Leon and the others couldn't believe them. Empty words were simply unconvincing. Leon exchanged glances with the others, then continued, "Shan, you must ensure that your highness doesn't get too deeply involved with that woman. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for us to handle this." Wang Shan grinned and replied, "I'm relieved. How could our highness have anything to do with those women? Even if they had sex, it was just some sexual gratification. Don't overthink it. You must know that in this world, only profit is eternal. Your highness wouldn't give up the benefits of the trade route for a woman." After hearing Wang Shan's words, Leon and the others' expressions finally softened. Wang Shan's words were quite right. As the crown prince of an empire, he wouldn't be such a fool. It's just a woman. He couldn't possibly give up so much for her. It's unrealistic. Besides, what could that woman offer these Song people? After all, she's been sidelined and has no power at all. She's just a lord in name only, she has no say in Quebec. Therefore, if the Song Empire wanted to trade with Quebec, the final say would still be with Leon and his people. Or rather, the powers behind Leon and his people held such authority. Therefore, the Song Empire couldn't possibly disrupt this. It was simple, that woman couldn't offer them anything. Don't blame me for being so nagging today, it's simply because your highness and that woman were too close. Leon's expression softened, his tone less serious than before. I understand. If I were faced with something like this, I'd probably be even more nervous than you are, Zhang Tai said with a smile, expressing his full understanding. While he wore a smile, his heart wasn't quite so sure. Unfortunately, Leon and his people knew nothing about this. HMPH, you bastards. We're not after this little trade profit, we're after the very land you stand on. Poor fellows, let's just let you roam around for a few days. Wang Shan, with a smile on his face, cursed Leon and the others in his heart. All 8 villages under the Cayuga tribe had signed trade agreements with Emma. Since Zhao Hongaiu and Wang Shan had gone to Quebec, Emma was now in charge on Lake Ontario. Although the girl was still young, after marrying Zhao Hongaiu in Manhattan, she had received extensive instruction from Black Bear, her mother, Song Hu, and Wang Shan. This included instruction on how to be a queen and how to represent the empire in hospitality. After the trade agreement was signed, the Cayuga exchanged large quantities of fur for intestinal worm clearing and matchlock rifles, with these two items being the most abundant. The reason was simple: once the Cayuga learned they had worms in their stomachs, they became uneasy. After all, no one wanted to have that kind of thing inside them. The thought of that thing in their stomachs filled adults and children alike with a deep sense of unease. It was precisely for this reason that the Cayuga were so enthusiastic about trade with the Song Empire. Once trade began, a flood of intestinal worm medicine flowed into the Cayuga villages, and Cayuga men, women, and children all embarked on their deworming quest. The Cayuga were amazed by the Song Empire's effectiveness. It was truly effective. Furthermore, the price was affordable, which instantly instilled in the Cayuga a warm impression of the Song Empire. Immediately, the Cayuga leader sent for Emma, assuring her that the Cayuga would protect them from the Iroquois. If anyone bullied them, they could tell the Cayuga and they would stand up for them. Emma happily accepted the Cayuga's kindness and, in return, gave the leader 50 muskets as a personal gift. Upon receiving Emma's gift, the Cayuga leader was overjoyed. Those were 50 muskets, and she gave them away without blinking an eye. Compared to those stingy white people, the queen of the Song Empire was truly generous. After all, the Iroquois wouldn't have sold these matchlock muskets to the French even if they had been eager to buy them. After receiving these 50 muskets, the Cayuga leader naturally felt compelled to return the favor. Meanwhile, Emma's envoys, bearing the muskets, also brought a small request. This request was simple: to establish a trading post on Lake Ontario to trade with the Cayuga and other Iroquois tribes. Once the post was established, they would no longer have to travel across mountains and rivers to reach Lake Ontario and trade with the Song people, killing two birds with one stone. However, Lake Ontario fell under the control of the Iroquois tribes, so setting up camp there required the approval of the Iroquois. Even if the 6 tribes didn't need approval, the tribes in the area would still need it. Besides the Cayuga, there was also the Oneida tribe near Lake Ontario. In other words, the Cayuga tribe's agreement wasn't enough. They had to contact the Oneida tribe and gain their approval before the deal could be finalized. However, Emma and her tribe weren't familiar with the Oneida people, so they needed the Cayuga's help. The Cayuga leader naturally agreed to Emma's simple request. Simply communicating with the Oneida leader wasn't a difficult task. Besides, the Cayuga leader had to tell the other tribes about the worms in the human body. After all, they were all part of a united group, and he couldn't hide such a thing. The idea of worms in the body was quite shocking. Even he had taken medicine and eliminated 5 worms. The Cayuga leader shuddered at the thought of 5 large worms in his body. This was all thanks to the Song Empire. Without them, who knows if the worms would have remained in his body forever. Meanwhile, villages outside Iroquois-controlled territory were being massacred and destroyed one after another, and news of this began to filter back into the Iroquois. After all, no matter how powerful the French, their vassals, and their Indian tribes were, some would slip through the nets of the massacre. Those who survived the massacre reported back the news of the French and their Indian tribes attacking their villages, which immediately attracted the attention of the Iroquois. The Iroquois responded immediately, assembling a force of approximately 3,000 men to eliminate these enemies rampaging within their territory. Suddenly, the Great Lakes region was in turmoil. However, this did not affect Emma and her group stationed on Lake Ontario. On the east side of Lake Ontario, a simple wooden fortress camp had been established. Because it was still winter, large-scale construction could not begin, so they had to construct a temporary wooden camp. Every day, dozens of Cayuga trade caravans arrived to trade with them. It could be said that trade here was on track, but it had not yet reached a spurt. It was clear that the French and the Iroquois were preparing for war, and this had already had some impact on trade. Through the Cayuga people who came to trade, Emma learned about some recent developments. His Highness is with the French. Should we send someone to notify him to come back? The Cayuga people who came this morning said that a village 3 days away from us was attacked by the French whites and their Indian vassalages. Although they were temporarily repelled, we still have to be careful. Emma expressed her concerns to one of her mates. Although it seemed that they were safe here, it was only temporary. What would Emma and the others do if they really encountered the French and their Indian vassalages? Through some fragmentary information, Emma concluded that the group entering Quebec should have about 1,500 people. There was no need to be afraid of the Iroquois, as they were many. But Emma only had 500 people on her side, so she was a little worried. "Queen, don't be too greedy. His Majesty shouldn't be in any trouble, and our warriors are all elite. You should know the fighting power of His Highness's men," the maid comforted Emma. "I hope we don't encounter those white people, but I still think it would be best to send someone to inform His Highness and ask him to return." Emma thought for a moment and made a decision, to send someone to call Zhao Hongyu back. "Seriously, he hasn't come back in so many days. It's really worrying." Emma returned to her tent, thinking gloomily. Little did she know that her husband was currently having sex with a prostitute in Quebec. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member of 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 204 Their Concepts. Manhattan City's harbor, the market. Although Zhao Hongyu, the leader, and Wang Shan had already left Manhattan, the city he had built still operated normally, and the docks were bustling with activity every day. Though winter had arrived, with vast expanses of ice and snow blanketing the land, a vast world of ice and snow, Manhattan Harbor remained unaffected by the cold, sealed off by the ice. Therefore, roughly 3 merchant ships docked at Manhattan Harbor every day. Although it was still 1,620, Europe boasted no fewer than 20,000 seagoing vessels, and Manhattan only handled a fraction of them. After all, Manhattan's port had only been open for 6 months. While its products were selling like hotcakes across Europe and the Mediterranean, not everyone had the opportunity to visit. It could be said that the merchants who could now visit Manhattan were essentially the most exceptional of the maritime merchants. Upon hearing that porcelain and tea were produced in Manhattan, these merchants immediately adjusted the routes of some of their ships, focusing on Manhattan. It wasn't that they didn't want to dedicate all the merchant ships to trade with Manhattan. It was simply that communication was difficult in those days, and their orders were delivered very slowly. Therefore, they could only arrange for the ships they could reach with the shortest possible notice to arrive in Manhattan. This, however, did alleviate considerable pressure on Manhattan. After all, Manhattan's harbor was still too small, barely accommodating 10 ships at a time. So, even if the merchants had all their ships arrive in Manhattan, Manhattan wouldn't be able to handle the flow. Currently, 3 ships dock daily, not too many, not too few either. At the very least, Zhang Tai saw the potential for sustainable development in the future. He had made plans to continue construction and expansion of the harbor in the spring. A port capable of accommodating 50 ships at once was essential. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cope with a future commercial boom. European merchant sailors who had visited Manhattan were unimpressed. Its environment was safe and quiet, its harbor bustling and prosperous, and its merchandise plentiful. There was also a wide variety of food and fruit, unlike the scarcity seen in Europe. Furthermore, in the commercial district near the port, there's a red zone and casinos where they can have fun. Such entertainment venues exist in Europe, but none are as large or as secure. Here in Manhattan, you don't have to worry about your safety, everything is taken care of, and the girls in the commercial district are all very attractive. This is different from the prostitutes in European ports. Those prostitutes are all ugly and unbearable. The girls in Manhattan are all beautiful and well-spoken, with every smile and frown exuding the grace of an aristocrat. Being with them is like being with aristocratic women, it's truly irresistible. European prostitutes, on the other hand, are basically clueless. You pay them, and they take you to a small, dark room, which is not only filthy but also messy. Once you get in, they get straight to the point. Initially, these European sailors weren't unacceptable. However, after interacting with the girls in Manhattan's red zone, and comparing them to the prostitutes in Europe, everyone immediately felt that the prostitutes were nothing more than trash. With this comparison, the sailors sincerely refused to interact with European prostitutes anymore. This caused a certain specialized profession in Europe to decline. This was something the girls in Manhattan's specialized professions hadn't anticipated. They had never imagined that they could have such a significant influence. But come to think of it, it wasn't the European sailors' fault. The girls in Manhattan's red zone had undergone special training from Zhang Tai. Not only did they brush their teeth daily, but they also sprayed themselves with perfume, always maintaining a spotless appearance. Zhang Tai also designed 18th-century French court attire for these specialized girls to serve them. The puffy skirts that revealed most of their boobs made them look even more luxurious. Furthermore, they had a dedicated person to style their hair daily and teach them etiquette. God forbid, these specialized professional girls had ever seen such aristocratic demeanor, as those European sailors had never seen them. Therefore, it's no surprise they were crazy about Manhattan girls. European prostitutes, on the other hand, not only had yellow teeth, but also bad breath and rotten teeth. Their personal hygiene was completely negligent, truly bizarre. Therefore, after meeting Manhattan girls, European sailors' standards were truly elevated. With their standards elevated, Europe's women of specialized professions naturally became miserable. What's even more puzzling is that Manhattan girls of specialized professions aren't just for sale. You can have sex with them. Basically, if you spend a dozen gold coins, the most you can get is a conversation about astronomy, geography, oddities, or sonnets. They won't have sex at all. And yet, those burly sailors flock to them. Such stories are truly bizarre. But if you were to mention having sex with one of these girls, you'd be met with scorn. According to the sailors, these girls require gradual intimacy, a spiritual connection that resonates with them until you develop a deeper connection. And if they can, they'll generally buy the girls' freedom, letting them enjoy a life of carefree living. It's undeniable that those former special professionals, who originally had simple motives, simply knowing they'd strip down for sex if they paid, have changed under Zhang Tai's guidance. But it's hard to say. After all, it's a matter of willingness, not coercion. Of course, these are the top-tier, high-class girls. Manhattan can't be filled with just these types of girls. After all, those sailors are so horny they're pissed off, their eyes gleaming, and you'd have to give them a way to vent. So, these girls are divided into different tiers. There are lower-tier ones, too, the kind you pay for sex. But even these lower-tier girls are incredibly clean, with bright white teeth and a shy, girl-next-door smile that makes your heart race. Furthermore, these girls are well-versed in various sexual techniques, ensuring you never waste your money. Consequently, their business is booming. The booming casinos and women's jobs also boosted business at nearby small shops and restaurants. The reason was simple: the girls ordered takeout when they needed food, and the men who went there also had to order takeout when they were hungry. And to save face, they had to tip the delivery boys, otherwise they would be looked down upon. Meanwhile, some skilled women attracted many admirers. Although these sailors looked bulky and strong, they were the rich and handsome of the era. Although being a sailor was dangerous and difficult, after each transaction, these sailors received a considerable share of the profits. Compared to the back-breaking labor of mainland Europe, they made significantly more money. To attract the attention of their admirers, these men would buy small gifts for the girls, hoping to make them smile. Small shops run by geneticists saw this business opportunity and immediately launched products specifically for romantic relationships, such as cute ceramic trinkets and adorable figurines. These genetically modified humans couldn't make porcelain. Even if they could, Zhang Tai wouldn't let them sell it. Porcelain is a strategic commodity in Manhattan, and you can't buy it anywhere else except from Zhang Tai. Even so, those low-quality pottery pieces were a hit with the Europeans. The reason was simple: they were adorable little animals or children, which the girls loved. Since they were trying to please the girls, the sailors were generous with their gifts. Furthermore, none of these sailors could stay in Manhattan for long, so they usually left after 2 or 3 days. Consequently, the specialized women in Manhattan were each hooked on 7 or 8 wealthy men. Technically, though, 60% of the money these men spent went to the umbrella corporation. The girls didn't get much, but even that was more than they'd previously earned. Add to that the control of Wang Shan's gangsters affiliated with the intelligence department, and the women couldn't resist. Under these dual tactics, the women resigned themselves to their fate. Anyway, life is better now than before, isn't it? If you have any dissatisfaction, those gangsters will not be polite. For the sake of stability, the people under Wang Shan will do some dirty work. It's just that after these jobs are done, they will not let others know. Even Zhao Hongyu is not very clear about this. After all, this kind of dirty work cannot be publicized to others. Sometimes it is necessary to use gentle means to treat these girls, but sometimes it is necessary to use thunderbolt means. Anyway, they are all European girls, so Wang Shan will not have any thoughts of pitying them. In his concept of the supremacy of Great China, other people except the Chinese are inferior. This view is more radical than the view of Song Hu, the angry young man. It's just that this guy hides it very well, and Zhao Hongyu is still not aware of it. At the same time, those who can enter Wang Shan's intelligence department are all genetic people selected by him. And these genetic people have one characteristic, that is, they very much agree with Wang Shan's concept. Chapter 205, Coding Parma. As night fell, the Manhattan docks were bustling with activity, bustling with people and filled with the sounds of shouting. Read the latest chapters of popular novels at Strong 138. Hundreds of European laborers, clad in green cotton-padded war coats, were unloading cargo from a merchant ship. According to Manhattan time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Yet, the people here showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, they were filled with energy, as if they had endless experience. The reason was simple: working overtime unloading cargo at night was a great way to earn money. Since there was money to be made, the laborers didn't care whether it was day or night. Most of the laborers working in Manhattan today have joined the Song Empire in Manhattan City and become citizens of the empire. Many, having made a fortune, commission merchant ships to bring their families to Manhattan. At the same time, through the Umbrella Corporation, they secured loans to purchase land and building materials, building their own homes on designated plots outside Manhattan and settling down there. Having already established a family and brought their own families, these European laborers were determined to earn a living. So, even if there was work in the middle of the night, they would readily take it. After all, work meant money, and that meant a better life for their families. According to official Song Dynasty propaganda, this was the path to happiness. And these European laborers, who had lived in Manhattan for a while, knew that money was essential for a comfortable life there. Here, as long as you had money, you could live a life even more comfortable than that of the nobility. Food was plentiful in Manhattan, and even in winter, there was no need to worry about food shortages. You could eat as much rice and various meats as you wanted. This was a far more comfortable life than life on the European continent, which was still in a state of semi-starvation. Food was scarce, so there was no need to worry about getting enough. Oatmeal porridge can only keep you from starving, and that's only for 2 or 1 meals a day. In Manhattan, though, you eat solid food for 3 meals a day. Taxes aren't as complicated here. Compared to the overwhelming taxes in Europe, it's a paradise. Besides, finding a job here is easy. As long as you're willing to work hard, your life will definitely be prosperous. It was precisely because of this that the settled Europeans began to integrate into Manhattan and developed a strong work ethic. Occasionally, you'd ask them to take a break, but they wouldn't appreciate it. That meant they'd lose money. That was unacceptable. How could they lose money? Absolutely not. Europeans living in Manhattan now consider themselves the Song Empire of Manhattan. And thanks to the propaganda of Wang Shan's intelligence department, these white people in Manhattan also began to look down on their fellow Europeans. But come to think of it, they had good food and jobs here, and didn't earn as much as their European counterparts. Therefore, their disdain for their fellow Europeans was normal. This is like the way some Chinese people in later generations would go abroad and then look down on their compatriots. In Manhattan today, you can often see Europeans chatting with fellow Chinese on merchant ships. While most of the time they speak in their native language, they'll occasionally throw in a few Chinese phrases to prove their status. Especially when the laborers utter a few Chinese words, their faces light up with an inherent arrogance, as if they've become superior people, people of status. Zhang Tai, who had been observing them for a long time, marveled at this and felt fortunate to have lived in this era. But it's not surprising. After all, Europeans of that era had a vague and unclear concept of a nation. Therefore, it's natural that they had a strong appreciation for Manhattan, a country that offered them a good life and the means to earn money to support their families. Furthermore, Manhattan's aristocrats weren't as perverse as their European counterparts. They were very kind and worked for the people. For example, the improvements to urban sanitation and various infrastructure benefited the residents of Manhattan. Therefore, these Europeans who joined the Song Empire showed a high degree of recognition for Zhao Hongyu and his group. They gradually came to see themselves as part of the Song Empire, completely breaking away from their past. Of course, the propaganda and brainwashing efforts of the intelligence services were also an integral part. Furthermore, the geneticist teachers in Manhattan schools thoroughly brainwashed the children of Native Americans and European immigrants. Many European immigrants who became Song Empire citizens wished they too had black hair and dark eyes. Alice, this remained a fantasy. However, Zhao Hongyu and his group did offer them hope, the Song dynasty's 8-banner system of bond servants. Wang Shan and his group made it clear that bond servants were slaves without personal freedom, their masters holding the power of life and death. However, those who voluntarily became bond servants enjoyed considerable rights and benefits. After all, Those who could afford bondservants were often prominent nobles, and in Manhattan, there were only a handful of such individuals. This meant that becoming a bondservant of such nobles was a shortcut to success. Although they had lost their personal freedom and were held captive, with the power of life and death at their disposal, as the saying goes, wealth and power are sought through risk. Even in this era, there were always those willing to take risks in pursuit of wealth and power. Therefore, Zhang Tai and his team's plan to recruit bondservants attracted considerable attention. While the number of such individuals wasn't large, the hundreds of Europeans willing to sell themselves to them was significant. Among these individuals were veterans of war and those with special talents. Of course, when recruiting these individuals as bondservants, Zhang Tai, Wang Shan, and Song Hu made it clear that as long as they served their masters well, they wouldn't easily kill them. After all, the masters didn't want to lose money. After all, Wang Shan and his team paid a substantial sum for each bondservant. Furthermore, the wives and children of these bondservants would become their masters' slaves for eternity. However, for those with ambition, this was nothing. Because their masters promised them benefits, even noble titles. This was the primary attraction for those committed to becoming bondservants. In other words, while they held no power over their own lives as slaves of nobles, they could still obtain noble titles and the ability to command legions. In fact, because they had a good master and a strong backer, their starting point was significantly higher than others. They understood the principle that there's always a price to pay for every gain. Wang Shen and his men had already planned to ask His Highness Zhao Hongyu to breed some island women for these European bondservants. Their offspring would then be mixed blood, and the children of these mixed blood families would be incredibly impressive. It must be said that Wang Shen and his men were truly wicked. And Zhang Tai had just such a bondservant by his side. He actually begged Zhao Hongyu to breed him an island woman as his wife. Zhang Tai's bondservant was about 40 years old and from a small mountain village in Germany. He was a mercenary and had participated in the 30 Years' War. Unfortunately, the nobleman who had hired him ran out of money, and the mercenary group disbanded, leaving him without an income. With no family at home, he simply sailed to the New World. He arrived in Virginia, a British colony, and found work as a bartender. Unfortunately, despite the wealth of Virginia, a man like him couldn't profit from it at all. It wasn't until Zhao Hongyu clashed with Virginia that he saw hope. After the war, he became one of the first to seek a living in Manhattan. He had originally planned to join the Manhattan Army, but because he was a foreigner, this dream was unfulfilled. This left him deeply disappointed. A monthly salary of 12 large dragon silver coins, real silver coins of excellent quality, was a pittance. However, he didn't leave Manhattan, but remained, searching for opportunities. After some observation, he realized that Manhattan was full of opportunities. It all depended on his courage. Coincidentally, the system of bondservants emerged, offering him a glimmer of hope. And as a man of his wit, he immediately saw the advantages and benefits of this system. After careful consideration, he decided that the benefits were greater, so he threw himself into the business of serving as a bondservant. He was fortunate to be chosen by one of the 3 great Chinese nobles, which filled him with great joy. Furthermore, his master had been clear in his instructions. First, he would familiarize himself with the duties of a servant. Once he satisfied his needs, he would seek a minor title for him and give him command of a small regiment. After all, starting too high wasn't a good idea, so he needed to start small. As long as he had the opportunity to fight in the future and achieved good results, his master would naturally reward and promote him generously. Upon hearing his master's words, Zhang Tai's bondservant immediately understood. Now, this fellow, fully armed in European-style armor, stood guard beside Zhang Tai, accompanying his master as he inspected the Manhattan harbor under the night sky. The busy laborers on the docks looked at him with envy, which filled him with pride. It won't be long before I'm a noble. Besides Chelsea, I'll be the second European noble to hold this title. As long as I work hard, I can even surpass Chelsea, because I have a good master. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member at 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 206 Envy, Jealousy, and Hate. Parma. Zhang Tai quietly observed the bustling dock for a moment before calling out softly. Read the latest chapters of popular novels at Strong 138. A good servant and lackey must have good hearing. This was something the teacher had specifically taught them during the training course. Parma was a top student, so even though Zhang Tai's voice was low, Parma still heard it. Your servant is here. Master, what are your instructions? As a top student in the BOE training course, Parma, despite his somewhat unusual accent, could accurately pronounce his title and address his master. Zhang Tai's face was refreshed, and every time Parma addressed him as servant, he was filled with joy. You should study more about military matters. I've received news that war may soon break out in our area. Zhang Tai tilted his head slightly and spoke to Parma. Parma shuddered. This news was like heavenly music to him. Yes, Parma had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to prove himself. He needed a stage to showcase himself, a chance to ascend. War was undoubtedly the best option. Zhang Tai shared this with Parma, unfazed by the possibility of leaks. During the training session, these individuals had been brainwashed. For those with the genetics to master 21st century MLM brainwashing techniques, brainwashing these unsophisticated people from the 1620s was a simple task. Furthermore, after the brainwashing was complete, they would undergo a period of covert observation. Only after they passed all the tests would they be selected by Zhang Tai and his team. In other words, only those who had been brainwashed into becoming die-hard fans of China would qualify to become Zhang Tai and his team's slaves. Once these individuals became slaves, they would go through fire and water for their masters. Add to that the small favor Zhang Tai and his team often showed, like thunder and rain are all the emperor's grace, and it would be strange if these slaves weren't desperate for immortality. Furthermore, these slaves would continue to be trained after joining their respective masters. So, as they became increasingly obsessed with their fanaticism, Zhang Tai had no idea what they would do. After all, it wasn't just the training class that was secretly observing them, their masters would also be watching them once they became their slaves. Parma's performance was what Zhang Tai was most pleased with. Around Zhang Tai, Parma was always respectful and available at every turn. However, outside of the house, he was arrogant towards Europeans, aside from the geneticists. After becoming Zhang Tai's slave, the other geneticists also treated him with great respect, which gave Parma even more confidence. Therefore, Parma's desire to serve his master wholeheartedly became even stronger. In short, Zhang Tai and his team had plenty of ways to brainwash these slaves. The plan wouldn't end until they were completely brainwashed. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Tai shared some secrets with Parma. Of course, these secrets had to be crucial and wouldn't affect Manhattan's development or His Own Highness. Master, who are we going to war with? Parma considered himself Zhang Tai's steadfast and loyal lackey, so when Zhang Tai told him the news, he became a little excited. As expected of a master of one of the three great noble families, not many in Manhattan knew about this, but his master knew about it. Moreover, the crown prince would undoubtedly take over the empire and become emperor. When that time came, his master, Parma's heart burned even more fiercely. Take a guess, Zhang Tai whispered to Parma with a smile. Regarding Parma, Zhang Tai stopped trying to discipline him. It was incredibly satisfying to have a European lackey and slowly turn him into a die-hard Chinese fan. Zhang Tai was enjoying it. Is it the British Virginia region? Parma thought carefully before answering. Zhang Tai smiled faintly. Why do you have such an idea? He didn't admit Parma's guess, but instead asked a counter-question. Seeing his master ask this question, Parma knew he was being scrutinized, so he immediately perked up. Master, you know this. There are no real enemies around our Manhattan territory. Furthermore, this winter, the surrounding Indians have joined the empire and become citizens, so we can't possibly consider them enemies. Parma, who had been accompanying Zhang Tai, had been keeping a close eye on the empire's situation. Furthermore, he was a studious man, so he had a very thorough understanding of the surrounding situation. Even though he was already in his 40s, many young Chinese couldn't compare to him. Well, continue. Zhang Tai nodded in satisfaction and encouraged. Zhang Tai's encouragement instantly invigorated Parma. And for us, the only real enemies are those British in Virginia. Although we currently trade with them, they pocket the majority of the profits, and Manhattan earns only a small fraction of that enormous profit. So, I believe your highness would absolutely not tolerate this. Zhang Tai laughed heartily as he listened to Parma's analysis. He continued, so I think we might have to go to war with Virginia and drive all those Brits out to sea. Zhang Tai smiled and shook his head. You're wrong. Our target isn't the Brits in Virginia at all. Parma was stunned by this. He wasn't sure who else could be targeted if not those Brits. Since the surrounding Indians had been integrated into the empire and became citizens, their masters shouldn't consider them enemies. Furthermore, He hadn't heard of any trade conflicts between the Empire and European countries during this period, so Parma was a little confused. Seeing Parma's puzzled expression, Wang Shan said, "We'll deal with those Brits in British Virginia sooner or later. But not now. What we need to do now is expand His Highness's territory, so our targets are the north and the west, north and the west." Parma didn't know much about this. Although he was a European of his time, he had limited access to information. To the north is the French. They've built a town called Quebec. We need to drive them out and seize their territory. All I know is that it's vast, and if we take it, we'll all benefit, Zhang Tai half-seriously told Parma. So, they were targeting the French, but what was surprising was that they'd actually built a city in the north. Parma finally understood who his master was talking about. Then, "Master, who are the enemies to the west?" Parma suddenly remembered that his master had mentioned enemies coming not just from the north, but also from the west. "Have you heard of the Iroquois?" Zhang Tai asked Parma. Parma shook his head. No, are the Iroquois an Indian tribe? Because of his limited access to information, Parma had never heard of the term Iroquois. So, when Zhang Tai asked him, he could only shake his head, indicating he had no idea. Zhang Tai fixed his gaze on the busy dock in the distance and began to explain. The Iroquois are also Indians, but they are different from ordinary Indian tribes because Iroquois is a name for a union of many Indian tribes, a great union of Indian tribes. Only then did Parma learn that such a united Indian tribe existed in the New World. As Zhang Tai explained, Parma gained a more direct understanding of the Iroquois tribe and memorized it. He considered the Iroquois a formidable foe. But Parma wasn't afraid, instead, he was extremely excited. The more formidable the enemy, the happier he felt, because it allowed him to achieve greater military merit. With merit, his lord would likely orchestrate a grant of status. After all, who doesn't have ambition? Parma was no exception. After listening to Zhang Tai's account, Parma understood. Then, "Master, I wonder what you want me to do." Zhang Tai pondered for a moment. "I plan to form a new legion, numbering around 1,000. Once it's complete, we'll go to Lake Ontario to assist His Highness. However, this legion requires fresh recruits, and the soldiers we'll use will mostly be of European descent. Time is running out, so I wonder if you have the confidence to do it." There was no way Zhang Tai would let Parma command the geneticists, he wasn't that clueless. Even if Parma had been brainwashed and had become a die-hard Chinese fan, it wouldn't work, that was their bottom line. Of course, this was also a precautionary measure. After all, those who weren't of our race were bound to have different hearts, and that was something we had to guard against. Furthermore, after forming this legion, Zhang Tai and Song Hu would assign a number of geneticists to serve as political commissars to observe and gauge the morale of the troops. Parma wasn't expecting such a complicated situation, he simply cared that his master wanted him to command a legion. "Master, rest assured. I will complete the formation in the shortest possible time. There will be absolutely no delay." Parma patted his chest, practically pouring out his heartfelt promise to Zhang Tai. "So, how long will it take you?" Zhang Tai asked. 10 days. 10 days at the most. As long as we have sufficient equipment and weapons, I can recruit enough men in 10 days, Parma gave the answer without even thinking. 10 days. Zhang Tai glanced at Parma. "All right. Since you're so confident, I won't say anything more. You can go to Lord Song Hu tomorrow to collect your equipment. I can also guarantee the timely payment of this legion's pay, 12 yuan a month. Double it in the event of war." In reality, Zhang Tai and Song Hu had already discussed all this. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for them. Forming this foreign-based legion had long been on their agenda. The reason they hadn't taken action was because they had previously focused on construction. However, after Zhang Tai and his team learned about the situation between the Iroquois and the French, the issue of the foreign legion was brought up again. Parma, thrilled by Zhang Tai's promise, was overwhelmed. 12 large dragon dollars, that was the salary only Chinese genetically engineered warriors could receive. It was the best pay in all of Manhattan. Moreover, it would double in times of war. Parma was convinced that once this offer was made, the Virginians and other nationalities pouring into Manhattan would flock to join the Legion. The reason was simple. The salary was many times higher than mercenaries in Europe. Fighting for money was all about the money. As long as the money was there, not only would they fight the Iroquois, but even attacking their homeland wouldn't be a problem. As a European, Parma understood this all too well. "All right, let's go back. Tomorrow you'll start working, and you'll do it well." Zhang Tai retracted his gaze and, with his numerous men, turned and headed towards the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Some Europeans on the dock watched Zhang Tai and his companions depart with envy. "That guy, Parma, is incredibly lucky. He hooked up with a noble from the Song Empire. Look how good he's living now." After becoming Zhang Tai's bondservant, Parma's life changed dramatically. First, not only were his pockets filled with gold coins whenever he went out, but his clothing was also different from the labor protection military padded coats now popular in Manhattan. He now wore specially made uniforms for the Q Party, complete with the insignia of Zhang Tai's servant. Furthermore, because he had become Zhang Tai's servant, some of the genetic people had become more polite to him. This was unusual in Manhattan and made the Europeans envious. In Manhattan, Europeans could always sense the disdainful gazes of the genetic people, who looked down on them like bumpkins. This phenomenon was prevalent in both work and personal life. Only those who became citizens of the empire or joined the imperial civil service enjoyed a slightly better life. This is why so many Europeans desperately want to become imperial citizens. The problem is, becoming an imperial citizen isn't that easy. Even becoming a slave requires an exam. If you don't meet the requirements, you can't even sell yourself. In short, becoming a citizen grants you many privileges, and selling yourself grants even more. From housing and house specifications to clothing requirements. You see, to drive these Europeans crazy and get used to their brainwashing, Wang Shen and his team created a game-like upgrade system, letting them experience it in real life. They even set up clothing rules, dictating what kind of clothing people of different social status could wear. This was a real rip-off. After all, humans love to compare. This move was a deadly weapon. Of course, this was only aimed at Europeans. There was no such requirement for genetically modified people or Native Americans. Thus, fierce competition ensued among the Europeans. But to gain the ticket and qualification to participate, one had to become an imperial citizen. Thus, the Europeans pouring into Manhattan began a life of being toyed with, wishing for immortality and death. Damn it, Parma is cheating. They're so unconvinced. All those Europeans who haven't yet become citizens of the empire, who can't even afford to sell themselves, began to complain about Parma's rotten luck. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member on 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 207, Recruitment begins. Chapter 207, Recruitment begins. A few days later, after a series of publicity campaigns by Zhang Tai and Song Hu, Europeans throughout Manhattan learned of the empire's conscription. Because this recruitment campaign targeted Europeans residing in Manhattan, they were extremely concerned. A monthly salary of 12 silver coins, equivalent to 30 or 40 silver coins in the Mediterranean, was a staggering sum. Soldiers in the Mediterranean region currently only receive a monthly salary of 5 or 6 silver coins, roughly equivalent to 2 silver coins, and their salaries weren't always paid on time, a common occurrence in Mediterranean European countries. However, the soldiers in Manhattan were different. Not only were they paid on time every month, but they also received various benefits from time to time. This made many Europeans in the area extremely jealous. Unfortunately, the empire had previously shown no interest in recruiting European soldiers, which disappointed many. But now, the empire has changed its policy and is now recruiting Europeans. The number of candidates was small, with only a mere 1,000 available. This shows how fierce the competition was. However, given the high salary and the promise of imperial citizenship after 3 years of service, this conscription still attracted a significant number of Europeans, who eagerly awaited the start of the draft. In Parma, after the recruitment banners were unveiled, many European families would hear voices like, "I heard there's a draft today. I think the pay's good here, why don't you give it a try?" These were the words of wives to their husbands, who nodded and began preparing. These wives encouraged their husbands to enlist not because they didn't know the dangers of soldiering, it was simply the same situation across Europe. Furthermore, the salaries were so high that it was truly a struggle. Furthermore, after 3 years of service as a soldier and becoming imperial citizen, these European families could enjoy various citizenship benefits, even allowing their children to attend school. After all, children from non-citizen families wouldn't have been able to attend school in Manhattan. The slogan "Knowledge changes destiny" is a daily propaganda refrain in Manhattan these days, and the European families living there hear it daily. Over time, they come to understand and come to believe its meaning is quite true. Yes, knowledge changes destiny. But the problem is, many of them lack imperial citizenship, making it impossible for their children to attend school. Therefore, as parents, how could they not strive for their children's futures? The concern parents feel for their children remains the same in this era as it does in later generations, with little difference. Many Europeans hurriedly left their homes and headed for the conscription areas. Parma wasn't the least bit worried about not being able to recruit. As a European, he understood the feelings of his compatriots all too well. These people dreamed of becoming imperial soldiers, driven by the monthly salary of 12 large dragons. For the money, these guys didn't care about the dangers. As long as they had the money and a monthly salary, everything was fine. Otherwise, look at why so many mercenaries were on the European continent. There's a reason for that. In European thinking, it's better to die in battle than to starve. Moreover, serving in the Empire's military not only comes with a timely salary but also numerous hidden benefits. This is far more attractive than serving in Europe. Furthermore, most of the Europeans living in Manhattan have military experience in Europe. They are no untrained warriors, making them ideal recruits. Essentially, they can be deployed to combat without extensive training. Many arrived at the recruitment office at the harbor, only to find that many had arrived earlier than them. The office was already bustling with activity. Everyone line up. Don't get in a mess, Palma shouted from his seat. The Europeans living in Manhattan knew Palma and his backers. Therefore, many smiled fawningly at the sight of Palma. While they might criticize Palma behind his back, it never hurt to flatter him at this moment. Unfortunately, these people were simply trying to curry favor with a cold shoulder. Palma simply ignored them. Come to think of it, Parma's current status was quite different. He was a bondservant of a noble family. He was already tall, rich, and handsome, so he didn't need to pay any attention to his fellow idiots. You're qualified, you can take the retest. After sizing up the applicant, Parma produced a piece of paper, stamped it with a wooden seal, and handed it to him. The applicant was tall and muscular, clearly a good candidate for military service. Such a person couldn't be overlooked, and Parma immediately gave him a retest qualification form. Parma's recruitment wasn't open to just anyone, he had to carefully select the best. This was something Zhang Tai and Song Hu had specifically mentioned. Parma, for his part, also hoped that the soldiers he would lead in the future would be exceptionally skilled. Therefore, he became more discerning when selecting his own soldiers. Those who were old and frail were rejected by Parma, who sent them packing. Looking at the elderly men in their 70s and 80s still coming to enlist, Parma was filled with rage. You're so old, why are you still enlisting? Are you kidding me? Parma definitely wouldn't want any of them. I've been a soldier in the 8th Spanish Infantry Regiment. I think you need me, please, this isn't a nursing home. How old are you? I'm 72. I'm 72. I beg you to leave, sir, can you please take a look at me? Where's your left leg? Conversations like this continued between Parma and the applicants. These unusual applicants were not uncommon, but they were by no means the majority. Many were young and strong. Parma's legionary staffing was also slowly increasing, with qualified soldiers constantly taking retests. 1,000 men might not be considered large, to be honest. But in Europe, it was considered a relatively large legion. After all, a war with over 10,000 men would be considered a major battle. Despite winter, a simple military camp had been erected on the western outskirts of Manhattan. This was the temporary base for Parma's legion, where they would undergo a short training period and a series of brainwashing sessions. Then, when the war between the Iroquois and the French broke out, Parma and his men could march. After conscription was complete, Zhang Tai and Song Hu inspected the barracks. The quality of the soldiers of that era was quite good, especially the Europeans, who were all big and strong, and their physical fitness was absolutely unmatched. The 1,000-man legion consisted of 100 sharpshooters, 200 archers, 200 two-handed swordsmen, and 500 spearmen. Each soldier was equipped with a suit of half-body armor, greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Furthermore, to monitor the soldiers' thoughts, Zhang Tai assigned 20 geneticists to serve as political commissars. Their duties were simple: to chat with the soldiers and tuck them in their blankets at night. If a soldier complained of a family problem, the political commissars would report it, and Song Hu's military headquarters would then resolve the issue. After resolving the problem, the intelligence officers would arrange for the family of the soldier to visit the soldier in the barracks and publicly share the story. Good deeds must be publicized. Even Lei Fen kept a diary. While Song Hu and his men's methods were somewhat shady, the results were undeniably remarkable. The European conscripts were so moved they were ready to die without blinking. After all, what people seek is respect. The imperial military was filled with compassion, something they had never experienced before. While the political commissars were incredibly strict during training, their actions during nightly rounds were witnessed and felt by the soldiers. The entire legion, as the political commissars put it, was their second family. They were brothers who could rely on each other on the battlefield, comrades who could trust each other's backs. Everything about this was something these Europeans had never experienced or felt before. Yet, they loved everything about it, and the atmosphere within the legion. This was especially true for those soldiers whose family difficulties had been quietly resolved by the political commissar and the military. Their loyalty to the legion and the empire was further strengthened. Hey, these tricks are just leftovers from our predecessors. Now they're easily usable against these less informed Europeans, Wang Hu said, smiling at Zhang Tai after listening to the intelligence officer's report. One day, Zhang Tai came to see Wang Shen and happened upon the intelligence officer reporting on Parma and the legion. Zhang Tai smiled, "It's working well. I hear the soldiers in this legion have developed a strong sense of honor for the legion and a high level of loyalty to the empire. So, I think we should continue to help these families in need. It doesn't necessarily mean financial support, but we should provide them with good care. At least for now." Song Hu nodded, agreeing with Zhang Tai's proposal, to be continued. Chapter 208 Gangsters and Pirates. A French merchant ship just loaded a large cargo today, and they were expected to leave the port in a few hours. Our boss asked me to tell you this is a big fat sheep. Inside a small tavern near the harbor, several men were whispering among themselves. One of the men muttered a few words, then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, placed it on the table, and handed it to the man sitting across from him. The man took the paper, glanced at it quickly, then put it in his jacket pocket, untied a bag from his waist, and dropped it on the table. The bag clanged as it landed on the table. "Tell your boss we've had a great time working together. Once we take over this ship, we'll definitely give you the remaining balance." With that, the man stood up and left the tavern. After the man left, the man who had spoken earlier reached out and picked up the bag from the table. He opened the bag's pockets and peered inside. Seeing it filled with glittering gold coins, a faint smile crept onto his face. After securing the bag's seal, the man tossed it to one of his men behind him. "A few dozen gold coins is too little compared to that shipload of cargo. I think we should change our strategy and our cooperation with these pirates. Simply relying on providing intelligence for fees isn't worth it." It turned out the man was a gangster operating in Manhattan's business district and a special agent for the intelligence department. This was Wang Shen's arrangement. They had begun contacting and collaborating with the pirates, conspiring to seize trade from merchant ships bound for Europe. These gang members were carefully selected from among the Chinese genetic intelligence agents. After some communication and collaboration with the pirates, a strong relationship of cooperation and trust had been established. Hearing this, several of the man's men behind him said, "The boss will have to consider this. For us, this small amount of money is better than nothing, isn't it? When the time comes, submit a report and have the leaders consider whether the cooperation model with the pirates needs to change." Everyone left the tavern, and everything returned to calm. The pirate he had contacted had already boarded a ship docked at the pier and handed the intelligence he had obtained to their captain. The Mermaid was a Spanish-style ship, but the crew was mostly Portuguese. The captain was a middle-aged Swedish man, known to the crew as Taffman's one-eyed man. Pirates like these have been frequenting Manhattan lately. They're gathering information here first, and spotting a lucrative opportunity. The influx of these pirates had long attracted Wang Shan's attention. The gang's contact with them is also intended to guide these pirates and reduce the security problems they pose to Manhattan. The pirates were indifferent to their contact with the Manhattan gangs. After all, it didn't hurt them. As the local tyrants, the Manhattan gang provided them with intelligence that the pirates remarked was worth the money. The reason was simple: the gang provided a catalog of goods purchased by European merchant ships from the Umbrella Corporation. With this list, the pirates could easily target their most valuable targets, eliminating the usual struggles, only to find the target was of little value. Captain Taffman, wearing a black eye patch and a brown beard, stood on deck and surveyed the bustling crowds at the Manhattan docks. He then unfolded the list and examined it carefully. "Send someone to find out when the Deep Pearl will leave port, and check the number of sailors and the number of artillery on board," After reviewing the list, Captain Taffman quickly selected a suitable target. After giving the order, several sailors departed the Mermaid. Taffman breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly marveling at the wonderful collaboration with the Manhattan Gang. After partnering with the Manhattan Gang, he no longer had to worry about selecting targets. He also knew the target's personnel numbers and equipment beforehand. This allowed him to understand both himself and the enemy as closely as possible, significantly reducing the risks involved during the robbery. If he discovered a target with superior weaponry and equipment, and a large crew, he wouldn't be so foolish as to insist on robbing it. Therefore, he would change targets as quickly as possible. Pirates weren't about risking their lives, they simply sought wealth and survival. Who doesn't want to enjoy a comfortable life? Pirates are human, too. The Deep-Sea Earl also purchased 300 sets of porcelain from Manhattan. This is the largest porcelain transaction in Manhattan's history, Taffman told his deputy, implicitly explaining his choice of ship. 300 sets of porcelain. The deputy's eyes widened, as if he had swallowed an ostrich egg. 300 sets of porcelain, what a concept. That was a staggering fortune. If they could successfully seize this ship, they could live comfortably for several years. You know, a piece of porcelain could fetch hundreds of gold coins in the Mediterranean. Captain, this is our chance. 2 weeks ago, the tornado captured a ship carrying tea. Look how arrogant they were back then. Now it's our turn. The deputy's eyes gleamed with bloodlust and greed. Let's see what the situation is. I'm worried their firepower is too strong and we won't be able to handle it. After all, Taffman was the captain, so he considered things more carefully than his deputy. He was worried that if they dared to purchase so much porcelain at once, they must have some kind of backing. Otherwise, how could they possibly acquire so much porcelain? After all, the Atlantic Ocean was always turbulent, with pirates often robbing people. Even if they crossed the Atlantic, the Mediterranean Sea was still full of pirates. Therefore, Taffman believed that if the other party didn't have some tricks up their sleeves, this would be absolutely impossible. If the enemy proved too powerful, Taffman would have to consider foregoing this opportunity and this lucrative opportunity, and instead focus on his secondary target, the Siren, loaded with ceramics, tea, and provisions. However, if he decided to change his target, he worried the sailors would disagree. Pirates of this era, aside from obeying their captain in battle, generally consulted and resolved all decisions. Pirates could be considered the forefathers of Parliament, therefore, Taffman's concerns were not unfounded. Often, people are easily blinded by wealth and overlook unknown dangers. All Taffman could do now was pray that the Deep Earl wasn't a merchant ship with formidable firepower. His own Mermaid was a Spanish-style frigate, 2 decks, and 36 guns. This type of ship was considered powerful for its time. As for a 4-deck battleship with 108 guns, it would take over a century for it to appear. However, Zhao Hongayu's shipyard has already begun research and manufacturing, though they haven't yet succeeded. Who knows if Zhao Hongayu and his team will be able to build this battleship, supposedly over 100 years away, in this era. It's truly uncertain, considering Zhao Hongayu has a cheat. Captain Taffman, I think even if the enemy ship's firepower is formidable, we can still take a risk. 300 sets of porcelain are worth the risk. Taffman's deputy, sensing his captain's concerns, offered some words of comfort. As the deputy, he truly didn't want to let such a big fish slip by. He knew that if the enemy's firepower was too strong, a forced attack would result in heavy casualties. But what did it matter? A few more casualties meant a smaller share of the profits. Therefore, he didn't want the captain to pass up this opportunity. We'll see what kind of information the people we sent out bring back before we decide, Taffman said to his deputy in a gloomy tone. The mate fell silent upon hearing this. He couldn't convince his captain yet, so he apologized and turned away. He planned to find the others and spread the news. Then, through them, he could put pressure on the captain. Of course, the situation wasn't that dire yet, but it was still good to be prepared. The sailors previously dispatched by Taffman, after some investigation, arrived at the Deep Earl's docking location. They exchanged glances and then dispersed, finding their respective targets and beginning to suss them out. The pirates had inadvertently extracted information about the ship's departure time, its destination, and the number of crew members on board. The departure time had to be confirmed, as it would determine if they could follow the ship. The destination was also important, as it would determine the enemy's route and help them determine where to strike. The number of crew members on board was also crucial, as it would affect the risk of aborting attack. After all, the ultimate goal of pirates was to capture the ship, not sink it. Quickly, piece after piece of information was gathered. A pirate crew member, also dispatched, didn't engage in conversation with the Deep-Sea Earl's crew. Instead, he stood not far from the Deep-Sea Earl, meticulously counting the enemy's cannons and other ship information. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please subscribe and donate too. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 209 The Big Fat Sheep is Coming. Captain, we've all inquired. They'll leave port in about 4 hours, bound for Ceuta. About 2 hours later, several sailors dispatched by Taffman returned to the Mermaid and reported their findings. Ceuta? That means they only have 2 days sailing time, Taffman pondered. It seems they'll definitely follow the Spanish route. After all, the winter monsoon in the Atlantic isn't strong enough to allow them to return directly to Europe from Manhattan. Taking the season and the monsoon into account, Taffman quickly determined the enemy's route. Captain, your judgment is correct. I saw the Deep Earl's first mate pulled out a nautical chart and marked the coordinates from here to Santo Domingo. I think they were planning to return through Spanish-controlled waters. The sailor's words further confirmed Taffman's judgment. In that case, let's prepare in advance. I know a section of the sea between here and Santo Domingo that's the most suitable ambush location, Taffman said to his men with a chuckle. Oh wow. The sailors made low sounds after hearing what Taffman said. After all, they are still at the Manhattan Harbor Terminal, so they can't be too arrogant. However, before leaving the port, Taffman still has to confirm the firepower configuration of the enemy target. The sea is not like the land. If something unexpected happens, there is nowhere to run. The only end is drowning or feeding the fish. There is no other way to go. Unless your tone is extremely good, there is no way to survive. It is not like a war on the land. If you can't win, you can run away. Therefore, Taffman couldn't help but be cautious. What is the enemy's firepower? Have you found out everything? Taffman waved his hand and made the sailors quiet down. The man in charge of checking the target's firepower stepped forward and replied, the enemy ship is a Dutch merchant ship, with 2 decks and 27 guns, but they're all standard 12-pounders. They use 3 masts, and their sailors say their speed is around 8-12 knots. After hearing his men report the target's data, Taffman breathed a sigh of relief. Such a ship was a piece of cake for his own mermaid. Brothers, our chance has come. I'm sure you all know who our target is this time. And you must also be aware of the wealth on board, right? Having confirmed that the enemy's firepower was no match for his own, Taffman's face lit up with a smile. That's right, Captain, this is the little lamb. Our chance to make a fortune has come. When I'm rich, I'm going to return to Manhattan and find some women to enjoy. For a moment, the sailors all expressed their thoughts. Well, no more nonsense, let's go. Taffman gave his first mate an order, informing him of the mermaid's destination, then returned to the captain's cabin. The sailors bustled about, hoisting the sails, weighing the anchor, and hauling the ropes. With a flurry of activity, the mermaid slowly pulled away from Manhattan Dock and began its journey towards its ambush point. At this moment, the captain and crew of the Deep-Sea Earl were unaware that they had become a pirate target. Our pride of the sea, the surging waves await our conquest. Haha, brave men ride the winds and waves. To sail the world is the glory of a man. Rather than die in old age at home, it's better to travel the world. Beautiful ladies await us. The ocean holds endless treasures, and only the brave can grasp them. The mermaid sailors sang songs popular among sailors from all over the world, joking and maneuvering the ship with grace. Taffman stood on the deck, telescope in hand, observing the nearby waters. According to intelligence, the Deep Earl was heading for Europe from the Inca waters of Central America, requiring them to restock their supplies in Santo Domingo. Therefore, Taffman set up an ambush near a small island in the mid-sea area, preparing to attack the enemy. Our ambush point is just ahead. Tell the sailors to sail the mermaid behind that island, drop anchor and sail, and wait for the target to appear. Taffman pointed to a small black dot appearing in the distance on the horizon and said to his first mate. The first mate nodded and quickly passed on the order. About half an hour later, the mermaid reached the back of the island, dropped anchor, and lowered sails. Everyone, get some rest. We'll launch our attack once the target appears. He returned to the captain's cabin. The sailors had returned to their cabins, some resting, others cleaning their weapons. Perhaps due to the tension before the battle, the sailors were quiet at this time. Come to think of it, every raid resulted in the loss of many men, and who knew how many would die in this attack? They might even perish in the attack, so it was no surprise that everyone was silent. Of course, there were also some carefree individuals, chatting loudly with their friends and guzzling rum with them, trying to relieve the tension of the battle. Other sailors returned to their gun positions and began inspecting their assigned guns. In short, everyone had their own tasks and their own ways of relieving stress. Captain, the Deep Earl has 400 sailors, while we only have 320. We're at a disadvantage, some of the pirate leaders following behind Taffman said. Don't worry about that. As long as we use our tactics flexibly, the enemy won't be a threat. Taffman wasn't worried. After all, after so many years as a pirate, he still had confidence in naval warfare. Captain, after we defeat them, what will we do with the Deep Earl? Someone asked. Taffman smiled. The Manhattan gang will take care of it, they have the connections. We can sell them the ships we capture. As long as they're not too badly damaged, they'll pay a very reasonable price. Haha, doesn't this mean we can steal not only merchandise but also ships? The lower-ranking officials gathered around Taffman all laughed happily. It's no wonder, because the ships they usually capture are difficult to dispose of, often just scuttling them. Therefore, the losses are considerable. So, when the Manhattan gang, which they're working with, offered to buy their captured ships, how could these pirates not be happy? A wrecked ship could fetch at least 30,000 or 40,000 silver coins, a considerable income. Only a fool wouldn't be happy about having another way to make money. Captain, after we rob the Deep Sea Earl, what are we going to do with the merchandise on board? Someone else asked. Taffman replied, we can dispose of the 300 sets of porcelain in Alexandria, Egypt. There are many Persian merchants there, and they're all very wealthy, aren't they? Everyone burst into laughter again. But Captain, if we go to Alexandria, how will we sell the captured ship? Someone wondered, if they went to Alexandria, how would they sell the captured ship? They couldn't just return to Europe with a shabby ship. They couldn't enter ports known to the Deep Earl, as that would expose them. Captain, what about the people aboard the Deep Earl? Questions were asked one after another. These questions required the captain's instructions, so there was no need for a vote. The crew only exercised their right to vote on matters that affected the personal interests of the entire crew. I'll send a few men to pilot the captured ship to negotiate with the Manhattan gangs. The rest will, of course, go with me to Alexandria, Egypt. Those who remain can wait for us in Manhattan. We'll share the profits after we return from Europe. Of course, I'll provide living expenses for those who remain in Manhattan, Taffman added. The lower-ranking officers all laughed. They had no objections to this arrangement. Captain, we've spotted our target. We're still 12 nautical miles away. Time ticked by, and after about 4 hours, a sailor arrived at the captain's cabin with an excited report. Everyone paused in their chatter, their faces lit up with excitement, just like the sailor who had come in to report. Well, now that the target has been spotted, let's begin. We're still 12 nautical miles away, plenty of time to prepare. Immediately, Taffman stood up and gave the order to prepare for the attack. Now that the target had been sighted, and the ship was carrying 300 sets of porcelain, the pirates aboard the Mermaid were excited. With just this one trick, they could live a life of plenty for 2 years. And this life of plenty, of course, was a life of luxury, compared to Manhattan. Sailings and anchors were hoisted, muskets were distributed, and weapons like scimitars, cross-axes, and spikes were in the hands of the pirates. The Mermaid slowly moved around the island's backside and charged towards the Deep Earl. Ships of this era relied entirely on wind power. Without it, nothing mattered. Furthermore, turning on the sea was a complex and arduous task for ships of this era. Therefore, naval warfare in this era was a skill-intensive endeavor, beyond the reach of ordinary men. It wasn't without reason that people of this era were terrified by the mere mention of pirates. Pirates were skilled sailors, intimately familiar with the sea, and far more adept at operating ships than ordinary ships. Their extensive combat experience allowed them to handle a variety of unexpected combat situations that would seem difficult for ordinary sailors. It's no surprise, then, that pirates became a subject of intense apprehension. They possessed exceptional skills and a wealth of experience, far surpassing that of ordinary sailors. This was simply beyond the reach of rookies. For example, how to fight on a rocking deck, how to hide an enemy with a musket, these were skills not known to ordinary sailors. Mastering these skills required extensive naval combat experience. These skills couldn't be learned simply by being taught. The mermaid's combat crew, not operating sails or guns, all joined the deck. Meanwhile, the Deep Pearl, unaware of anything, steamed straight towards the mermaid. The two ships were still 6 or 7 nautical miles apart, meaning a collision wouldn't be long. "Captain, how long do you estimate it will take us to defeat our target?" asked Taffman's first mate, standing behind him. After a moment's thought, Taffman replied, "Our ship's speed is 11 to 13 knots. If we're going fast, we should be able to defeat them before dawn tomorrow." It was already dusk. So Taffman meant to eliminate the target before dawn. "Haha, I hope everything goes well. We can head for the Mediterranean at daybreak," the mate said with a grin. Hearing this, Taffman silently murmured to himself, "I hope everything goes well." On the count of the abyss, the sailors were still acting relaxed, some even playing banjo on the deck and singing arias. Other sailors were chatting and bragging, completely unaware of the danger looming over them. Captain Nelson sat leisurely in the small attic at the stern, sipping wine from a glass. Beside him, 2 sailors played violins, their melodious sounds echoing through the room. "Haha, this trip was truly worth it. 300 sets of porcelain shipped to the Mediterranean will quadruple their value. I can buy another ship. In just a few years, I'll be a millionaire." Nelson happily contemplated the wonderful things he'd do when he returned to the Mediterranean and sold his porcelain. If I buy one more ship, I can get more black slaves. These black slaves were not a good thing before, but now they are valuable things. Thinking of Manhattan's demand for black slaves, Nelson couldn't help but feel proud of himself. He was one of the first merchants who started to take action after hearing about Manhattan. Because he entered Manhattan very early, he also made enough profits here. The profits were so much that he would laugh in his dreams at night. And the profits he made were all made with the blood and tears of black slaves. This is why the gang leaked his information to the pirates. For Manhattan, they will never let some sea merchants become too powerful, so when there is such a sign, it is best to strike them down. As for those pirates who have been fattened, if a little information is leaked to various countries, I think the countries will be very happy to send troops to eliminate the pirates based on this intelligence." To be continued. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210: The Corpse in Front of Lake Ontario Camp. The outskirts of Lake Ontario's camp lay in utter devastation, and Emma and her companions, stationed there, wore solemn expressions. Outside the camp, bodies lay scattered. Inside, the Genets placed their muskets in the cracks, observing the situation outside. Over the past few days, they had repelled several enemy attacks. These enemies were from Quebec, a force sent into the Iroquois region. Somehow, they had found Emma and her companions' camp at Lake Ontario and attacked. They were completely unaware that Quebec had signed some treaty with them. They simply saw some coveted items there, and driven by greed, they launched an attack. They thought it was just a small tribe within the Iroquois Confederacy, and they didn't think anything of it. Along the way, they had destroyed countless small tribes and villages. Initially, they had everything under control, believing they could quickly conquer the tribe and seize its treasures. Unfortunately, after launching their attack, they discovered that the enemy's weaponry was far more formidable than they had imagined. Their fierce fighting spirit also astonished them. After several attacks, they had made no progress, save for the loss of 200 or 300 lives on the outskirts. This left them deeply discouraged. Damn it, when had the Iroquois ever presented such a formidable tribe? The French commander, Simond, was completely at a loss regarding this situation. We've wasted 3 days here, and we haven't even breached the enemy camp. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. I'm worried our movements have been exposed, and will attract the Iroquois army, Simond warned his officers from within their makeshift tent. Their attack on this small tribe was failing, and Simond was already considering retreating. After all, their main purpose in entering Iroquois-controlled territory was to disrupt and destroy small villages. Furthermore, they numbered only a few thousand men. If they encountered a large Iroquois force, their numbers would be insufficient to hold their own. Therefore, for them, the most correct approach was to retreat after the battle and quickly relocate their forces. However, when they unexpectedly encountered the Lake Ontario tribe, they unexpectedly abandoned this strategy. The reason was simple: They discovered that the tribe had a large supply of goods such as porcelain and tea. Once greed arises in the heart, it is not so easily suppressed. Driven by the dream of getting rich, they began to attack the small tribe. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Their attack was completely ineffective and they suffered heavy losses. Under the heavy casualties, the tribe's commander, Simond, began to sober up. Once he regained consciousness, he immediately gathered his men and told them his plan. "Colonel, we've been attacking for 3 days. Are we going to give up like this?" "Yes, Colonel, we've been attacking for 3 days. Although we've lost many soldiers, we still have the advantage in numbers, and the enemy must be exhausted. Colonel, we must not give up. Try again. Perhaps with a few more attacks, we can capture this camp." As Simon spoke, his men began to persuade him. Yes, they hadn't quite come to their senses yet. Their minds were still filled with visions of exquisite porcelain, tea, and glittering gold coins. They had destroyed many small Iroquois villages along the way, but they hadn't gained much of any value. They couldn't even carry the valuable furs they had. After all, they had to keep fighting. So, for all this time, they hadn't gained any tangible benefits. And what was the real reason for these people fighting? It was money. The European soldiers of that era didn't have much in the way of defending their country. Strictly speaking, their current perspective is similar to that of soldiers during the Republic of China era. They believe that being a soldier and receiving food is a matter of course, and that war is all about making money. If they aren't given the means to make money, then they absolutely cannot afford it. We've already wasted 3 days here, and this puts us in a very dangerous position. Judging by the current situation, I'm worried we won't be able to capture this camp in another 3 days, Simon stated his thoughts seriously to his men. And don't forget, the Iroquois army could appear around us at any moment. They outnumber us significantly, and if we're not careful, we could be attacked from both sides. Simon's expression grew more serious as he spoke, and the expressions of the junior officers gradually grew more solemn. Simon's words were true. They had been blinded by greed, but now, after Simon's reminder, they finally remembered the situation they faced. The colonel is right. I think you've all lost your minds. We must evacuate this place immediately, otherwise we'll be surrounded. My life is more important to me. As long as I'm alive, why worry about not getting rich? But if I die, then I'll really have nothing. Then, someone else echoed Simond. For a moment, the crowd split into 2 groups, and began to chatter. Simon's eyelids twitched, and he roared, "Stop arguing. I order you to evacuate this place immediately." Then, he glanced around with a fierce look in his eyes. The angry eyes kept shining on the faces of those who were still obsessed with greed, making their expressions very unnatural. "Don't you even consider the terrain carefully? 2 mountains block our path, leaving only a single valley leading to the outside world. If the Iroquois tribe blocks the passage, we'll absolutely be trapped here. I doubt we'll even have any hope of survival." Simon's teeth clenched, his voice etched with gnashing, as he cursed these greed-blinded individuals. "Yes, Colonel, you're right. We really can't continue attacking like this. The terrain here is a bit tricky. If we continue, we'll likely end up like you said, trapped here." Some nodded, agreeing with Simon's words. Most were convinced. "Let's go. We have plenty of opportunities to make a fortune. This time we've failed, but next time we'll definitely crush this tribe. After all, we don't have much time right now, so it's unrealistic to expect to capture this camp so quickly." The meeting ended, and the French and their Indian vassalages began to pack up and prepare to retreat. The Genet, observing the situation from the watchtower inside the camp, immediately reported the situation to Emma. Upon hearing this, Emma hurried to the watchtower to take a look. Sure enough, the enemy was hastily packing up and slowly retreating towards the valley entrance. "Should we pursue them?" the Genet leader asked Emma. Emma thought for a moment, then shook her head. "No, if the enemy wants to retreat, let them do so. There's no need to risk pursuing them. After all, we can't be sure if this is a trap set by the enemy to lure us in." Since Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were away, Emma became the highest-ranking officer. With the lives of hundreds of men on her shoulders, her orders would have significant consequences, so she couldn't help but be cautious. "Okay, I'll pass it on. Tell the soldiers to remain in their positions." The Genet leader following behind Emma nodded. Emma's cautious approach allowed Simond and his group to safely retreat from the area. However, a day later, they encountered Cayuga warriors. After a brief clash, Simond's forces suffered heavy casualties and were forced to retreat to Quebec. They were almost done anyway, and if the Iroquois allied Cayuga discovered them, they would undoubtedly report their actions. Once the Iroquois learned of the destruction of their village, they would undoubtedly retaliate. War would begin. 3 days later, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan returned to their camp on Lake Ontario. A strange woman joined their ranks. She was none other than the widow Sarah, heiress to the Samuel family and legal lord of Quebec. Although the enemy had retreated for 3 days, Emma had strictly ordered the warriors not to leave the camp, fearing the insidious tactics of the whites. Consequently, the bodies outside the camp remained uncollected, lying untouched in the snow. Your Highness, it looks like our camp has been the scene of a battle. Upon emerging from the passage and gazing upon the camp, Wang Shan was the first to notice something was amiss. Because it was winter, the corpses fell in the ice and snow, so there was no need to worry about them rotting and spoiling. Zhao Hongyu frowned tightly. Fuck. His heart skipped a beat, and a very bad feeling came over him. Oh my god, nothing must happen. What kind of enemy is this? Zhao Hongyu didn't say anything, but shook the reins in his hand and galloped towards the land. Wang Shan urged his warhorse to follow closely. From a distance, the sentinels in the land discovered Zhao Hongyu and the others. Ding ding ding. Your Highness is back. Your Highness is back, to be continued. Chapter 211 The Pirates Who Succeeded. Hold still. Stay still. If anyone dares to act rashly, don't blame us for being rude. After battling the mermaid for an entire night, the Viscount was defeated by the mermaid at sunrise, and the pirates boarded its deck. After a fierce hand-to-hand combat, the Viscount's captain and several high-ranking officers were killed. Everything became easier from then on. The Viscount's sailors, facing a disadvantage, surrendered. Taffman, holding a scimitar, its blade stained with blood, surveyed the crew with a proud expression. Move the cargo to the mermaid, yo-ho-ho. The pirates raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Taffman's crew also suffered heavy losses in this battle, with over 60 dead in the final battle. However, their victory was still significant. First, the Viscount was captured, and its hull had not suffered significant damage, which would allow Taffman to fetch a high price. Moreover, after such a fierce battle, only a few dozen of the 300 sets of porcelain were shattered, leaving over 200 remaining. These 200 sets of porcelain were a considerable fortune. Moreover, with over 60 casualties, they could get a larger share of the profits, right? Therefore, overall, Taffman's side hadn't lost out at all. Captain, what should we do with these deep pearl sailors? Taffman's first mate approached and whispered. His forehead was heavily bandaged, revealing the injuries he'd sustained in the hand-to-hand combat. Eliminate them all. Leave no survivors. Since we're settling in Manhattan permanently, we still have to maintain our status as legitimate maritime merchants, don't we? Taffman's words sealed the fate of the surrendered deep pearl sailors. The first mate nodded and turned away, then gathered his men to guard the deep pearl's crew. About 10 minutes later, screams continued, intermittently continuing for a quarter of an hour before abruptly stopping. The mermaid's uninjured crew began transferring easily transportable cargo from the Deep Pearl to the mermaid. The injured mermaid crew members were left aboard the Deep Pearl. You will man the Deep Pearl to the east side of Manhattan Island. Once there, someone will contact you. Just say you're Taffman's men, and they'll take over the ship. They'll also negotiate the purchase of the ship, but that's up to you. After the ship is sold, you'll take 20% for living expenses in Manhattan and your medical expenses. We'll share the proceeds when we return from the Mediterranean, Taffman earnestly instructed the slightly injured crew members. This was a deliberate move. After all, the injured crew members couldn't withstand the turbulence of the sea. If they weren't careful, their wounds would become infected, worsening and potentially costing them their lives. Furthermore, someone would need to pilot the Deep Pearl to the east side of Manhattan Island to conduct business with the local gangs. Therefore, these wounded were put to good use. Furthermore, once in Manhattan, they could recuperate and receive treatment. Manhattan's medical technology was exceptionally advanced. Tuffman had witnessed that Manhattan's doctors had specialized treatment methods for knife wounds, and their treatment was highly effective. Pirates feared the worsening of knife wounds. However, there had been no such cases in Manhattan. While some of the wounded left behind were severely injured and unable to move, the majority were still able to move. Therefore, letting them command the deep-sea Erland sail to Manhattan was the best option. It was better than following them to the Mediterranean and potentially losing their lives due to worsening wound infections. After all, for a voyage of over 40 days, They had limited water and provisions. Without adequate nutrition, the wounded would have had no chance of survival. After briefing the wounded, Tuffman found his first mate. The first mate had just dealt with the captives and was leading the sailors in scouring the blood-soaked decks. The surrendered sailors aboard the Deep-Sea Earl had their throats slit and thrown into the sea. The blood dyed the sea red, and the stench attracted sharks. "Hurry, let's get out of here once we've cleaned up this blood stain, before we get into trouble," the first mate nodded. "Captain, there's no problem selling this ship to the Song Empire. But it can't possibly go to Europe. After all, if it's recognized, it would be very troublesome," Tuffman smiled. "Don't worry about that. I think the Song Empire will find a way, or they'll modify it. All they have to do is pay us, right?" Tuffman didn't worry about these issues. As long as the Song Empire bought the Deep-Sea Earl, he wouldn't have to worry about what kind of trouble the Empire would face in the future. The first mate listened to Tuffman's words and nodded silently, thinking that what the captain said made sense. Yes, after the Deep-Sea Earl was sold to the Song Empire, it had nothing to do with him. Whether the Song Empire used it or not, or any trouble or diplomatic tensions it might cause, was beyond their concern. Besides, they weren't trading with the Song Empire, only with its mafia. Even if problems arose, they would only be blamed on the mafia, not on these pirates. At worst, if things got serious, these pirates could just leave. However, judging by their interactions with the Manhattan Mafia must be backed by powerful nobles, otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. "Okay, Captain. Wait a moment, I'm done here," the first mate nodded in response. Tuffman turned and returned from the Deep-Sea Earl to the Mermaid. Time passed slowly, and the valuable merchandise from the Deep-Sea Earl was transferred to the Mermaid. The injured sailors were left aboard the Deep-Sea Earl. Those with minor injuries but still able to move began pulling on ropes, turning the sails and turning the Deep-Sea Earl's bow. The Mermaid retracted the planks connecting the two decks, and everyone waved and wished each other well. The Mermaid then headed straight for Santo Domingo, where they would replenish supplies and recruit sailors. Since Tuffman and his men had been operating as legitimate merchants on their way to the Mediterranean, they didn't have to worry about a shortage of sailors. Furthermore, they had lost many men in this battle, and Tuffman needed to slowly select suitable new recruits to fill his ranks. The Deep-Sea Earl, carrying over 100 wounded, sailed to the location Tuffman had designated for them, to conduct business with the Song Empire Mafia. The bodies of the Deep-Sea Earl's slaughtered sailors floated on the sea surface. The sharks, drawn by the smell of blood, happily enjoyed this unexpectedly bountiful breakfast. Soon, the blood slowly dissipated into the ocean, the sharks devouring the corpse. The skeleton sank to the bottom of the sea, and any remaining evidence vanished from the waters. No one would know what had happened here, nor how many vengeful spirits roamed the seas. This was 1620, a common occurrence on the ocean since the beginning of the Age of Discovery. After a slow day and night of sailing, the Deep-Sea Earl arrived early the next morning at the area indicated by Tuffman and slowly anchored in deep waters east of Manhattan Island. Several men, not seriously injured, rowed aboard Manhattan Island in a small boat. Their arrival had been detected by a coastal outpost. Upon receiving the notification, the gang members immediately arrived and made contact with the Deep-Sea Earl's landing crew. After inspecting the Deep-Sea Earl's condition, the gang offered a reasonable price, which satisfied the other party greatly. 37,000 silver coins, paid in the Manhattan circulated dragon dollar. This sum, equivalent to over 100,000 silver coins in European currency, was more than enough to buy a new ship. How could Tuffman's assistant be dissatisfied? Following Tuffman's instructions, the assistant set aside 20% of the money for the crew's living expenses. He also requested the gang members' assistance in finding a doctor to treat the wounded, considering the numerous wounded aboard. The gang members readily agreed. After all, they were being paid, not asking for free. With the gang members' help, the wounded aboard the Deep-Sea Earl were temporarily relocated to Manhattan Island. Medical personnel were dispatched to provide treatment. The injuries of the sailors were finally alleviated, and no one died. The pirates were impressed by the medical expertise on Manhattan Island. After all, they had suffered heavy losses in previous battles, with half of the wounded dying from infections. This time, not only did no one die, but all of them gradually recovered. Of course, some of the wounded had to undergo amputation and became disabled because their injuries were too severe. But even so, they were very satisfied. After all, becoming disabled is not unacceptable compared to losing their lives. During their days on Manhattan Island, these wounded could not move around freely, and they had to keep their distance from the Mohicans on Manhattan Island. This would prevent these guys from causing trouble, which would not be good. Therefore, a camp that had been built long ago became the place to accommodate these pirates. To be continued. Chapter 212 Surprising Emma. Overall, the pirates' lives in the camps arranged for them on Manhattan Island were quite good. After all, these guys had money, and with money, life in Manhattan was a very good experience. Want food? Pay and they'll buy it. Want women? Pay and the gangs will find them. As long as they had money, their lives here were truly like heaven. The gangs informed Song Hu of the Deep-Sea Earl's disappearance, and Song Hu then dispatched some of Chelsea's sailors to take the Deep-Sea Earl to the shipyard for renovation. Since the gangs began collaborating with the pirates, Manhattan had acquired 3 ships. This partnership was beneficial for Manhattan. After all, they didn't have the technology to build large ships, so acquiring them through this method wasn't a good idea. Meanwhile, after the ships were acquired, the carpenters began studying them, dismantling them piece by piece, thoroughly studying them, and then reassembling them. They also modified the hulls. Through this method, the shipyard's carpenters' skills have greatly improved. After studying the keels and hull structures of seagoing vessels, they have now gathered a wealth of technical information and data, and have begun constructing the battleships Zhao Hongyu had described. However, battleship construction is extremely time-consuming and cannot be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, Manhattan's naval power will not be very strong for a while. However, through modifications, Manhattan's navy has increased from 4 to 6 ships, a gradual increase. Now with the addition of the Deep-Sea Earl, Manhattan's naval power has increased again. Strictly speaking, 7 double-deckers are not a formidable force. However, Manhattan currently has only this type of vessel. After modifications, these ships will be virtually unrecognizable. Therefore, the cooperation between the gangs and the pirates can continue. Manhattan also knows that its naval strength is weak, so it does not foolishly believe that it can now compete with the Europeans for naval supremacy. This is simply unrealistic. Manhattan's current naval strategy is to defend the entrance to Manhattan. 7 ships, combined with coastal artillery batteries, are more than sufficient to handle ordinary attacks. Manhattan could easily withstand an attack by 30 warships. In other words, Manhattan's current focus is on defense. Offensive action is out of the question. Only after the construction of battleships can Manhattan embark on its quest for naval dominance. Furthermore, this cannot be achieved until the Navy has reached a certain size and scale. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to attempt to dominate the seas with just a few battleships. A plan has been established, along with supporting plans. Everything is proceeding smoothly as planned, but no one knows what Manhattan's ultimate future will be. Pirates, however, value only money and care little for such matters. Little do they know that those who cooperate with them today will one day become their nemesis. Dividing line. You're finally back. Zhao Hongyu and his companions rode into the camp, where Emma was already waiting. As Zhao Hongyu pulled the reins and dismounted, Emma threw herself into his arms. The little girl had been pretending to be strong these past few days, commanding the genetic people to fight. In fact, she had been holding on. Now that her man was back, Emma finally put her worries to rest. Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and gently patted Emma's back, comforting her in a soft voice. What on earth happened? Zhao Hongyu asked after comforting Emma. Seeing Zhao Hongyu asking questions, Emma continued to tell Zhao Hongyu everything that had happened after he left. While listening to Emma's story, Zhao Hongyu turned around and winked at Wang Shan, indicating that Wang Shan should bring Sarah to follow him. Afterwards, they came to the big tent in the center of the camp and sat down. That's what happened. So, did the Iroquois have any reaction? Zhao Hongyu asked after listening to Emma's story. Not long ago, the Iroquois encountered those guys and engaged in a fierce battle. They seem to have retreated, and the Iroquois are gathering their forces, preparing to enter French-controlled territory to seek revenge. Emma mentioned the Cayuga tribe members who had come to her to tell her what had happened. Oh, are the Iroquois going to strike back? It looks like chaos is about to break out here. We must find a way out of this vortex now. Zhao Hongyu paused for a moment. Your Highness, it's still winter. The Iroquois wouldn't wage war in winter. After all, they don't have good winter clothing. At this point, Wang Shan, who had been silent until then, spoke up. It seems so. Wang Shan's reminder finally reminded Zhao Hongyu of the issue. Yes, You're right. It's still winter, and the temperature outside is incredibly cold, especially at night. And the Iroquois don't have strong winter clothing, so it's impossible for them to wage a war at this time, Zhao Hongyu muttered. Emma listened to the conversation between Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan, tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then interjected, "No, the Cayuga bought a lot of cotton clothes from us. They've practically sold out our warehouse." If that's the case, then launching an attack in winter wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hongyu slapped his thigh hard. "Have someone prepare lunch. We didn't eat breakfast, and we're a little hungry." Zhao Hongyu gestured to Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu nodded apologetically to Sarah. "I'm so sorry. I found something unexpected at our camp when I got back, so I need to know what happened. I might have neglected you." Sarah didn't show any resentment, she kept a smile on her face. Emma blinked, looked at the woman her husband had brought back, then turned to Zhao Hongyu. Her eyes were filled with inquiry. "Come, let me introduce you. This sister's name is Sarah, and she's the legal owner of the Lordship of Quebec." Zhao Hongyu, noticing Emma's gaze, quickly introduced herself. "Hello, sister," Emma said in Mohawk. Zhao Hongyu acted as an interpreter, translating Emma's words into French. It was at moments like these that the power of language was truly apparent. "Hello, beautiful and lovely," Sarah nodded slightly, maintaining her aristocratic demeanor. Yet, she felt a sense of unease. After all, she had left Quebec and arrived alone in Zhao Hongyu's territory. Now, she didn't know what to expect. As if sensing Sarah's uneasiness, Zhao Hongyu placed his hand on the back of her right hand. "Don't let your imagination run wild," he said. "Although there's no romance between us, I won't hurt you." Why had Sarah left Quebec alone with Zhao Hongyu? Sarah was completely helpless. She was desperate, even her life was threatened. The guards who accompanied her were easily bribed by Leon and his men, leaving her completely without support in the new world. Furthermore, she had faced 2 assassination attempts in Quebec. This made her see her situation clearly. Therefore, she obeyed Zhao Hongyu's orders and resolutely cooperated with him. That's why Sarah followed Zhao Hongyu and left Quebec City without a single person. Who knew if the person she brought with her was another bribed person? Sarah didn't dare take such a risk. Besides, while Zhao Hongyu and she didn't have any real feelings for each other, their daily sexual encounters were just that. She couldn't afford to consider such matters anymore. Compared to those she couldn't trust, Zhao Hongyu, her daily lover, was someone she could trust. "This is Emma, my queen, recognized by all the Indians in Manhattan." Zhao Hongyu introduced her to Sarah and translated her words for her. "According to you, as your territory expands, this little fellow's possessions will also increase." Sarah was older than Emma, so she understood Zhao Hongyu's implication about the king of the Indians in Manhattan. Zhao Hongyu didn't intend to conceal Sarah's question. He nodded and replied, "That's right. My queen will definitely be the king of the Indians in the future, and our child will become the ruler of the empire and the Indians. There's nothing we can do about it. As my territory expands, those tribes that don't submit will be destroyed and annihilated. That's only natural." Sarah nodded silently, seeing no flaw in this approach. "So, what are your plans?" Sarah had already accepted her current status. She was the lover of this foreign boy, and she was still useful to him. As for anything else, Sarah no longer had any hope. However, she wasn't so foolish as to think she could challenge Emma's position or pursue an unrealistic position of her own. She was no longer a child. The harsh reality had forced her to know her place and what to do to ensure her safety and survival. "Let's get along slowly. I'll definitely give you a position. In the future, you'll still be the Lord of Quebec. However, you won't have military power or taxation rights, you'll simply enjoy the benefits afforded by the territory." Zhao Hongyu had already planned how to accommodate the woman he had a sexual relationship with. So, when she asked this question, he quickly provided an answer. Emma blinked. With a woman's intuition, the young woman sensed that her husband and this busted woman were having an unusual relationship. Glancing down at her flat chest, Emma curled her lips. "What if I'm pregnant with your child? Will he have the right to inherit the imperial throne?" Sarah was a little nervous. She knew it was unwise to ask such a question in her current position. But Sarah also knew that such a thing would happen sooner or later, so she had to prepare in advance. Zhao Hongyu was stunned. To be honest, he hadn't really considered such a thing. But since Sarah had asked the question, he had no choice but to answer. Zhao Hongyu thought carefully, then said to Sarah cautiously, I don't know right now, because I don't have any children yet. So, it's hard for me to answer you. But if you do have a child, I think I'll make arrangements for it. While this was practically the same as saying nothing, it did relieve Sarah from the nagging question. Zhao Hongyu, on the other hand, was thinking about discussing it with Wang Shan and Song Hu. If he did have offspring, the issue of inheritance would require careful consideration. They then began chatting about less sensitive topics, with Zhao Hongyu constantly translating between the two women. Overall, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Are you planning on making this woman your second wife? Emma suddenly asked Zhao Hongyu a serious question. Ahem. Zhao Hongyu coughed, then looked at Emma anxiously. Emma's face was serious and tense. Should he really lie to this little girl? Zhao Hongyu thought about it and decided he shouldn't lie to Emma. After all, they were already married. While they didn't have a physical relationship, the Indians acknowledged it. Furthermore, with Emma around, the Indians in Manhattan would feel at ease. And as Manhattan expanded, these Indians, now citizens of the empire, would serve as role models and examples, guiding future Indians occupying the territories and integrating them into the empire. Emma's status as queen was crucial. To that end, Zhao Hongyu had to maintain a good relationship with Emma. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu decided not to lie to Emma. He nodded, yes, I plan to marry her as my second wife. The imagined storm didn't materialize, and Emma's expression remained serious. Why? The girl asked. Here's the thing, Zhao Hongyu explained to Emma why he wanted Sarah as his wife. He explained how, with Sarah as his wife, Quebec would nominally belong to the empire, and that they would face less resistance when they attacked Quebec. After listening to Zhao Hongyu's story, Emma let out a long sigh. The dowry is too little. It should be more. Ask her if she can get more, but then, Emma's words completely threw Zhao Hongyu off balance. To be continued. Chapter 213 How should I please her? Originally, Zhao Hongyu was a little worried that Sarah's arrival would make Emma very unhappy. And Emma's reaction at the beginning did make Zhao Hongyu a little uneasy. He could see that Emma was indeed not very fond of Sarah. But when Zhao Hongyu explained the reason, Emma's reaction was something Zhao Hongyu had never expected. From the perspective of us Mohicans, the more capable a man is, the more women he has around him. This is also a manifestation of his ability. Although my father only had my mother, he was a special exception at that time. Moreover, my father was just a warrior, not a high-ranking official. Back then, the old chief of samurai had 28 wives. Emma ignored the stunned Zhao Hongyu and spoke to herself. You're my man. In my eyes, you're the most capable man in the world. I've been planning for you for a long time. In fact, my father has always wanted to find you several wives, and he's already chosen from other tribes. It's just that I haven't had any children yet, and if those women were to have children before me, it would have a huge impact on me, so I haven't rushed to tell you. Emma seemed a little hesitant when she spoke about this. Zhao Hongyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she listened to Emma's words. Now I think those women are unnecessary. You should continue like this. This woman can bring us a vast expanse of land. She's 100 times better than the woman my father chose. In my opinion, those women my father chose should be rejected. If you find a woman like this again in the future, you must seize her. Emma said this to Zhao Hongyu with a serious look. Zhao Hongyu's eyelids twitched, but Emma didn't notice anything was wrong, still lost in her own thoughts. I told you my man is a capable man. He can find a woman and a large piece of land. My Emma's man is definitely the most capable. But I still think her dowry is a little small. It would be better if it were a little more. Hey, talk to this woman again and hope she can give more land, okay? Emma actually made such a request. Zhao Hongyu really didn't know how to respond to the young woman. However, he was relieved that Emma didn't get angry or jealous at having a woman by his side. As for Emma's bizarre idea, Zhao Hongyu really couldn't complain. So, he could only agree with Emma and nodded, I'll give it a try, but Sarah's dowry is already this much, and I don't think she can give more land. Besides, her land was seized by some traitors. I have to send troops to reclaim it. Upon hearing this, Emma pursed her lips and thought about it with a worried look on her face. Oh, our land was taken away. Emma's aura trembled upon hearing Zhao Hongyu mention Sarah's dowry being taken. I support you sending troops. After all, since she married you, her dowry is yours. And mine too. But it can't just go to someone else for free. Absolutely not, Zhao Hongyu asked, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Emma, how can you say you have a share of her dowry? This intrigued Zhao Hongyu, so he couldn't help but ask. Emma glanced at him proudly. Then, after glancing at Sarah, she replied, yes, according to our Indian custom, as your first wife, I have the right to claim 30% of your new wife's dowry. This is a tribute from new wives to the first wife. Don't you know that? Emma's proud explanation of the reasoning left Zhao Hongyu lost in thought. It was truly unbelievable that Indians hide such a custom. But why do Indians have such a custom? Subsequent wives must give the first wife 30% of her dowry. There must be a reason for this. Just as Zhao Hongyu was lost in thought, Emma, unable to keep her thoughts to herself, gave him the final answer. Don't let your imagination run wild. Actually, we Indians have this custom to ensure the authority and livelihood of the first wife. The more wives a man marries, the more wealth the first wife possesses, and thus, her influence in the family becomes greater. Well, it really makes sense. After Emma explained the reasoning, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the Indians. According to Emma, as the first wife, wealth is essential. And with independent wealth, her influence in the family is naturally greater. It's obvious. Although Indians may seem primitive, in some subtle ways, they are surprisingly more intelligent than later generations. Zhao Hongyu was filled with admiration for this custom. No wonder Emma didn't react much to his finding a woman, and even suggested that he let Sarah get more dowry. It turned out that Emma herself could also benefit a lot from this. According to Emma herself, Sarah had to give Emma 30% of the land as a dowry. This is a considerable fortune. It can even be said that the more wives he found, the more wealth Emma would have. It is conceivable that if he married more than a dozen wives in the future, then Emma would become a rich woman. Really, aren't you also an Indian from a northern tribe? How come you don't even understand this rule? After explaining the reason to Zhao Hongyu, Emma rolled her eyes helplessly. Being despised by the little girl, Zhao Hongyu was also very helpless. I really don't understand why there is such a rule, Zhao Hongyu said to Emma with a look of confusion on his face. Actually, there's no such rule in our tribe, which is why I didn't know. Zhao Hongyu made up an excuse. Since Emma wouldn't delve into it, Zhao Hongyu easily got away with it. No wonder you didn't know. But now that I've told you, you know, Emma raised her little face and said to Zhao Hongyu with a hint of pride. So, as my man, you have to help me get this woman to give you a bigger dowry. That way, I can have more wealth. And you have to tell her that the more wealth the second wife gives me, the more I'll help her in our future family life. Haha, Zhao Hongyu really couldn't believe Emma would say such a thing. It made it seem like the second wife had to use wealth to impress the first wife and gain her support. But think about it, it does make sense. Don't think I'm greedy. This rule has been passed down from ancient times. And I'm not seeking wealth. Besides maintaining my authority, I'm doing this for the sake of our future child. Seeing the awkward expression on Zhao Hongyu's face, Emma spoke to him with a hint of grievance. Little Emma knew her husband might have noticed her behavior and thought she was being too greedy. So, she sat there a little embarrassed, a bit embarrassed. Her two fair fingers entangled in circles, revealing the turmoil in her mind. What? Why is it related to the child? Emma's words puzzled Zhao Hongyu. You said you wanted to maintain your authority as the eldest wife. That made some sense, and it was easy to understand. But why did you bring it up to the child? Zhao Hongyu was confused. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu didn't understand, Emma patiently continued to explain. Think about it, the more capable a man is, the more women he has, right? Emma asked. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Well, it's true that the more capable a man is, the more women he has. That's absolutely true. In this era, those with power and wealth certainly have many women, whether in Europe or the East. Even in later generations, wouldn't those with wealth and power have mistresses? Therefore, Emma's words were absolutely correct. Seeing Zhao Hongyu nod, Emma continued, with more women, you'll have more children in the future. This might make it harder to divide your wealth. After all, some children you like, others you won't. If you don't like one of my children, you'll be more partial in the distribution of your wealth. So, as a mother, I always have to leave them enough wealth. It was true that Indian customs surprised Zhao Hongyu greatly. They were surprisingly detailed and comprehensive. Emma is right, everyone has selfishness and partiality. Zhao Hongyu himself cannot guarantee that he will not be partial to his children in the future. Zhao Hongyu and Emma kept talking in Indian, but Sarah, who was sitting next to them, could not understand a thing. Seeing Zhao Hongyu and Emma talking back and forth, Sarah was very uneasy. She even wondered, does this little girl disagree with me being with my lover? It should be like this. Although this little Indian girl is very young, she is also a woman. As long as she is a woman, she will definitely not like to share a man with other women. Thinking of this, Sarah's mouth was filled with bitterness. She is now at a dead end. If she doesn't stay with Zhao Hongyu, then she will definitely die. So, how should she please this little girl so that she will not object to being with her lover? Chapter 214, Indian Women's Regular Thinking. Strictly speaking, there wasn't any romance between Sarah and Zhao Hongyu. At best, it was just a relationship born of sexual encounters. At the same time, Sarah was still useful to Zhao Hongyu, as she was the nominal owner of Quebec. Zhao Hongyu could use Sarah's name to legally enter Quebec and seize the land there. Sarah, on the other hand, was desperate, with those everywhere wanting her dead. Therefore, she had no one to turn to, and now she could only rely on this person, someone with whom she had a sexual relationship and who was willing to let her rely on and help her. Although there was a significant age difference between the two, given the many factors involved, the age issue was completely irrelevant. However, Sarah still had another problem to consider: how to avoid objections from Zhao Hongyu's young wife. Compared to herself, Emma was the true queen. Behind that little girl was the entire city of Manhattan, with the support of over 100,000 Indians. In Europe, a person with a population of 100,000 would be considered a great noble, even the king of a small country. Now, she was merely the widow of a figurehead, inheriting her deceased husband's title. Unsurprisingly, Sarah felt a little uneasy at this thought. She lacked confidence. Besides, even if she controlled Quebec, she couldn't match Emma's power. As a noble, she had so many issues to consider. And her orders wouldn't necessarily be obeyed by those under her. But Emma was different. Her one command was followed to the bitter end by the Indians of Manhattan. This was the difference between civilization and barbarism. Of course, Sarah didn't know that Emma's orders had to comply with Zhao Hongyu's. In reality, Zhao Hongyu's words were far more effective in Manhattan than Emma's. However, Emma represented the interests of the Indians. In other words, if Zhao Hongyu offended Emma, he would also be offending the Indians of Manhattan. After all, Emma was the mascot of the Manhattan Indians and a guarantee of their integration into the empire. The Indians' eyes were fixed on Emma. They simply wanted to see how well Zhao Hongyu treated Emma. This also suggests whether Zhao Hongyu would treat them well. Actually, this approach was completely irrational. But the Indians simply believed this, and Zhao Hongyu had no choice. So, after discussing it with Wang Shen and the others, didn't Zhao Hongyu still marry Emma as his queen? It was precisely because of Emma's marriage that the Indians in Manhattan were able to readily accept the Song Empire, letting down their guard and integrating into the empire as citizens. While there were certainly various reasons for this, Emma's presence was the most significant factor. Sarah, on the other hand, didn't have the same status as Emma. Because Europeans think differently than Indians, even if Sarah married Zhao Hongyu, it would only have given Zhao Hongyu legal status in Quebec. As for getting the French in Quebec to accept the empire, or even become citizens, that depended on the benefits it offered them. Europeans these days are absolutely devoted to whoever provides them with sufficient benefits. They absolutely must be damned to the devil about countries and emperors. As long as you can make them more wealthy, they'll be willing to serve you. No matter how nice your words are, if they don't bring them benefits, these Europeans won't recognize you. Zhao Hongyu, a man from the later generations, is well aware of this. I don't understand a word you're talking about. Seeing Zhao Hongyu and Emma engaged in a conversation, Sarah couldn't help but interrupt and whisper a question. She was so nervous. Sarah's interruption brought the conversation between Zhao Hongyu and Emma to a halt. Ahem. Zhao Hongyu coughed, then turned and looked at Sarah, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He wondered if he could translate Emma's words for Sarah. As for Zhao Hongyu, he also wanted to see if Sarah had any benefits to offer. It wasn't that Zhao Hongyu was greedy, it was simply that since he had chosen this path, he might as well be even more despicable. Zhao Hongyu couldn't bring himself to pretend to be a queen after becoming a concubine. Emma put on a deliberately stern face, discarding her earlier smile and feigning the air of a dignified wife. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it off. If it were any other woman, Emma wouldn't have been able to scare them. But Sarah was currently in her 6th year and still a bit nervous. So, Sarah was genuinely intimidated by the little girl. With a stern face, she stole a glance at Sarah, seeing her face pale with intimidation. Emma couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She knew the dowry would definitely be larger. Haha. She had to think about herself and her future child with Zhao Hongyu. With her man being so capable, her wealth would surely grow even more. The girl wasn't jealous of Zhao Hongyu finding a new woman at all, she even felt a little secretly delighted. Indians truly think differently. However, if Sarah hadn't had a dowry, Emma probably wouldn't have agreed so readily. Because Indians believe that if a woman doesn't have a dowry, it's better not to marry her. It's simply a losing proposition. So, if such a woman appeared, Emma would surely reject her outright. Emma had already warned Zhao Hongyu of this, giving him a heads up. Does your wife disagree with us being together? Sarah asked nervously. If it's really that difficult, then please tell your wife that we're just lovers. I don't need a formal relationship and won't argue with her. Before Zhao Hongyu could reply, Sarah spoke to herself. Feeling quite discouraged. In Sarah's opinion, no woman would want to share a man with another woman. At least, if she were to encounter such a situation, she would definitely not agree. After all, Sarah's wicked husband was known to have affairs, and she had argued with him numerous times over this. It's no surprise that Sarah would have such thoughts. However, what Sarah didn't understand was that Indian thinking and customs were fundamentally different from the mainstream norms of the world. Therefore, as soon as Sarah started talking, Emma kept giving Zhao Hongyu a look, as if to ask him, what's this woman saying? Zhao Hongyu gave a wry smile and translated Sarah's words to Emma. He didn't hold back, translating the entire message word for word. Tell her not to let her imagination run wild. I'm not going to make things difficult for her. Considering her considerable dowry, I won't object. If she wants a higher position, then please give her a larger dowry. Because if you find another woman later and her dowry is larger than hers, her status will be lowered. Emma's meaning was simple, she would favor the woman who offered her the most benefits. This was simply an unreasonable, money-grubbing mentality. However, Zhao Hongyu wondered how Sarah would react when she heard Emma's words and understood her intentions. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah, don't overthink it. My wife is a very easygoing person. She has no objection to us being together. Besides, you brought so much dowry. Then, Zhao Hongyu conveyed Emma's meaning to Sarah verbatim. Sarah opened her mouth in surprise. Sure enough, just as she had guessed, Sarah was stunned after hearing what Emma said. Not to mention Sarah, he had the same reaction just now. Zhao Hongyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this moment, Sarah's heart was filled with turbulent waves. What's going on? Is this little girl not jealous at all? Sarah found this incredible because she had never met such a person or accepted such ideas. The thinking of Indians is really beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Now you know you don't have to worry, right? As long as you have a sufficient dowry, our problems won't be a problem. And my wife told me that if you can offer a larger dowry, she'll treat you better, Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah with a wry smile. I really don't understand why you have such a rule, Sarah replied, still a little incredulous after Zhao Hongyu spoke. Our tribe doesn't have such a rule. Only the Indians in Manhattan have such a rule. So please respect it. After all, it's crucial to your future well-being, right? Sarah nodded. After my husband passes away, I will inherit not only the title of Earl Samuel and the territory of Quebec, but also a small piece of land and an estate near Madrid, Spain. I can give this estate to the Queen as a gift. After Sarah returned to buy Schenner, she immediately offered a price. After all, for her, her life was already precarious, so there was nothing she wouldn't give. Besides, that small estate and land in Europe meant nothing to her. Even if Emma were to receive 30% of the Quebec land, and Zhao Hongyu were to receive the remaining tax revenue and garrison rights, she would still gain a lot. At least it would be better than what she had now. So, Sarah's thinking was very clear, to be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member on 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 215, The Approval of Money-Loving Emma. Sarah's understanding made Emma very happy. 138 views. Emma also showed a satisfied smile on her face, which made Sarah feel relieved. It was really unexpected that this Indian queen could be won over with benefits. It seems that in the future, when dealing with her, she will have to give her more good things. After such a short contact, Sarah was sure that this little girl was not scary, and in her opinion, she was a little greedy. In other words, this girl had weaknesses. It was good to have weaknesses. With weaknesses, she could find the right medicine and let Sarah know how to deal with this girl. After all, she would be considered a member of this family in the future, and they would have to live together. Is Europe far away? How big is that manor and land? If it's too small, I don't like it. Emma blinked her big eyes, her long eyelashes trembled, and she looked at Sarah curtly and asked, Alice, such a beautiful little girl, how could she be a money grubber? Sarah looked at Emma, who looked like a porcelain doll, and sighed in her heart. Sarah, my wife asked you how far Europe is, and how big the estate and land you're giving her as a gift is. She wouldn't be satisfied if it's too small, Zhao Hongyu said, suppressing a smile as he translated. You don't have to answer how far Europe is, I know that. Just tell her how big the estate is and how much land it has, Zhao Hongyu added, reminding Sarah. Emma had a hard time understanding how long it would take to travel from America to Europe, as she had no idea. And Sarah didn't know how to explain it to her. Zhao Hongyu's reminder brought a sigh of relief. That estate was built by the Samuel family 30 years ago. It covers 30 acres and is 5 stories high. It has a fortress and watchtowers that can accommodate a garrison of 300 men. The 30,000 acres of land surrounding the estate also belong to the Samuel family. There's a village nearby with a population of about 3,000, half of whom are indentured servants of the family. Wow! Zhao Hongyu was amazed by Sarah's words. Emma had really struck gold this time. This was a fine estate. 30,000 acres of land isn't small, it's a vast expanse. Add in those indentured servants, and Sarah should be living a comfortable life. Why did she insist on coming to the New World? Zhao Hongyu suddenly thought of this question. Emma, however, appeared delighted after hearing Zhao Hongyu's translation, oblivious to the underlying issues. Wow, is it for me? That's wonderful. I'll definitely visit this estate when I get a chance. Emma, always so careless, could no longer pretend, revealing her true character. Seeing the little girl's happiness, Zhao Hongyu didn't bother her. He looked at Sarah seriously and said, Sarah, tell me the truth. This estate and land in Madrid should provide you with a good life. But why did you risk coming to Quebec? And if I remember correctly, Madrid should be the capital of Spain, and the Count Samuel family you inherited is a French aristocracy, right? Zhao Hongyu asked Sarah all the questions that had been puzzling him. I can't believe you're so knowledgeable, Your Highness, that you even know Madrid belongs to Spain. And some of the things about my little fiefdom are quite surprising. Sarah was slightly surprised. Answer my question. I don't want you to lie to me, Zhao Hongyu pressed on. Sarah nodded. Actually, that estate in Madrid belongs to me personally. It's a fiefdom left to me by my father. It doesn't belong to the Samuel family at all. My father was a Spanish noble. With Sarah's explanation, Zhao Hongyu felt relieved. In that era, intermarriage between nobles was common. After Sarah's father died, with no other children besides Sarah, it wasn't a problem for her to inherit the fiefdom. And since Sarah's father was a Spanish noble, it was only natural for Sarah to own a fiefdom in Spain. Therefore, after listening to Sarah's explanation, Zhao Hongyu understood the reasoning. As you said, many people are eyeing me now. I can't stay in Europe anymore, and there are some nobles in Spain who want me dead, so I can't go back. Sarah explained some of the problems. So, according to you, you have no say in this Madrid estate now, Zhao Hongyu frowned. Sarah didn't want to admit it, but it was the truth. So, she could only nod helplessly, acknowledging it. Don't worry, as long as you have legal status, no one can take what belongs to you, Zhao Hongyu fiercely assured her. Actually, Zhao Hongyu saw this as a simple matter. As long as he could capture Quebec and the Great Lakes region, he could focus on development. And if he focused on development, he would have a powerful military force in a matter of years. With an army, navy, and warships, he could then use Sarah's legal name to force those who had seized the land to surrender. After all, they couldn't possibly stand up to the Song Empire, which possessed such powerful forces. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu felt certain. You're wrong. It's no longer mine. The land, estate, and indentured servants there now belong to Her Majesty the Queen, Sarah reminded him. Haha, Yes, it's my little Emma's private domain now. Sarah's reminder reminded Zhao Hongyu of the conversation between Sarah and Emma, and he immediately laughed. Yes, Sarah had already agreed to give the land to Emma, so technically it belonged to her. And how could Emma's territory be taken away by someone else? Therefore, Zhao Hongyu had the right to help his wife reclaim it, and hold those responsible accountable. Sarah had arrived carrying a large, crossbody bag filled with brown paper land deeds. She had also placed the estate and land outside Madrid, along with the indentures for the indentured servants. Sarah opened the bag, rummaged through it, and pulled out 3 large brown paper contracts. Please keep these, Queen. From now on, the estate and land belong to you. Sarah immediately handed the estate, land, and indentured servants' contracts to Emma and signed the transfer agreement. For Sarah, that was a hot potato, one she couldn't control. Rather than let this go on, it would be better to leave it to Emma. After all, doing so would both build a closer relationship with the young woman and allow her to trouble those people. It was a win-win situation, so why not? Zhao Hongyu watched Emma and Sarah sign their names on the brown paper with a smile and whispered to Sarah, "You're quite astute." Sarah glanced quickly at Emma before saying to Zhao Hongyu, "I'm at my wit's end. I really want to give this to the Queen. Of course, she'll have to sort out the complications." Zhao Hongyu waved his hand. "Thank you on Emma's behalf." Emma handed the agreement and the deeds for the estate to her maids, asking them to keep them safe. After all, this was her first fortune. Even though she was now queen, she was still very poor and had no personal property. The cattle and sheep on Manhattan Island, Emma considered them her father and mother's property. She, Emma, was now penniless. Therefore, she cherished this first fortune very much. Emma's expression became particularly amiable towards this woman who could contribute to her wealth. "Brother, since I've already accepted her favor, I now agree to her becoming a member of our family," Emma said to Zhao Hongyu with the air of a grown-up, clapping her hands. As Emma clapped her hands, a Mohawk maid entered, holding a large silver tray. On this tray sat an eagle feather headdress, Emma's gift to Sarah. This headdress symbolized the status of Zhao Hongyu and her family, and also served as a sign of recognition for Sarah. An eagle feather headdress is not something that can be worn by just anyone. Native Americans have strict rules regarding this. For example, Emma's eagle feather headdress, with dozens of feathers trailing to the ground, signifies her status as a queen-in-chief. The eagle feather headdress given to Sarah resembled a tiara, signifying Sarah's status as a chief, a member of a royal family, or a chieftain, a symbol of high status. Other women would just tie a cloth strip on their foreheads at most. Eagle feathers, they were absolutely not qualified to wear. Now that Emma had taken out the eagle feather headdress, it meant that she recognized Sarah as a member of the family. Everything was for the sake of the land. Zhao Hongyu complained in his heart. At Emma's signal, the little maid placed the eagle feather headdress in front of Sarah. Because she didn't know much about the Indian customs, Sarah could only look at Zhao Hongyu for help. "My wife has recognized you. This eagle feather headdress is proof that you can become a member of our family. From now on, you will be my second wife." "Humph, this little money grubber, isn't it because of the benefits I gave her?" After listening to Zhao Hongyu's explanation, Sarah kept complaining in her heart. However, she hurriedly picked up the headdress and put it on her head. After all, this was proof given by someone else. Emma nodded with satisfaction. "The war between the Iroquois and Quebec is imminent. How do you plan to intervene?" After settling on her identity, Sarah immediately slipped into the role. After all, she was still alone. Many of the benefits promised to Emma wouldn't materialize until Zhao Hongyu conquered Quebec. Sarah worried about the consequences. What if she didn't keep her promises and the girl got angry? She'd definitely be kicked out, and she wouldn't have the tears to cry then. Sarah didn't think her sexual encounters with Zhao Hongyu would captivate him. She didn't believe she was that alluring. She didn't realize it herself. Her looks and figure would be absolutely stunning in later times. It was just that they weren't considered mainstream in her day. But Sarah's thinking was spot on. Zhao Hongyu wouldn't do anything to offend Emma for her sake. After all, with Emma around, the Indians would be loyal to the Song Empire. And they played a miraculous role in the war against other Indian tribes. But Sarah had no soldiers and no money, so how could Zhao Hongyu support her? So, if he wanted to consolidate his position, Quebec had to be taken over earlier. With the income from Quebec, Sarah could gradually have her own say. Of course, He still had to be respectful to his wife Emma. On this continent, Indians are the most numerous, aren't they? Sarah is not a fool. She can also see what the situation is. After hearing Sarah ask about Quebec, Zhao Hongai withdrew his chaotic thoughts, sorted out his thoughts and thought about it. They want the Iroquois and Leon to fight it out. We shouldn't get involved so quickly, it won't benefit us. My idea is to let both sides deplete their manpower as much as possible. When both are exhausted, we can intervene and reap the greatest benefits. Sarah thought for a moment and said, I don't know much about military matters, so I'll leave everything to you. Sarah knew her own abilities, she wasn't good at them at all. Despite her aristocracy, she had never really focused on them. She was just a bit talented at accounting. Zhao Hongai didn't expect Sarah to be of any help, all he needed was a legitimate identity. With Sarah's legal status, Zhao Hongai could enter Quebec with impeccable authority and take over everything there. Brother, we should leave here for now. The Iroquois and the whites are about to go to war, and it's a little unsafe for us to stay, Emma interrupted Zhao Hongai. Yes, a few days before Zhao Hongai and his men returned, the camp was attacked. This incident made Emma see the danger. Hearing this, Zhao Hongai said to Emma, do you still want 30% of Quebec's land? If so, we'll have to stay here. When Zhao Hongai mentioned Quebec's land, Emma immediately perked up. Okay, for the 30% of land, we'll stay, Emma straightened her back and said with a feigned pride. But we have too few soldiers here. Can we transfer troops from Manhattan? But then, Emma's words exposed the fact that she lacked confidence. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to 138 Reading Literature to register as a member. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 216 Become a Fisherman. It's undeniable that Zhao Hongai's current shortage of troops is a major problem. 138 Reading, novels faster and better. 138 Reading, with the Iroquois and French about to engage in a war, it would be a complete joke for him to try to take advantage of the situation with only a few hundred men. Therefore, Emma's question required careful consideration. Zhao Hongai fell silent, pondering it carefully. The warriors he had brought from Lake Ontario, including the Mohicans accompanying Emma, numbered just over 600. This small number of troops wouldn't be very useful in any capacity. Furthermore, bringing too many warriors would make the Iroquois very uncomfortable. It was precisely with this in mind that Zhao Hongai had not brought so many soldiers with him before his arrival. Now, he faced a real dilemma. After much deliberation, Zhao Hongai suddenly hit upon a rather sinister plan. It would both further muddy the waters and maximize his own benefits. It would also result in a mutually destructive situation for both the Iroquois and the Chinese. I've got a plan. I think it's better than going back to Manhattan for help. With that thought, Zhao Hongai relaxed and told Emma. Emma couldn't help but be curious. She couldn't figure out what better way to get more out of this situation, what would be the best way to gain more benefits. So, Emma asked, what's the plan? Zhao Hongai simply smiled mysteriously and didn't answer Emma's question. Don't ask me. I can't tell you this plan. It won't work if I tell you. Despite saying this, Zhao Hongai was secretly apologizing to Emma. His plan was incredibly treacherous and gave her a bad impression. If Emma knew, she might not know how he would react. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't tell her about this plan. It was all to protect his image. Seeing Zhao Hongai's reluctance to explain, Emma pouted and shifted awkwardly. Although she was clearly disappointed, the little girl didn't press her questions. That's the good thing about Indian girls, they're incredibly caring. Okay, you and Sarah, go for a walk. You'll be living together from now on, so get to know each other. And by the way, call Wang Shan over, I have something to tell him. Zhao Hongai coaxed Emma like a child. I'm not a child anymore. Stop talking to me like that. Little Emma hated Zhao Hongai treating her like a child, so she immediately bristled at his coaxing tone. Zhao Hongai could tell, however, that the girl's anger and displeasure were all feigned. She wouldn't get mad at him for it. Then, Emma rolled her eyes at Zhao Hongai, stood up, walked over to Sarah, took her hand, and led her out of the tent. Soon, Wang Shan, having received Emma's notification, walked in. Your Highness, do you have something to talk to me about? Wang Shan asked upon entering. Zhao Hongai nodded. Yes, Emma just reminded me that we're a bit short on troops and wondered if we should ask Manhattan for help. So I gave it some thought and came up with a better solution. Furthermore, With war between the Iroquois and the French imminent, we need to plan for greater benefits. Zhao Hongyu explained why he had summoned Wang Shan. So, Your Highness, what are your plans? Wang Shan immediately perked up when he realized His Highness had come to discuss the seizure of the Great Lakes and Quebec. For Wang Shan, nothing was more captivating than expanding territory and acquiring new territories. He had always been deeply interested in transforming other people's land into imperial territory. After Emma and Sarah arrived outside, they both fell silent. After all, without Zhao Hongyu as their translator, they couldn't communicate. Mohican and French were worlds apart, so it was understandable that they couldn't communicate. But that didn't faze the clever Emma. Since they couldn't communicate verbally, they could use gestures. Emma immediately pulled Sarah towards her tent. Sarah didn't dare disobey the young girl, so she let herself be led around. Zhao Hongyu had no time to dwell on the affairs between a girl and a woman. He was currently discussing a plan he had just come up with Wang Shan. If this plan went smoothly, it would be possible to eliminate both the Iroquois and the French at once. It wasn't a fantasy. Your Highness, what is your plan? Wang Shan, his eyes gleaming, sat down across from Zhao Hongyu and accepted the Dakianman cigarette Zhao Hongyu offered him. Zhao Hongyu took a deep drag, then dropped the ash into the burning fire in the center of the tent. He then said, over 200 years later, during the American Revolution, those American legions seeking to revolt used this very method to subjugate the Iroquois. At first, Wang Shan was confused. He didn't understand why His Highness had suddenly brought up events from over 200 years in the future. Only after he heard it all, did he understand that His Highness was thinking of the very same tactic the Americans, seeking to revolt, would use against the Iroquois over 200 years later. Your Highness, how did they deal with the Iroquois? Wang Shan was extremely curious, as he hadn't learned about this period of history in the virtual world. But then again, Wang Shan had only just graduated from junior high, not even high school. So, it was natural that he didn't know the deeper layers of history. Zhao Hongyu smirked, took another drag from his cigarette, and then said, the Iroquois assisted the British at the time, so those colonial troops who demanded independence adopted a tactic of cutting off the enemy's fuel to deal with them. The fire crackled periodically, its blazing flames keeping the tent warm. Outside, the wind had picked up, and a heavy snowfall had begun. However, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan, sitting inside the tent, remained unfazed by the cold. If the colonial troops want to defeat the British, they must get rid of the Indians who are helping the British. Because the Indians are good at fighting, and are good at surprise attacks and ambushes, and are very familiar with the terrain here. With the help of the Indians, the British are very difficult to defeat, but fighting a field battle with the Indians is also very unrealistic. You know, the Indians will never fight a field battle with them, and a field battle will attract the attention of the British and discover the movements of their army. So those people in the colonies came up with a way, which is to destroy the Iroquois villages and massacre their parents, wives and children. When Zhao Hongyu talked about these things, his face looked a little sinister. The colonial army that has not yet been organized did a good job in this matter. They almost massacred all the villages under the jurisdiction of the Iroquois United Tribe. But this method is very effective. The Iroquois withdrew from the war with the colonists, and the British lost a strong and powerful arm. After hearing this, Wang Shan understood a little, and he said, Your Highness means that we let the French do the same. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, Why does the French have to do it? We can do this kind of thing as well. Anyway, in the end we can just hand this matter over to the French, right? Wang Shan blinked, and after a long time he said to Zhao Hongyu, Your Highness, I think this idea is good and very feasible. But we supplied the Iroquois villages, and in the end we put the blame on the French. Then I am a little worried that there will be some unexpected situations. That is, the Iroquois will surrender to the French after thinking that the French attacked their villages. Wang Shan first agreed with Zhao Hongyu's idea, but he also expressed his concerns. Wang Shan's concerns were not unfounded, as such a scenario was highly likely. Just as Wang Shan feared, if their attack on the Iroquois village demoralized the Iroquois, they would undoubtedly surrender to the French. And wouldn't surrendering to the French simply increase their strength? This wouldn't benefit Zhao Hongyu and his men at all. While it would weaken the Iroquois, it would only strengthen the French. To avoid the massacre of their own people, the Iroquois might even become French vassals. Historically, the Iroquois had become American vassals in this way. Would I allow the Iroquois and the French to agree to truce so easily? Zhao Hongyu sat up straight. This plan was already quite unethical, and he didn't care if it got even more so. Zhao Hongyu had now fully grasped the situation, so he said to Wang Shan, "Since we can attack the Iroquois, we can also attack the French. In short, I want to escalate the war and keep them locked in a bitter feud, hehe." Wang Shan beamed. Zhao Hongyu's plan genuinely excited him. "Your Highness, tell me what we should do now. I fully support it. I'm shaking with excitement just thinking about this plan." Haha, the Iroquois and the French are going to be in trouble. When Zhao Hongyu told Wang Shan all about his plan, Wang Shan instantly became excited. It turned out that His Highness wasn't just targeting the Iroquois, but also the French. This would only deepen the hatred between the two sides, ultimately making reconciliation impossible. Just as Zhao Hongyu had said, in the end, they would be fighting to the death. Both the Iroquois and the French would suffer heavy losses in the end. And if Zhao Hongyu and his men, fully prepared, were to enter the fray at the crucial moment, they would definitely be able to suppress the Iroquois and the French. How wonderful. It's truly a case of the clam fighting the clams, while the fisherman benefits. And we are the ones who benefit. Wang Shan glanced at His Highness and thought to himself, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to register as a member of 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 8-Bit Tangled. After confirming Zhao Hongyu's plan, Wang Shan quickly dispatched men to Manhattan to inform Song Hu, commanding him to prepare his troops and conduct the war. Of course, according to Zhao Hongyu's request, half of Manhattan's troops, approximately 3,000 men, would be mobilized. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were also busy in the Lake Ontario region. They continuously dispatched small teams to the Cayuga tribe, using the guise of trade to inquire about current events between the Iroquois and the French. From the Cayuga, Zhao Hongyu and his men gained considerable intelligence. The Iroquois had assembled a force of approximately 10,000 men and were advancing towards Fort Montreal. The Iroquois weren't yet interested in engaging in a large-scale war with the French. It was still winter, after all. Furthermore, they simply wanted to teach the French a lesson and then retaliate, and then call it a day. Unfortunately, the Iroquois had no idea that the French were not interested in a small-scale conflict. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan didn't believe this 10,000-man force could inflict any damage on the French. The Cayuga tribe also sent over 1,000 warriors to participate, representing 1/3 of the Cayuga's military strength. Of course, in times of crisis, even old Indian men and children could be counted as warriors, effectively increasing the force several-fold. None of the Iroquois considered the French anything to fear, and they continued to live peaceful lives. Trade between the Cayuga and Zhao Hongyu flourished. Fearing war, Zhao Hongyu avoided expanding trade with other tribes, instead using the Cayuga to connect them with him. The Cayuga profited from intermediary fees or the difference in price. Both Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were evasive about this. Even so, Zhao Hongyu had made a considerable profit, with a balance in his virtual account already reaching 600 million RMB. 600 million RMB is truly a significant sum. If he could cultivate the inexpensive Gurkha genetics at 20,000 RMB per person, he could produce 30,000. 30,000 genetic people, with a few more breedings, would definitely allow Zhao Hongyu to surpass the civil rank of township head and ascend to the rank of town head. Zhao Hongyu had always suspected that after his civil rank upgrade, there might be some new features and changes. He believed that since such a feature existed in the space-time trading system, it must have its uses, rather than being useless as it currently was. Of course, Zhao Hongyu admitted that the reason it felt somewhat useless was simply because he hadn't yet discovered its benefits. One day, Zhao Hongyu checked the properties of his space-time trading device. My current civil rank is township head, which is still quite a distance from town head. Civil rank, township head. Genetic person loyalty is always 8. Peasant. 11,589,100,000. Next rank is town head. Please meet the upgrade requirements. After becoming town head, new features will be unlocked. Military rank, soldier. 012. Next rank is squad leader. Please meet the upgrade requirements. Copycat Technology Research Center, matches, wooden dishes, cast iron axe, cast iron kitchen knife, cast iron pot, cast iron dagger, cast iron machete, penicillin, salt water, isidus root, white and black, diphoretic, fruit-flavored effervescent tablets, fueling pickled mustard tuber, red star erguo tau, bulk rice, cotton military coat and pants, leather-covered cotton boots, green canvas messenger bag, 17th century arquebus, flintlock rifle, flintlock pistol, paper ammunition, 24-pound cannon and artillery, low-quality toothpaste, low-quality toothbrush, paste shampoo, bricks, cement, low-quality ceramic dishes, iron saw and hammer, plane, chisel, customizable 18th century copycat clothing, cattle, sheep, 13 spices, Sichuan peppercorns, aniseed, nutmeg, and tangerine peel. Zhao Hongai gritted his teeth at the bracketed information below his stats. Gurkha genetics are cheap, but if there are too many of them, he can't guarantee any accidents will occur. You know, the system had prompted him to maintain a low population of Chinese people. This showed that if there were too many people with genes from other races, who knows what might happen. Zhao Hongai didn't dare take the risk. However, he wanted to quickly upgrade his civil affairs rank to town mayor. This was because being promoted to town mayor would grant him a new function. Zhao Hongai was eager to learn what that new function was, just in case it was truly useful. Furthermore, he only had a little over 10,000 people, leaving him with over 80,000 people to reach the required population for the town mayor position. God forbid, if he didn't cultivate cheaper people, who knows how long it would take to reach 100,000 people just by cultivating Chinese people. It was truly daunting. Cultivating Gurkha people, regardless of the potential risks, was a truly excellent option. He could now cultivate 30,000 people and alleviate his military shortage. Even considering the probability of females emerging from the cultivated people, he would still have around 10,000 soldiers. And that was just considering the worst-case scenario. Afterward, Zhao Hongai approached Wang Shan and shared his thoughts. For the past 2 weeks, Wang Shan had been busy gathering intelligence, analyzing trends, and arranging camp arrangements. Today, after meeting his prince and hearing his difficult situation, he put aside his work. Your Highness, sometimes you have to take a risk. I'd also like to know what new functions will emerge when your civil affairs rank rises to mayor. As for your concerns about the Gurkhas rebelling, I think the chances are slim, as they'll serve you as long as you're paid. Wang Shan quickly offered his opinion. Seeing that his prince was listening attentively, he continued, compared to the Somali blacks and the Indians, the Gurkhas truly have no intention of rebelling. All they want is a prosperous life and a regular salary from you. If there's anyone with the strongest rebellious instinct, it's the Somali blacks. Zhao Hongai wholeheartedly agreed with Wang Shan's words. In the future, Africa is the most turbulent region, so Wang Shan's statement that Somali blacks have the greatest potential for rebellion is understandable. However, the Somali geneticists currently surrounding Zhao Hongai are unlikely to rebel. First, their numbers are small, not the majority. Furthermore, they are limited by the presence of geneticists from other races, so they can't cause a major disturbance. Furthermore, Manhattan isn't just populated by geneticists, there are also many Native Americans. Queen Emma's Indians are more numerous than geneticists, and in times of crisis, these Indians would be an unexpected force. Zhao Hongai initially won Emma over with this in mind. Among the forces and groups under his command, in addition to maintaining the strength of the Huaxia faction, he must also suppress the geneticists of other races. Only in this way can Zhao Hongai's territory be stable. Zhao Hongai believes that maintaining the number of Huaxia geneticists mentioned in the virtual space-time trader is definitely not a gimmick. There must be a hidden meaning behind it. Then I'll give it a try. After all, 30,000 Gurkhas shouldn't be too much of a problem. After Wang Shan's persuasion, Zhao Hongai felt a little relieved. He truly had no other choice now. After all, 30,000 geneticists could solve a huge problem. Especially at a time like this, dividing line. Just as Zhao Hongai was agonizing over what strain of geneticists to cultivate, a 10,000-strong Iroquois army had arrived at Fort Montreal and was preparing to attack. Built on the banks of the St. Lawrence River, Fort Montreal had no worries about water supply in the event of a siege. Furthermore, the French had anticipated the possibility of an Iroquois attack from the outset, using large slabs of rock as the fort's walls. The fort stood 20 meters high and 10 meters wide, providing strong defenses. The French even deployed several 8-pound cannons. Facing such a fortress, the Iroquois were completely helpless. In the depths of winter, they couldn't find suitable vines to weave ropes to scale the fort's heights. Even if they did find vines, throwing them 20 meters high would be a problem. Furthermore, the winter weather was extremely cold, and the Iroquois lacked sophisticated logistical support, making a prolonged battle impossible. Retreating like this would have been humiliating for the Iroquois. For a time, the Iroquois remained foolishly outside Fort Montreal, unsure of what to do next. Fortunately, before their arrival, the Cayuga had persuaded them to purchase a large supply of protective clothing from Zhao Hongyou. Otherwise, the weather alone would have been a disaster for the Iroquois, even without a fight. The French in Montreal were well prepared for the Iroquois' arrival. After all, they were intent on starting a war with the Iroquois, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent troops in to provoke them. So, upon discovering the Iroquois, they immediately closed the fort's gates and mobilized their soldiers to run around the fort, each taking up their assigned post. The French were confident they could hold off the Iroquois attack from Montreal. Indian raids and ambushes were indeed formidable, but they couldn't unleash such power in winter. Individually, these Indians were quite capable, but unfortunately, they were powerless against the fort. The French didn't believe the Iroquois could hold out for much longer. Their presence here could tie down over 10,000 Iroquois warriors, buying more time for the rear to make their plans, to be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member on 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 218, Choose Gurkha. His Highness has sent word, and I've read his plan. I think it's a good one. We can definitely gain greater benefits by muddying the waters. Zhang Tai was discussing the matter with Song Hu in his office at the military headquarters in Manhattan. While the Indians continued their attacks on Montreal, suffering heavy losses and unable to shake the French fortress, Song Hu and Zhang Tai, far away in Manhattan, had met with the gene manipulators sent back by Zhao Hongyou and Wang Shan and received news of Zhao Hongyou from them. Parma's Foreign Legion has been trained for over 20 days, and I think it should be ready for use. Perhaps we should use Parma and his men, disguised as French, to attack the Iroquois villages. Song Hu, of course, understood Zhao Hongyou's plan and strongly supported it. When it came to expanding the empire's territory, the means were unimportant. As long as more territory was gained, what did a few casualties matter? Since the casualties were all Indians and French, Song Hu didn't mind at all. Among Zhao Hongyou's 3 subordinates with Chinese genetics, Wang Shan was a proponent of Greater China's supremacy. Song Hu, on the other hand, was an angry young man, and Zhang Tai was similar. To them, the casualties of any race other than those of the Chinese lineage were nothing to worry about. Zhang Tai paused for a moment before saying, "This approach is a good one, but it also has a flaw. Once the Iroquois are integrated into our empire, it would be disastrous if Parma and his group's identities were exposed." Zhang Tai had considered this issue. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's concerns, Song Hu chuckled and waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Hey, I thought you were worried about something else. It turns out it's just a trivial matter." Zhang Tai glared at Song Hu. "Trivial? Don't underestimate this loophole. If the situation I'm worried about really happens, those Iroquois will revolt, which would be disastrous." Zhang Tai, unlike Song Hu, considered things very deeply. Seeing Zhang Tai glaring and baring his teeth at him, Song Hu said, "This problem is easily solved. Do you think I haven't thought of it?" Song Hu raised his hand and tickled his nose, looking like he really deserved a beating. "Oh, do you have any good ideas?" Zhang Tai saw Song Hu like this, and he didn't know if he had a solution. The hateful thing was, Song Hu, who knew where he had learned this trick from, had even learned to keep people on edge. "After Parma and the others complete their mission, we can definitely send them to Europe. I heard from the gene guy sent back by His Highness that the young widow His Highness hooked up with, doesn't she have a large piece of land in Madrid, Spain?" At this point, a malicious smile appeared on Song Hu's face. It turned out that Song Hu had even set his sights on that side. However, Zhang Tai thought about it. It seemed that this was indeed a good idea. Parma and the others' problem would be solved, and they could also get a foothold in Europe. At the same time, it was completely legal and reasonable, and no one could find fault with it. Therefore, Zhang Tai nodded. "Your Highness's move this time was a good one. He should marry more widows like this. Wasn't it through this method that the Habsburgs came to dominate Europe?" Zhang Tai, in a rare moment, gave Zhao Hongyu a compliment. After all, Zhao Hongyu's refusal to marry a woman was a frequent criticism among the Gene Masters, especially Wang Shen and his companions. Now that their own highness had found his own wisdom and had the foresight to find a woman as valuable as Sarah, how could they, as his subordinates, not be happy? In their view, this was the proper course for his highness. They could fight for the empire, and his highness could sleep for it. It all came down to contributing, wasn't it? Madrid is the capital of Spain. Its location isn't ideal. If possible, I'll discuss exchanging that land for a Spanish port. It would be even better if we could create a private plot of land, similar to a concession. Then, Parma and the others could serve as a garrison. Song Hu raised his hand and stroked his chin. With a sly grin, he said to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai smiled. You're just like me, full of evil. He wasn't sure if this was a compliment or something else, but Song Hu accepted it with a smile. I'll send orders to Parma right away. Tell him to enter Iroquois territory and massacre their villages, Song Hu told Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai woke him up, saying, it would be best to prepare some French symbols. After each massacre, it would be best to leave some clues for the Iroquois to know. That way, we can frame them better. Song Hu nodded, indicating that he understood. Then let Parma deal with the Iroquois. Who should we send for the French? One part of Zhao Hongyu's plan had been resolved, but according to the plan, the French also had to send people to destroy the small town in Quebec in the name of the Iroquois. So, after deciding who to send to deal with the Iroquois, Song Hu began to think about who to send to deal with the French. Zhang Tai frowned upon hearing this. We can't let those Indians who have defected to us go. Regardless of whether they'll do it, I'm worried that if they don't keep their mouths shut, things will get ugly. Song Hu nodded, knowing Zhang Tai's concerns were not unfounded. What they were about to do now was something that absolutely could not be made known to outsiders. After all, the method wasn't very glamorous. If it got out, it would cause a huge uproar and turmoil, and it would also damage one's image. You know, building a good image is difficult, but destroying it is quick. And once it's destroyed, it's not so easy to rebuild it again. Therefore, Zhang Tai and Song Hu couldn't help but think it over carefully. If we can't use the Indians, then who else can we use? If we don't convince the French that the Iroquois were responsible, then the French won't fight the Iroquois to the death, Zhang Tai said to Song Hu with some embarrassment. Song Hu frowned and pondered for a long moment before turning to Zhang Tai. What do you think of the Gurkhas? They look similar to Indians, so I think they should be able to do the job. Song Hu's mention of the Gurkhas made Zhang Tai's eyes flash. He slapped his thigh and said, it's entirely possible to use the Gurkhas. As you said, they look somewhat like Indians, which is something the Europeans can't tell the difference. So we can have the Gurkhas pretend to be Indians and convince the French. At this point, Zhang Tai paused before continuing, and the Gurkhas are proficient in cold weapon combat, just like the Indians. If we handle it well, the French won't notice anything, and we can easily fool them. Well, then, let's explain this to His Highness. Parma and his men already have an army, so there's no need to prepare. The Gurkhas in Manhattan are too few to be deployed. Song Hu nodded and said to Zhang Tai. It just so happens that His Highness wants to breed Gurkhas, so I think this is a good idea. Hearing Song Hu's words, Zhang Tai asked, you mean, let His Highness form a group with the Gurkhas he's breeding back in Lake Ontario and then send them to Quebec? Song Hu nodded and replied, of course. After all, His Highness can breed 30,000 Gurkhas at a time. That's much more powerful than the few Gurkha warriors we have in Manhattan, and it's much closer, isn't it? Zhang Tai thought about it and it seemed to be true. Then, the two informed their repatriated Gene Man of their decision and instructed him to return to Lake Ontario immediately to inform Zhao Hongyu of their decision and plan. After receiving the news from Song Hu and Zhang Tai, the Gene Man did not hesitate and immediately drove his sled out of Manhattan and headed back to Lake Ontario. I hope His Highness can make some money back in Lake Ontario so that he has enough money to carry out his plan, Zhang Tai muttered quietly as he watched the Gene Man's sled gradually disappear. A few days later, Zhang Hongyu received news of the arrival of the geneticists. After learning of Song Hu and Zhang Tai's plans, he immediately began cultivating the Gurkha geneticists. However, to avoid Emma, Sarah, and the Mohawk warriors surrounding Emma, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan had to temporarily leave the camp on Lake Ontario and find a more secluded location. The Iroquois Legion has suffered heavy losses, Over 6,000 casualties. Wang Shan had been closely following the fighting in Montreal, so on the way, he shared his latest information with Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu wasn't surprised at all. After all, the Indians' tactics were still very primitive, and they had no experience in storming fortresses. Therefore, against the impenetrable stone structure of Fort Montreal, it would be a miracle if they didn't fail. Furthermore, surrounding Montreal, there were Indian tribes affiliated with the French, constantly harassing the Iroquois. Therefore, it would be surprising if the Iroquois didn't suffer heavy losses. Considering the weather and logistics, Zhao Hongyu genuinely had no hope for the Iroquois. We need to fuel the fire. Even if over 10,000 of them are wiped out, the Iroquois won't be seriously harmed. This is far from what I'd like to see. This can't be right, Zhao Hongyu said to Wang Shan after listening to his report. Of course. I don't want that either, Wang Shan said with a nod. The Foreign Legion sent by Manhattan has already arrived. They're flying under the French banner. At their pace, they'll be entering Iroquois territory in about 3 days. Well, it seems we have to step up our game. Now that the Foreign Legion has begun to move, I must also send in the pseudo-Iroquois, Zhao Hongyu said, turning to Wang Shan. At this moment, a geneticist rode up to them. Your Highness, sir, we've checked. There are no suspicious individuals nearby, and the cavalry have dispersed within a 5-mile radius. Zhao Hongyu nodded, and Wang Shan said, keep watching. Yes. The geneticist turned his horse and rode away. Your Highness, there's no trouble nearby. Let's begin breeding the geneticists now, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu after the geneticist left. Zhao Hongyu rubbed the ruby ring in his hand, and then, not far in front of him, tens of thousands of green labor protection military padded jackets, coats, and boots appeared on the snow. It's winter. I don't want those guys to freeze to death after coming out naked. After explaining this to Wang Shan, Zhao Hongyu began breeding the geneticists. Choosing a template and breeding 30,000 geneticists at once was a first for Zhao Hongyu. He was a little nervous, worried something might go wrong. After all, he knew the time-space trader would always play tricks. What the hell is this natural disaster? Don't let it happen now, or I'll be in big trouble. Zhao Hongyu selected the template and began cultivating his genetics, then silently prayed in his heart. The balance in his account suddenly dropped significantly. Because he had selected a preset template, the system deducted all the required fees at once. As a result, the money Zhao Hongyu had saved up for a long time in his virtual account was gone. Fortunately, after deducting the costs of cultivating the genetics and purchasing the clothing, Zhao Hongyu still had over 30 million in cash. Zhao Hongyu didn't dare spend this money carelessly. After all, the genetics would cost money for food and other expenses once they were cultivated. He also needed to buy weapons for the male genetics as warriors. Considering that the Gurkhas would play the role of Iroquois and attack French towns, he couldn't equip them with the flintlocks currently used by the Manhattan genetics. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu planned to equip these Gurkhas with cold weapons. While it wouldn't cost too much, Zhao Hongyu estimated that half of these genetically modified individuals would likely be male. That meant, if half of the 30,000 were male, that would mean 15,000 qualified warriors. Even if each of these warriors had a machete, that would still cost a fortune. Furthermore, even simple bows and arrows, as well as daggers, all cost money. Adding up all that, Zhao Hongyu was even worried that the 30 million yuan he'd left behind might not be enough. He prayed for no setbacks in the genetically modified individual's cultivation, and for the funds he'd left behind to be sufficient. And so, amidst Zhao Hongyu's anxious prayers, the genetically modified individuals he'd cultivated began to grow. Ding dong. Genetic human cultivation complete, please receive. A moment later, the system's notification chime rang out. Simultaneously, the message board continuously displayed information about any accidents that had occurred during the genetically modified individual's cultivation, as well as any subsequent incidents. Chapter 219 Return to Manhattan. Zhao Hongyu carefully observed the dialog boxes that kept popping up before him. After a while, he finally exited the space-time trader. Overall, he was very satisfied with the geneticist cultivation. Although there had been some failures, they were still few and far between. The original target number was 30,000, but now only a few hundred had failed due to unexpected incidents. In other words, Zhao Hongyu had only actually cultivated a little over 29,000, but even so, This made Zhao Honggai very satisfied. When Zhao Honggai exited the space-time trader, the geneticists had already donned their cotton coats and stood in neat rows, standing quietly. Because they were bred using preset templates, they seemed a bit more reserved than Wang Shen and his companions. Zhao Honggai's eyes swept over the faces of the geneticists in the front row. From the dialogue boxes that appeared after the geneticists were cultivated in the space-time trader, Zhao Honggai knew that this batch of geneticists consisted of 20,000 males, with the remaining 9,000 or so being female. This number was very accurate. After all, one had to trust the system's dialogue box prompts. Your Highness, congratulations. This time's gene-human cultivation was quite successful. The chances of failure weren't very high. Knowing that Zhao Honggai had exited the space-time trader, Wang Shan approached him with a grin and whispered to him. Well, not bad. The space-time trader was quite respectful this time. I was worried about some unexpected problems, but thankfully, none of those things came to pass. Zhao Honggai nodded and replied. Your Highness, since we've already cultivated the gene humans, let's go back now, Wang Shan suggested. They had come out to avoid Emma and the others anyway, and now that they had cultivated the gene humans, there was no point in staying out there. Alright, let's go. Wang Shan led Zhao Honggai's warhorse over, and Zhao Honggai took the reins and mounted. Leave a few people to take care of these gene humans. They've just arrived in this world and don't know their way around yet. He shook the reins and reminded Zhao Honggai as the warhorse charged out. Following Zhao Honggai's instructions, Wang Shan left behind 20 geneticists to guide his new companions, then he saddled up and followed. Your Highness, after we return, we'll have to expand the Lake Ontario camp. With an additional 30,000 people, we'll need to arrange for their food, shelter, and lodging. After catching up with Zhao Honggai, Wang Shan stood by his side and spoke. Of course I know all this, but you don't have to worry too much. Food and drink shouldn't be a big problem. I still have 30 million. Feeding 30,000 people shouldn't be too difficult. As for housing, Zhao Honggai paused before continuing. As for housing, I can put them in yurts for now. It was still winter, so building a house was unrealistic. And 30 million wouldn't be enough to buy cement and other things. Besides, that money would have to be used for weapons and food. All of it required money. Well, living in a yurt is a good option. But I imagine the 30 million you have on hand will only last a while. It might not be enough for a while longer. Furthermore, those 20,000 male genetics will have to go to Quebec to attack the French, so we'll need to bring along enough logistics and other supplies. After hearing Zhao Honggai's words, Wang Shan thought for a moment and said, yes, that's all money. Zhao Honggai sighed as he sat on his horse. Expand trade with the Cayuga. Tell them to contact other tribes. We need to replenish our cash as soon as possible, considering the Foreign Legion in Manhattan had already set out and would begin destroying the Iroquois villages in 3 days. Trade with the Iroquois would undoubtedly cease. After all, what would the Iroquois buy with war? Your Highness, leave those 30,000 genetics at Lake Ontario. We'll return to Manhattan so we can replenish the cash in our virtual accounts, Wang Shan suggested. Zhao Honggai remained silent after hearing Wang Shan's proposal, instead remaining silent for a moment to ponder. He was already planning to attack the Iroquois in Quebec, and now that war had broken out in Montreal, his trade on Lake Ontario was no longer viable. Even if he continued, it would likely only last for a while. Any longer was out of the question. Therefore, Wang Shan's proposal was sound. Having already cultivated 30,000 Gurkha individuals, there was no point in staying. Therefore, it would be better to return to Manhattan. Furthermore, there was already a lot of goods stored in Manhattan, yet they hadn't been sold yet. Selling so much timber, gold, and furs would likely generate a significant amount of capital. You're right. There's little point in staying here now. 30,000 people are already a nail in the coffin of Lake Ontario, so let's go back. Having made their decision, Zhao Honggai and Wang Shan hurried back to camp. Upon returning to camp, Zhao Honggai sought out Emma and Sarah and informed them of his decision. His excuse was simple: the Iroquois and Quebec were at war, and it would be extremely dangerous for them to remain. It was fine for him, but it would be disastrous if something happened to the two women. For their safety, it would be best to return to Manhattan. Emma didn't mind. She always followed Zhao Honggai's lead on minor matters. She had been away for so long, and she missed her parents. Besides, there wasn't much to do in the middle of winter, and the weather was still freezing. Therefore, Emma was completely in favor. As for Sarah, she had no objection. She was already homeless and unfamiliar with the Iroquois. Those in Quebec wanted her dead, and now that she relied on Zhao Hongyu, she would follow him wherever he went. Sarah also sincerely wanted to get as far away from Quebec as possible. After leaving 100 genetic people in the camp, she had left them. Zhao Hongyu used the remaining 30 million in cash from his virtual account to purchase food and weapons, and then he left with Emma, Sarah, and several hundred other genes. As Zhao Hongyu and his companions headed towards Lake Ontario, the battle in Montreal raged. Outside Fort Montreal, Iroquois corpses littered the snow. They had launched dozens of attacks, each one unsuccessful and leaving many dead. Consequently, morale within the Iroquois forces had sunk to its lowest point. Meanwhile, the French within the fort were high on morale. Fort Montreal was like a hedgehog, a formidable prey for the Iroquois. The Iroquois not only faced the French within the fort, but also had to contend with attacks from the Indian tribes that were vassal states of the French. Every night, these tribes would send warriors to attack the Iroquois, preventing them from getting a good night's rest and forcing them to hunt for supplies. As a result, the Iroquois simply couldn't continue the war. Finally, after discussion, the top brass of this Iroquois army decided to retreat. Although the attack on Montreal failed this time, if they come again, they will not have such a small number of people. The Iroquois rarely suffer losses, and their character is to avenge their flaws. Now that they have suffered a great loss in Montreal, how can they swallow this? However, the Iroquois retreat was not so smooth. Although the French did not pursue the Iroquois, the Indian tribes with blood feuds with the Iroquois continued to harass and attack them, causing considerable casualties to the Iroquois. What the French did not know was that a well-equipped army of 20,000 people was bypassing Montreal and marching rapidly towards Quebec. This was exactly the genetically modified army that Zhao Hongyu planned to play the role of the Iroquois. Their goal this time was not to attack the city. Instead, they bypassed Montreal and Quebec City, attacking towns northeast of Quebec and slaughtering the French immigrants there. Meanwhile, the Foreign Legion, led by Parma, had begun massacring Iroquois villages, departing from Manhattan. After slaughtering a small village, Parma's men left behind the French flag and quickly moved on to the next tribe. Song Hu had instructed Parma and his men to attack at least 20 villages. To avoid encountering the Iroquois, they had to be cautious and move quickly. Of course, whether they would ultimately encounter the Iroquois depended on fate. Regardless, everything was proceeding according to Zhao Hongyu's plan. If nothing unexpected happened, the Iroquois and the French would soon be engaged in a major battle. After all, no matter whose base was attacked, no one would tolerate it. Zhao Hongyu's plan was precisely based on this relationship, wasn't it? "Oh, home," Emma kept shouting as they returned. Zhao Hongyu looked at the childish Emma, just shook his head and smiled at her. Sarah followed Zhao Hongyu quietly. She and Emma had been getting along well these days. After spending some time together, Sarah realized that her lover's wife was not scheming at all and was a very easygoing girl to get along with. Of course, she was just greedy for money. As Zhao Hongyu's eldest wife, Emma was not at all ambiguous about the rules of the family. In short, in her opinion, if she wanted a good relationship, Sarah had to give something. Chapter 220 The Iroquois Fight Back. Another French contingent is wreaking havoc on our land, attacking 5 or 6 villages. Parma's attacks on Iroquois villages had already hit the Iroquois hard. Everything they did was being blamed on the French. That day, all the Iroquois tribal leaders gathered for a series of meetings to discuss the events of the winter. "We will wage the Humba War and fight the whites to the death. They are like venomous snakes, stealthily destroying our villages, slaughtering our people, and even sparing our children," the Bull Patch, leader of the Mohawk, one of the 6 major tribes, shouted angrily to the assembled leaders. His teeth gnashed, revealing the depth of his hatred for the whites. However, everyone understood his intentions, as all the villages destroyed during this period belonged to the Mohawk. As a result, the Mohawk population had been halved, a devastating loss. Of course, those who died were only the elderly, women, and children, while there were still thousands of elite male warriors. But the mass extinction of women and children caused a sudden halt in the Mohawks' development. It was foreseeable that if the Mohawks survived this winter, they would be forced to merge with other tribes. If they didn't, the Mohawk would disappear from history. There were too few women and children in their tribe. It was all because of those damned whites. If it weren't for them, the Mohawk wouldn't have suffered such a fate. All the leaders present sighed inwardly. However, the Mohawk's fate served as a warning to the leaders of other tribes. The current Mohawk tribe served as a mirror for them. If the French whites could destroy Mohawk villages, it wasn't impossible that they could do the same in the future. So, as soon as Patch the Bull finished speaking, all the leaders present voiced their support for his proposal. Humba warfare is what the Indians call a war to the death. Once launched, the war would inevitably end with one side annihilated. The Mohawks had lost countless women and children, a loss that would have meant they would not be able to recover for 20 years. This was a devastating loss for the once mighty Mohawks. Unable to swallow this humiliation, the Mohawk leader, the Bull, was determined to seek revenge. The leaders of the other tribes, witnessing the Mohawks' fate, felt grieving for themselves. Therefore, they quickly voted unanimously to launch a so-called to-the-death war against the whites. The Iroquois understood. There would be no peace between them and the whites. Those greedy individuals would weaken the Iroquois at any opportunity. Furthermore, they had occupied the beaver trapping grounds of the Iroquois, establishing forts there and claiming the area as their own. This was a provocation and an insult to the Iroquois, who coveted their land. Montreal had been inhabited by Iroquois for generations, and it was utterly unreasonable for white people to simply occupy it. Furthermore, those greedy and unreasonable whites had dared to send troops to massacre villages belonging to the United Iroquois tribes. This was unbearable for the Iroquois. The Iroquois' custom for provoking provocateurs was to retaliate with tooth for tooth, blood for blood. For the honor of their ancestors, for the land left behind by their ancestors, and for revenge. So, after the Iroquois agreed to the agreed-upon agenda, the Iroquois war machine was set into motion. Thanks to their long-standing preparations, warriors from various tribes assembled quickly. In just 4 or 5 days, the Iroquois army assembled east of Lake Ontario, more than 10 kilometers from the geneticist camp left by Zhao. The Iroquois had their own considerations for choosing this location. After launching such a relentless war, they would need a large amount of supplies. However, the relatively primitive Iroquois had no effective solution for this problem. Fortunately, the Cayuga reported that a trading group from Manhattan was on Lake Ontario. They had abundant food to sell, addressing their logistical challenges. Furthermore, it was still winter. If the Iroquois launched a war, they would first have to face the problem of keeping warm. These people possessed clothing that could withstand the cold, which the Iroquois needed. Therefore, the army chose to assemble closer to Lake Ontario to facilitate trade with these people. Countless furs and wild game flowed into the Lake Ontario camp, while large quantities of mustard, grain, and cotton clothing became Iroquois war supplies. It could be said that the genetic people had profited greatly from this. However, with the departure of the Iroquois army, trade began to cease. The genetic people were not surprised by this. After all, their primary purpose in coming to Lake Ontario wasn't trade, but rather to conquer the entire Great Lakes region. The Iroquois didn't react much to the large number of outsiders at Lake Ontario, while the Mohawks were somewhat excited. The reason was simple: they discovered that most of these outsiders were women. The Mohawks, having lost so many women, were struggling. If these women were willing to marry into the Mohawks, it would solve their pressing problem. With women, the Mohawks could regain their prosperity in 20 years. Therefore, with this in mind, the Mohawks were unusually generous and polite when dealing with the female gene transmitters who remained in the camp. The reason was simple: the Mohawks planned to discuss marriages with these women after the war. So, they had to make a good impression. Unfortunately, the Mohawks didn't know that these female gene transmitters were already taken. Even if they weren't, they wouldn't seek out Mohawks. Zhao had plenty of options under his command. However, Gurkha female gene transmitters generally chose Gurkha men over outsiders. First and foremost, language was a major issue. So, the Mohawks didn't realize their dream was simply impossible to achieve. Moreover, who knows what the ultimate outcome of this war will be? The Iroquois believed that with 80,000 soldiers attacking the French would be completely unstoppable. Therefore, the Iroquois were confident. At the same time, to prevent the French group that had infiltrated Iroquois territory from continuing to massacre the Iroquois, the tribal leaders decided to gather the people from other villages. With more people, the group would be less likely to attack. Meanwhile, reports from those lucky enough to survive suggested that the group was small, only 1,000 men. Therefore, after gathering their people, The Iroquois left behind a 3,000-man regiment, and the remaining men assembled and marched to Quebec. It must be said that with nearly 300,000 elderly, women, and children, even a massive massacre would take considerable effort, especially since they had left behind a 3,000-man force. Parma and his regiment had located the Iroquois settlement. But they didn't attack. Instead, they cautiously explored the area. Sure enough, after some reconnaissance, Parma gave up the idea of launching an attack. In his opinion, this was a tough nut to crack. If things go wrong, all of them would have to die here. Not to mention the 3,000-man legion, even the 300,000 Iroquois people would give Parma and his men a hard time. Parma knew it without thinking. In a life-or-death situation, these old, weak women and children could also burst out with powerful combat power. As long as they were given weapons, they would become warriors. Although they were much weaker than male warriors. But if they stabbed you, you would be injured or killed. Therefore, Parma decided not to take the risk. Besides, the number of the other side was too large. That was a full 300,000 people. And he only had 1,000 men, and he had lost a lot of people after a series of killings, and now there were even less than 1,000 men. Sir, we've captured several Iroquois and learned a lot from them. There are indeed 300,000 Iroquois civilians and a 3,000-man garrison here. If we launch an attack, we'll gain nothing. A small leader approached Parma and whispered in his ear. Hearing this, Parma squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment. How much black powder do we have left? Although the situation was somewhat unfavorable, Parma still wanted to give it a try. After all, if he could inflict a heavy blow on the Iroquois, it would be a great achievement. If he succeeded, his patron, Zhang Tai, would surely secure him a noble title. Europeans of this era were obsessed with titles, and Parma was no exception. Sir, we still have plenty of gunpowder. Do you have any ideas? I know with your intelligence, it wouldn't be difficult for you to devise a plan to deal with these Iroquois, the small leader said to Parma with a fawning look. His words attracted a crowd of small leader-level leaders. In their eyes, Parma was a beloved figure among the imperial nobility, and these small-time leaders were eager to cling to his influence. Unfortunately, Parma usually ignored them. But the more Parma acted, the more fawning these people became. Especially since Parma was Zhang Tai's bondservant and had already made many contributions, these small-time leaders knew that if Parma returned alive, he would be destined for great success. Therefore, these people would constantly flatter Parma whenever they had the chance. Chapter 221 Parma lures the enemy. Sir, have you come up with a good idea? Needless to say, we all use our brains much more than you do. Alright, you guys, stop flattering me. Let's hear what you have to say. A group of small leaders gathered around, each arguing quietly. Parma raised his hand, silencing everyone. Then, at this moment, he spoke. With our forces, a head-on confrontation is unrealistic. With our limited numbers, we're barely enough to fill their gaps. But if we don't seize this enormous achievement, I'd be truly resentful. I'm sure you all feel the same way. After speaking, Parma glanced around at the small leaders. He was pleased to see no fear on their faces, which comforted him greatly. Despite their flattery, these guys also love war at heart. And that's exactly the kind of people Parma needs. Besides, they destroyed quite a few Iroquois villages these days, and each of them had taken a good deal of spoils. Despite the Iroquois villages' backwardness and poverty, each one contained a wealth of gold jewelry. What were the Europeans fighting for? Money, wasn't it? The bounty of spoils filled everyone with excitement. After hearing Parma's words, the small leaders nodded. Yes, this is a great achievement. If we can inflict heavy damage on these Iroquois people, I'm sure the masters will reward us handsomely. After all, their goal is precisely to weaken and annihilate the Iroquois forces. Someone chimed in. They all knew Zhang Tai and Song Hu's strategic intentions, and they hadn't concealed anything from them. Parma said, I think the 3,000-man garrison is in danger now. If we can eliminate them, we should be able to easily deal with the elderly, weak, and disabled. In Parma's view, the only threat from the Iroquois was the 3,000 remaining garrison. If they could eliminate them, the remaining 300,000 ordinary Iroquois civilians would be easy to deal with. After all, these 300,000 people were mostly elderly men, women, or children. While annihilating all 300,000 was impossible, as long as Parma and his men continued their attacks, they could plan to eliminate 50,000 to 60,000 Iroquois. So I want to use gunpowder to eliminate these 3,000. Parma was clever. Although he didn't know that Zhao Hongyu and his men had used black powder to eliminate the enemy, he felt that gunpowder could be used in this way. After all, as a mercenary who had participated in the 30 Years' War, he knew another use for gunpowder: making grenades. Yes, grenades had appeared in Europe at that time, but due to technical and gunpowder issues, they were not widely used. Parma came up with this idea, believing it could deal with the 3,000 men. He then shared his plan with his men, who all nodded in agreement. After explaining their plan, Parma and his men quietly retreated, halting in a basin 10 kilometers away. They then collected their gunpowder, made bomb packs, and buried them. With everything complete, Parma and his men resumed their advance toward the Iroquois stronghold. This time, their goal wasn't to fight, but to lure out the 3,000 men. Everyone, remember, if everything goes well, proceed as planned. If anything goes wrong, we won't stay here any longer. Parma had two options. If the Iroquois fell for his trick, they would eliminate the 3,000 men as planned. But if they didn't, or if the plan deviated from their plan, Parma and his men would decisively retreat, leaving the Iroquois-controlled territory. While he desired credit, he wouldn't risk his life for it. After all, the credit he had already earned was already considerable. It could be said that Zhang Tai had already completed everything he had been instructed to do. Therefore, even if they retreated, Zhang Tai wouldn't say anything about him. The team quickly reached the outskirts of the Iroquois. This time, Parma and his men didn't try to hide their presence. Instead, they made a grand display, as if afraid others wouldn't notice. The reason for this was simple: to lure out the remaining 3,000 troops. As Parma had predicted, upon approaching the Iroquois stronghold, they were immediately discovered by the Iroquois. It made sense, considering the Iroquois had waged a mortal war against the whites. To protect their people from Parma's invading army, they temporarily abandoned their original villages and gathered everyone together. While gathering the people together provided a defense against Parma's men's individual attacks, the large population also presented a slight disadvantage for the people. Fortunately, these disadvantages were negligible. The large population also led to an increase in sentries, motivated solely by the need for their safety. Meanwhile, elderly Iroquois hunters occasionally appeared in the area, often hunting to provide food for their families. Therefore, it was no surprise that Parma and his men were discovered. Besides, Parma and his men hadn't considered hiding their tracks. Soon, ahead of Parma and his men, a 3,000-man Iroquois garrison appeared. Following behind this 3,000-man Iroquois garrison was a group of around 4,000 to 5,000 elderly men. Although these elderly Indians were frail, they could still be of great use at this time. Charge, consume the enemy's manpower, and wear down their morale for our elite warriors. These old men were incredibly useful. While this method was somewhat cruel and unacceptable, you couldn't say it was ineffective. Furthermore, in Indian thinking, there was no such thing as any means or no means. For them, any means were acceptable as long as they could destroy the enemy. When it comes to understanding warfare, the Indians, a primitive society not yet fully civilized, are more realistic. They're not prone to false pretenses or excuses. Retreat. Let's slowly entangle them and lure them to where we can buy our weapons. Seeing the massive enemy force approaching, Parma ordered a retreat. The Iroquois had no idea of Parma's plans. They considered the enemy a coward, daring to flee after witnessing their superior strength. However, having arrived, how could they let the enemy simply leave? This white army had destroyed many Iroquois villages, and allowing them to escape would be extremely dangerous. It's better to kill the thieves than to constantly be on guard. Therefore, the Iroquois pursued Parma and his men relentlessly, showing no intention of letting them go. Seeing the enemy's relentless pursuit, Parma was perfectly positioned to win. HMPH, I want you guys to catch up. If you don't, I'll be worried. Parma periodically surveyed the situation behind him, thinking to himself. The Iroquois, hot on Parma's heels, were unaware that they were edging ever closer to the gates of hell, the embrace of death. Think about it, the Iroquois currently possess 3,000 elite troops, along with a regiment of over 4,000 old men. Parma's forces, on the other hand, numbered less than 1,000. How could the Iroquois possibly take them seriously? Therefore, the Iroquois were solely focused on defeating Parma and his men in a single blow, completely ignoring any other potential contingencies. This was a joke. Their forces totaled 7,000 or 8,000, while the enemy had only 1,000. If they couldn't defeat the enemy despite such a disparity in numbers, the Iroquois commander would have considered himself dead. Confident in victory, the Iroquois simply ignored the situation and pursued them relentlessly. Besides, it was still winter, and the land was a bleak wasteland. Furthermore, the surrounding area was quite open, meaning any ambush by the whites would be immediately detected. At such a time, the Iroquois didn't expect them to pull off any tricks. Slowly, Parma finally lured the Iroquois into their prepared ambush. Watching the Iroquois slowly enter the basin, a sinister grin crossed his face. Light the fuse. The enemy has entered the place where we've prepared their gifts, Parma gave the order, and all the soldiers stopped and turned to form a square formation. Hey-ho, the spearmen formed the outer rim, with swordsmen bearing shields behind them. The musketeers were at the rear, cleaning their barrels and loading them with lead. Hold steady, everyone. The enemy are just a few natives, nothing to be feared. We can defeat them. Once we defeat them, we can invade their villages and plunder their wealth. After forming the ranks, Parma shouted encouragement to his soldiers. The warriors panted, their faces tense as they watched the Iroquois enter the basin. White breaths rose continuously, and the tense atmosphere of impending battle began to spread through the ranks. Although these men were veterans, they still felt some nervousness before every battle. After all, they were flesh and blood, and they couldn't be as indifferent as those dull genetic people, who faced the enemy without any emotional fluctuations. The fuse continued to emit green smoke and burned rapidly. The Iroquois were completely oblivious to this, only to see the pursued enemy suddenly pause, as if they knew they couldn't escape and were making a last-ditch effort. The Iroquois were more than happy to see the enemy pause and prepare for battle. In fact, they were also tired of the pursuit and would be happy to eliminate all the enemies at once. So, the Iroquois quickly formed a scattered formation and began to slowly press forward. The Iroquois had no idea how to form a battle array, so they simply followed suit, huddling together and charging towards Parma's men. Because the Iroquois had the advantage in numbers, they copied their opponent's formation and attacked them. The Indians had always excelled in surprise attacks and ambushes, and a formal battle array was no match for them. But today, the Iroquois were undeniably superior, holding a significant advantage over their opponents. Furthermore, they didn't believe they couldn't be defeated. The proud Iroquois were somewhat overconfident, completely unaware of the cunning of the white men. As the opposing Iroquois began their attack, Parma's men, aside from some nervousness, remained relatively calm. After all, his warriors were clad in highly protective half-plate armor, even covering their calves and knees. With such formidable defense, Parma and his men were confident they could easily withstand the onslaught. The Iroquois weapons consisted of daggers, cross-axes, and simple bows and arrows. Compared to Parma's, their weapons were rubbish. Crossbowmen, get ready. Parma, seeing the Iroquois within range, commanded his crossbowmen to advance 10 steps, positioning themselves in front of the spearmen. Fire 3 rounds upward, then level. Buzz, buzz. The sound of bowstrings being drawn echoed as the crossbowmen began loading their crossbows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 rounds were fired into the air, then the level fire resumed. Everyone, get ready. We'll advance after the bombs explode. Don't show any mercy. We must annihilate the enemy right here, brothers, defeat them and we'll continue our journey. I'll lead. Follow me, I don't want any deserters. If I find them, I won't let them go. The squad leaders shouted encouragement to their troops, mobilizing them for battle. Chi-chi. The Iroquois were completely oblivious to the puffs of green smoke rising from beneath their feet. As the throng of Iroquois troops entered the basin, a sudden, loud explosion echoed through the area. Simultaneously, a small, black mushroom cloud formed in the center of the Iroquois column. The violent explosion lifted many Iroquois warriors into the air, creating a vacuum in the center of the column. Forward, before the Iroquois could recover from the blast, Parma gave the order to advance. The phalanx pressed forward, and the crossbowmen rapidly unleashed their arrows, inflicting even greater casualties. To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please register as a member on 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 222 The Navy as the Weakness. Just as Parma discovered the Iroquois gathering point and led his 3,000 remaining troops into an ambush, Zhao Hongyu, Emma, and Sira had already returned to Manhattan with over 400 of their men. Zhao Hongyu and his men had been away from Manhattan for over a month. Now, upon their return, Emma beamed with joy at the bustling streets. Children, of course, love excitement. Sarah, on the other hand, looked around curiously. Everything about Manhattan was new and intriguing to her. The city was clean, the streets were orderly, and people's faces were filled with happy smiles, unlike the apathy and despair common to European cities. Even in Manhattan, Sarah didn't see a single beggar. This was truly astonishing. Indians, their heads wrapped in red cloth like giant pineapples, patrolled in groups of 8, batons slung at their waists. Vendors who hadn't found suitable storefronts hawked their wares on the streets. In this city, Indians, white Europeans, blacks, and those with dark hair and dark eyes lived in harmony, and everything seemed harmonious. There were also Indians living in Quebec, but the white people there looked down on them. But that sentiment wasn't present in Manhattan. Sarah immediately fell in love with the city. Yes, she loved its atmosphere. "The streets are so clean," Sarah exclaimed. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, "Of course. We pay close attention to the city's sanitation. It's not a big deal in the winter, but in the spring and summer, if we don't pay attention, it can bring illness and epidemics. For everyone's health, I have to put a lot of effort into sanitation." Zhao Hongyu then told Sarah about the city's sanitation planning and development. After all, it wasn't a secret, so sharing it with her wouldn't hurt. Sarah listened quietly, her heart surging with emotion as he spoke. Emma, on the other hand, sat carelessly on her war horse, chatting with her maids. Every Indian man and woman passing by on the street would stop and bow to Emma upon seeing her, completely unconcerned about whether Emma saw them or not. This demonstrates that Emma, the mascot representing Indian interests, holds a special place in the hearts of Manhattan Indians. These Indians all know that their easy acceptance into Zhao Hongyu's empire and their happy lives are entirely due to Emma's presence. For their well-being, Emma married Zhao Hongyu. Of course, these Indian beliefs and views are also due to information spread by the Mohicans and the Imperial Intelligence Agency. For the Mohicans and the Imperial Intelligence Agency, earning the Indians' gratitude towards Emma is a sound strategy. Furthermore, if Zhao Hongyu and Emma have a child of both Chinese and Indian descent, taking over the empire, the Indians will have no objection. Zhao Hongyu finished explaining his city's sanitation and planning to Sarah. He then changed the subject and began discussing his merchandise, shocking Sarah even more. Since you have so many goods, why don't you form your own fleet? You know, if you do, you can make more profit, instead of just the tiny fraction you're making now. Women are like that. Sarah already had a sexual relationship with Zhao Hongyu, and he had personally promised her an identity. Even Emma approved of her. As a result, Sarah had already begun to settle into her role, embracing herself as a member of Manhattan. But Sarah saw the business her little man was running as a huge loss. Much of the profit was being taken away by the merchants, a situation she couldn't tolerate. How could Sarah not know how much profit her little man could make if he were to sell his wares to the Mediterranean? The more she learned, the more she felt sorry for him. It was too much of a loss. Now that she was part of this family, she had to consider their well-being. Hence, Sarah's words to Zhao Hongyu. Don't you also have shares in that company owned by the royal family and the military? And the company has ships under it. Why don't you do the trade yourself? That way, the profits won't be taken away by those greedy guys. Sarah was a little confused. Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu smiled bitterly. To be honest, he was well aware of the issues Sarah was talking about. Not only him, but also Wang Shan, Song Hu, Zhang Tai and the others. But now, it was unrealistic to conduct trade with only the few ships owned by Manhattan. At this time, the combined number of ships on the sea by European countries was almost 30,000 to 40,000. Manhattan only had a few ships. There was no way to compete with them. Especially with so many pirates on the sea, Zhao Hongyu didn't want to be their fat sheep. Besides, Manhattan's waters also needed ships for defense, and he had so many ships for trade. So, Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah, "I'd love to trade, but I don't have enough ships. Otherwise, I wouldn't let those guys reap such huge profits. But I really don't have any other options right now." With a bitter face, Zhao Hongyu briefly explained the current situation in Manhattan to Sarah. Manhattan's army is powerful, but the navy, well, forget it. This time, Sarah finally understood. "I'm planning to buy ships from Europe, but I don't think it's likely. I heard that European countries are focusing on the sea, and all the shipyards in the world have orders booked out for 3 years. Thinking of his conversation with Joubert, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. The umbrella corporation's shipyards couldn't even build large ships, and they couldn't buy any. This made Zhao Hongyu extremely frustrated. He originally had a space-time trader, but the problem was that he couldn't buy ships there, not even small fishing boats. Because the place he controlled in the virtual world was a small inland village, the system determined it. What a shame. These porcelains, tea, and spices are highly sought-after goods across the Mediterranean. If sold to Alexandria, Egypt, they'd be even more valuable. Having just arrived from Europe, Sarah knew all about this. Zhao Hongyu nodded. You're right. We've already amassed a lot of wealth on the seas. But give me some time. Once the Umbrella Corporation's shipyards are capable of building large ships, we'll regain control of the trade. After chatting with Sarah for a while, Zhao Hongyu had Emma take Sarah back to the castle and arrange a room for her. He, along with Wang Shan, went to the military headquarters to meet Song Hu, and had Wang Shan bring Zhang Tai over. About an hour later, the four finally met. Your Highness, was the trip smooth? Zhang Tai asked, the last person to arrive at the headquarters and meet Zhao Hongyu and the others. Zhao Hongyu nodded. It's okay. It wasn't dangerous. Everything is going according to plan. Zhang Tai walked over and sat down next to Song Hu. Song Hu asked, Your Highness, the Iroquois are probably at war with the French. I've sent many intelligence agents out. We'll find a suitable opportunity to intervene based on the intelligence. Zhao Hongyu nodded. This opportunity is very advantageous for us. We can capture Quebec and the Great Lakes region in one fell swoop. We can eliminate two powerful forces and ensure our northern borders are free from enemies. This is extremely important to us. According to Zhao Hongyu's plan, after defeating the French and Quebecers, they would occupy a large area of land. This land would be rich in resources. This would free them up to deal with the Virginia issue. Your Highness, the mainland between us and Virginia is occupied by the British. According to intelligence, the British have sent 10,000 troops and a large number of immigrants to the area, naming it Pennsylvania. It seems these British have ill intentions. Wang Hu suddenly mentioned the news from the British. Oh, there's something like that. Zhao Hongyu's expression was startled by Wang Hu's information. Just as Song Hu had said, he also felt the British weren't up to any good. After some thought, Zhao Hongyu said to Song Hu, don't worry about them for now. Right now, we need to focus on dealing with the French and the Iroquois. Only after we've eliminated these two forces and freed ourselves from any worries can we turn to dealing with the British. Song Hu nodded and fell silent. Wang Shan then said, once we've dealt with all the surrounding forces, we can expand westward. At that point, we'll be able to incorporate Canada and the future United States into our empire. That's a huge territory. Wang Shan's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Song Hu and Zhang Tai also looked excited. Once we've consolidated our empire's territory, which will probably take about 10 years, we can march south and eliminate the Spanish and Dutch in South America. The entire American continent will be ours. 10 years? Zhang Tai curled his lips. Perhaps it won't take 10 years. After all, His Highness has a divine weapon in hand. To be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member at 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 223 Dealing with a Backlog of Supplies First. Okay, stop daydreaming for now. These are just plans. We have to deal with the Iroquois and Quebec issues first, and then we can consider the British. In other words, we still have many potential enemies to face, so it's better to be realistic now. Seeing Wang Shan and the others suddenly lost in their own fantasy, Zhao Hongyu reluctantly spoke up to pull them out of their delusional world. Alice, Your Highness, really? Can't you just let us daydream a little? Snap back to reality. Wang Shan and the other two looked unhappy. Alright, don't be so unhappy. Eat one bite at a time. As long as we work hard, defeating these white bastards won't be difficult. After all, we have foreign monsters. Seeing that Wang Shan and the other two were a little depressed, Zhao Hongyu clapped his hands to encourage them. Finally perking up everyone, Zhao Hongyu continued, although I have a cheat, it also comes with its fair share of complications. For example, I have to personally travel to a location to collect its resources, whether for sale or purchase. If I were to develop America, I'd never be able to leave this continent. He explained to Wang Shan and the others a minor bug he was currently experiencing. Wang Shan and the others were well aware of it. Your Highness, work hard to improve your civil administration level. Perhaps some new features will solve this problem in the future, Wang Shan told Zhao Hongyu. Yes, I need to work hard. I hope this bug can be fixed, otherwise I really can't handle it all on my own. Zhao Hongyu nodded and smiled wryly. Look, wasn't it for this very reason that I returned from Lake Ontario this time? Song Hu and Zhang Tai exchanged a glance. They also knew the drawbacks and troubles of their Highness's weakness. By the way, there's a lot of supplies accumulated in Manhattan now, right? Zhao Hongyu asked. I remember I haven't sold supplies in Manhattan in a long time. I guess we've saved quite a bit? Zhao Hongyu asked after explaining his reason for returning. Song Hu couldn't answer this question, as he was in charge of the military. So, Zhang Tai had to answer. Yes, Your Highness, you haven't sold supplies in 4 months. So here in Manhattan, we at Umbrella have accumulated a lot of furs, gold, and timber. Zhang Tai gave Zhao Hongyu a detailed figure, shocking him. According to you, these supplies are worth around 1.5 billion RMB. Though somewhat shocked, Zhao Hongyu felt a surge of excitement. The reason was simple: with this money, he could once again cultivate genetically modified humans. At 600 million RMB to cultivate 300 million people, 1.5 billion RMB would be more than enough to produce enough genetically modified humans to advance to a higher level in the civil administration. So, it's no wonder he was a little excited. Yes, Your Highness, that's all. Zhang Tai's accounting is accurate. After all, we've been accumulating for 4 months. Furthermore, we've been trading with European countries for so long, and we've received a considerable amount of gold coins alone. I based my estimate on this. Then what are we waiting for? I'll sell those supplies now. They've been sitting there for so long. Zhao Hongyu immediately stood up and left the room. He didn't want to wait any longer. Since he had so much supplies, he would sell them immediately. Hoarding them was useless. Only by selling them and converting them into money in his virtual account, and then using them to buy the goods he needed from the space-time trader, would they be useful? For Zhao Hongyu, the space-time trader and his genetic talent were his foundation. He had also come to terms with the situation and decided to cultivate a large number of Gurkha geneticists for now. After the upgrade, he would see what the new features were. Then he would discontinue cultivating Gurkha geneticists. After his upgrade, the number of Gurkha geneticists would reach over 100,000, leaving the total population at around 90%. This was a very dangerous situation. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu would have to cultivate large numbers of Chinese geneticists to offset any negative factors. Furthermore, this would take a long time. After all, cultivating a single Chinese geneticist was quite expensive. But right now, Zhao Hongyu couldn't afford to worry about that. With the Iroquois and Quebec War underway, and the need to control the Great Lakes, he needed a large number of geneticists to maintain control. Therefore, cultivating a large number of inexpensive Gurkha geneticists was a necessary measure. After all, Gurkha geneticists were quite loyal, and a monthly salary would keep them loyal. Compared to the Somali blacks and the Indians, the Gurkhas were a good choice. Zhang Tai, Wang Shan, and Zhao Hongyu then went to the military headquarters, while Song Hu stayed behind. First, Zhao Hongyu, led by Zhang Tai, arrived at the logging camp. The logs here have piled up like mountains, yet even so, the workers at the lumberyard continue to cut and bring back new logs every day. You see, in modern Manhattan, wood has many uses. First, after processing, these logs can be used with cement and bricks to build houses. The wood can also be used to build ships and, in winter, to start fires. Its uses are numerous, vast, and inexhaustible. Fortunately, the American continent at this time had very few forest resources. The amount of logs around Manhattan alone would have taken Zhao Hongyu about 300 years to cut. This shows how abundant the forest resources of this era were. If there were satellites at this time, from space, one could see that the eastern side of the American continent was a completely lush green, not the barren landscape of later generations. Whether human development and its exploitation of nature are good or bad, no one can say for sure. Your Highness, the workers are out cutting wood. The ones left behind are the genetic managers. Wang Shan asked the lumberyard supervisor and had them inspect the area before returning to report to Zhao Hongyu. It was good that no one was around. Zhao Hongyu didn't want anyone to discover his hack for the time being. The logs were confirmed to belong to the owner of the trading device, and after confirming the sale, the collection began. Zhao Hongyu activated the space-time trading device and confirmed the price. The device then began to automatically collect the pile of logs. These logs mysteriously vanished into thin air. If anyone were to see this scene, they would likely be terrified. Zhao Hongyu kept moving among the logs. Because the space-time trading device determined that the goods belonged to him, there was a distance limit, so Zhao Hongyu had to keep the logs within a certain distance. After about 15 minutes, the pile of logs had completely disappeared. The logs that had been accumulated at the lumberyard for 4 months had been sold through the space-time trading device. Let's go sell the furs now. After selling the logs, Zhao Hongyu turned and headed out of the lumberyard. Your Highness, what if someone discovers this? I don't think we can keep it a secret for many years, Wang Shan said worriedly as they left the lumberyard with Zhao Hongyu. Zhang Tai nodded, acknowledging Wang Shan's concerns. Let's take it one step at a time. I don't know what to do right now, Zhao Hongyu sighed. He knew it. Selling goods on his own would inevitably be exposed. After all, the sale of logs couldn't be concealed for long. Over time, it would eventually be discovered. Your Highness, if you trust me, then let our intelligence department handle this. I have a good idea that I think will solve your problem. After a moment's thought, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongyu. Oh, you have a solution? Zhao Hongyu suddenly piqued his interest. Wang Shan nodded. Yes, I have a plan. If successful, it won't just solve this minor problem, but also unite the citizens. What kind of plan is it? Tell me, Zhao Hongyu asked. Wang Shan turned seriously, looked at Zhao Hongyu, and replied, create a god, create a god. Zhao Hongyu and Zhang Tai were both stunned by Wang Shan's words. But they quickly realized what he meant. You mean? Zhao Hongyu asked tentatively. He wasn't sure if Wang Shan meant what he had guessed. If so, Wang Shan's brains were quite impressive. Zhang Tai then asked, what do you think the chances of success are? It was clear that Zhang Tai had guessed Wang Shan's plan. It's very likely. After all, Indians have a tradition of worshipping gods, and Europeans also have idolatry. So as long as we execute it well, my plan will go smoothly. Wang Shan raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of pride. Well, then, just follow your plan. I won't bother with anything else. It'll save me from getting involved and potentially affecting you. Zhao Hongyu thought for a moment and said to Wang Shan. Don't worry, leave everything to me, Wang Shan replied confidently, flashing an OK sign. Now he had something else to do, and Wang Shan was delighted and quieted down. Soon, Zhao Hongyu, Zhang Tai, and Wang Shan returned to the fur warehouse. He followed Zhang Tai's instructions and sold off the mountain of furs. Then, he followed Zhang Tai to the port umbrella company, where they stored a large amount of gold and silver, to be continued. If you like this work, please register as a member on 138 Reading Literature. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Many Problems to Solve. After a flurry of activity, Zhao Hongyu finally managed to sell all the supplies he'd accumulated in Manhattan over the past 4 months through the space-time trader. By the time Zhao Hongyu finished, it was already past 9 in the evening. Gurgle. Ever since returning to Manhattan, Zhao Hongyu had immediately met with Wang Shan and the others to discuss some plans. He'd also been working tirelessly to process the long-pending supplies, leaving him without a single meal. Now that everything was finished, Zhao Hongyu suddenly felt a pang of hunger. I'm a little hungry, Zhao Hongyu smiled sheepishly. Wang Shan and Zhang Tai weren't surprised, as they were also feeling a bit hungry. Send someone back to ask Emma and the others if they've eaten. If not, come out and eat with me. I'm going to get some ramen. I'm a little craving it after not having it for a month. Swallowing, Zhao Hongyu instructed Wang Shan. Alright, Your Highness, I'll send someone back to ask. Wang Shan then whispered a few words to the geneticist guards behind him, and the two geneticists rode away. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyu and his companions began to ride towards Manhattan City. Sitting on horseback, Zhao Hongyu checked the balance of the virtual account in the space-time trader. Over 1.54 billion RMB. Haha, this will allow me to upgrade my civil affairs rank. I hope they can give me a better function, and please don't let me down. Zhao Hongyu closed the virtual account and exited, his face filled with joy. Your Highness, after you processed all the squeezed supplies, your account must have a lot more money, Wang Shan leaned over and asked quietly. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Zhang Tai and I agree. It's a total of over 1.54 billion yuan. To raise the civil administration level, I need to surpass the 100,000 mark. I've already settled 30,000 people in Lake Ontario. We already have a population of over 10,000, so I only need to train 60,000 more to raise the civil administration level. Hearing this, Wang Shan said, Your Highness, you can't ignore the war losses. Although you left 30,000 people in Lake Ontario, 20,000 of them have already left for Quebec. I'm worried about losses. After all, war is no joke, Wang Shan continued, and don't forget, Your Highness, there's a chance of failure in genetic engineering. A bad system could lead to disastrous failure, and all your money would be wasted. Wang Shan's warning made sense. Then I'll train more genetic engineers. In short, try to avoid failure, Zhao Hongyu said helplessly to Wang Shan. After all, the chance of failure in genetic engineering training was beyond Zhao Hongyu's control. The group quickly returned to Manhattan. At the city gate, the two genets who had been sent to find Emma were already waiting. When they saw Zhao Hongyu and his group galloping towards them, they shook off the reins and rode forward to meet them. Your Highness, the Queen has already had dinner. She told us to tell you not to bother with her. She and Lady Sarah can have some fun tonight, so you can just have dinner on your own. Zhao Hongyu nodded and said, In that case, let's ignore Emma. I'm sure she has someone to serve her in the castle, so she won't starve. Then, the group arrived at the harbor market. Hello, Your Highness, you're back. As Zhao Hongyu and his group entered the noodle shop, the owner looked up and greeted them with a beaming bow. Yes, I just got back. I was a little hungry after my work. So I came to eat something, Zhao Hongyu replied, sitting down. He smiled. The noodle shop owner's wife approached with a smile, deftly placing a teapot and cups in front of Zhao Hongyu. Depending on the crowd, I'll make the noodles wider with more beef. Zhao Hongyu declined the offer, pouring himself a cup of tea and exclaiming. Okay, I'll make them for you right away, the owner replied, beginning to slap the noodles. The street outside the noodle shop was bustling with people, as bustling as ever. The owner's wives were busy wiping tables or adding firewood to the stove. He seemed quite happy, though. Your Highness, the port of Manhattan has been seeing an increase in merchant ships lately, but construction on our terminal hasn't begun because it's still winter. Clearly, the terminal is under some pressure. Wang Shan and Zhang Tai sat down on either side of Zhao Hongyu. After settling down, Zhang Tai explained some of the current problems facing Manhattan. And since Your Highness has gone to Lake Ontario, we've lost our source of materials. This is giving me a headache. Zhang Tai had a point. Manhattan's development largely relied on Zhao Hongyu and his space-time trader. Building materials like cement and bricks, for example, require the space-time trader to purchase and transport them to Manhattan. And this device is only accessible to Zhao Hongyu. In other words, if Zhao Hongyu leaves, Manhattan will no longer have access to these building materials. Furthermore, there's another unfortunate aspect. There's no way to sell the goods we've collected. Both buying and selling require Zhao Hongyu's presence. If he leaves, there's no way around it. This is a minor wrinkle Zhao Hongyu needs to consider as he develops. The dock can accommodate 10 ships simultaneously, so why isn't it enough now? It's only been 6 months, and the development is incredibly rapid, Zhao Hongyu sighed. Zhang Tai shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly, Who said it wasn't? We've been developing too fast here. This is something none of us anticipated. We originally thought the current dock would be sufficient, but now it seems we were quite ill-advised. Zhao Hongyu took a sip of tea and said, It's winter now, so we can't start construction. Let's wait until spring, when we can expand the dock. We'll have enough manpower anyway. Zhao Hongyu agreed to Zhang Tai's plan for the dock expansion. Well, with the money in my virtual account right now, I can't buy construction materials yet. I must first consider upgrading my civil affairs rank and sending them to the Great Lakes region. With a population of 90,000, even the Iroquois won't look down on them. Zhao Hongyu also explained his own plans to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai didn't object to Zhao Hongyu's current arrangements. After all, it was winter, and even with the materials, construction couldn't begin. Besides, His Highness had returned to Manhattan, so with him here, there was nothing to worry about. By the way, Zhang Tai, do we still have enough of those goods from Umbrella Corporation? Trade is so booming right now, I'm worried some of them might be sold out, Zhao Hongyu asked. Yes, we're almost there, Zhang Tai nodded and replied. I was originally worried about what would happen if the goods ran out and your highness didn't come by then. But there's no need to worry now. After all, your highness is back, right? At this time, Wang Shan, who was sitting to Zhao Hongayu's left, asked, Zhang Tai, how is the cooperation between the pirates and the gangs controlled by the intelligence department going lately? Have there been any good developments? Having been away from Manhattan for over a month, Wang Shan's primary concern was this matter. He, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai had studied this matter together, and if these pirates were used effectively, they could become a powerful weapon for Manhattan. Furthermore, they could even leverage the pirates to acquire the seagoing vessels Manhattan lacked the most. Zhang Tai smiled triumphantly upon hearing this. Then, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously, he said, progress is quite good. In the month since you were away, pirates have attacked dozens of trading ships, and we've purchased 7 or 8 galleons from them. Zhao Hongayu's eyes lit up at Zhang Tai's words. Oh, is the plan going so smoothly? So, according to you, we already have over 10 seagoing vessels, right? Zhao Hongayu wasn't particularly concerned about the army at the moment. After all, the army was already basically complete, all they needed was money to cultivate genetically modified humans. His biggest headache was the seagoing vessels, which he hadn't yet solved. And if Zhao Hongai was going to rise, he absolutely couldn't give up on the ocean. But if he didn't have enough warships, there was no way he could conquer the oceans. Ships. Zhao Hongayu's biggest headache right now was not having a reliable naval force. But it wasn't bad for now. While he still had a long way to go to conquer the oceans, he had more than a dozen ships under his command in the past year. Let's continue cooperating with the pirates. After all, our shipyards can't build large ships right now, right? Zhao Hongaiyu said to Zhang Tai after a moment of excitement, calming himself down. Zhao Hongaiyu had barely finished speaking when Wang Shan interrupted. It's been over half a year, and our shipyard still hasn't built a ship? This can't be good. Furthermore, if the ships we bought from the pirates were recognized, it would cause serious trouble, wouldn't it? Wang Shan expressed his concerns, and Zhao Hongaiyu frowned. Indeed, Wang Shan's concerns were not unfounded. Pirates plundered merchant ships for trade and then sold them to them. However, these ships had their own unique features, and with years of sailing, they were bound to know many people. Therefore, there was a high possibility that they would be recognized. If such a situation were to occur, it would have a negative impact on Manhattan and lead to serious trouble. Well, Zhang Tai, you need to pay attention to this. I think it would be best if we could resolve this little problem. Zhao Hongaiyu pondered for a moment before turning to Zhang Tai and reminding him. Seeing that both Zhao Hongaiyu and Wang Shan were a little worried, Zhang Tai smiled and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I've already considered this issue and have already started to resolve it. Zhang Tai's words piqued the curiosity of both Wang Shan and Zhao Hongaiyu. How did you resolve this problem? Wang Shan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Tai smiled and said, I sent all the ships I bought from the pirates to the shipyard. Although those carpenters can't build large ships, they can still modify them. And through modification, those people can also obtain some ship data. Once they become proficient, they can start building ships, right? This method of handling is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After hearing what Zhang Tai said, Zhao Hongaiyu and Wang Shan looked at each other and secretly thought of the rise of America in their hearts. By the way, Zhang Tai, what kind of ships did those pirates sell us? Zhao Hongaiyu asked. Zhang Tai replied, they aren't particularly good ships. There are Spanish coastal clippers, double-decker galleons, and Dutch amphibious ships. Zhang Tai listed the types of ships he had purchased in the past month. He then continued, through the modification of these ships, the geneticists at the shipyard have obtained first-hand data and are now able to build medium-sized triangular sail clippers. Oh, they're actually able to build a new type of ship. This made Zhao Hongaiyu very satisfied. After all, it proved that Zhang Tai and his team's efforts had not been in vain, and that the craftsmen at the shipyard were constantly improving. Zhang Tai nodded and said, yes, this type of boat has been built and refitted, and the company has started using it for fishing. The previous small fishing boats have been eliminated, and the company no longer needs them. Zhang Tai paused, then continued, but I'm thinking these medium-sized triangular sailboats won't be needed for long, because by then, large fishing boats will be built, right? Okay, that's for the future. For now, let's use the medium-sized boats. After all, medium-sized boats can also fish, and they can catch much more fish at a time than small boats, right? Wang Shan scolded Zhang Tai with a smile. Zhao Hongai was now thinking about other things. Although the cooperation between the gangs controlled by the intelligence department and the pirates was relatively smooth, and they had even purchased ships from the pirates, this alone was not enough. It was clearly unrealistic to expect a mere dozen ships to control such a vast expanse of sea. Furthermore, once he controlled Quebec, the Atlantic estuary of the St. Lawrence River would require warships to defend. Otherwise, the unwilling French warships would surely invade from the river. Therefore, he had to quickly expand his fleet. Furthermore, as his territory expanded, his coastal defenses would also expand. The only real concern was that the number of his ships wouldn't be able to keep pace with the expansion of his territory. Your noodles are delicious. Enjoy. Just as Zhao Hongai was lost in thought, a large bowl was placed before him. The fragrant ramen was already prepared, topped with a thick layer of beef slices. Zhao Hongai's index finger was moved by what he saw, and he immediately collected his thoughts. It's time to eat noodles, it's time to eat noodles. Let's eat first to fill our stomachs before thinking about those troublesome things, Zhao Hongai looked around and said. Chapter 225 New function opened. Congratulations on your civil affairs rank upgrade and your elevation within the system to town mayor. With the appointment feature activated, the town mayor can appoint 8 township mayors to handle government affairs on their behalf. Township mayors have low-level access to the trading system, enabling them to trade goods up to 1 billion yuan per month, cultivate genetically modified individuals, and manage cities with a population of up to 100,000, making your development much easier. Wow! That evening, after Zhao Hongai and Wang Shan finished dinner, Zhao Hongai immediately upgraded his civil affairs rank. After being promoted to town mayor, the new feature was a real surprise, a big one at that. Of course, Zhao Hongai explained the new feature to Wang Shan and the others, and they became excited. Everyone was well aware of the significance of the new feature. Yes, Zhao Hongai had originally encountered a minor bug that had caused a minor problem with development. But with this new feature, that problem was easily resolved. While the monthly amount was only 1 billion yuan, it was more than enough for development. In other words, if Zhao Hongai cultivated 8 genetically modified individuals and appointed them as township heads, he would be able to control 8 cities with populations under 100,000 at once. Therefore, the Great Lakes region, Quebec, and even westward expansion could all be developed simultaneously. Your Highness, this function is extremely useful to us, Wang Shan said first. Zhang Tai agreed, yes, Your Highness. Our current development relies heavily on you. But if you were to develop the foundation elsewhere, development elsewhere would stagnate. This would cause a lot of trouble, Song Hu added. It's also a disadvantage militarily, because it often takes a long time to transmit information, causing us to miss the best military opportunities. But with this new function, everything becomes much simpler. We can seize the opportunity and take the initiative. Wang Shan, Zhang Tai, and Song Hu were all excited, delighted and thrilled by the changes the new function would bring them. So who should I entrust with the appointment of the 8 township heads? Zhao Hongai asked softly. Wang Shan and the others exchanged glances, and then Wang Shan spoke. After all, Wang Shan was the person Zhao Hongai knew best. He also had the best relationship with. Your Highness, the 6 of us, Song Hu, Zhang Tai, Sharma the Gurkha, Raimo the Somali, and Rajasang, who hails from the Indian Astrat region, could easily become village chiefs. Your Highness has 8 vacancies anyway, so just train 2 more when the time comes, Wang Shan offered a suggestion. To be honest, Zhao Hongai actually thought the same. Therefore, after hearing Wang Shan's proposal, Zhao Hongai said, yes, that's what I'm planning. After all, the 6 of you have been with me for a long time, so I trust you relatively well. After a pause, Zhao Hongai continued, but I'm also a little worried. There are other dangers involved, Song Hu asked. Are you worried about our loyalty? Each of his 3 subordinates possessed independent, intelligent personalities. They were no fools. A moment's reflection would reveal Zhao Hongai's concerns. However, they remained unconcerned, for they understood. His Highness's concerns weren't unfounded. Zhao Hongai shook his head. You 3 are incredibly loyal to me, so I'm not worried at all. After all, I can see your loyalty to me. Besides, you and I are both Chinese. I'm worried about the Somalis, Gurkhas, and Indians. For Zhao Hongai, if you were to be betrayed, It would be best if it were Wang Shen and the others. After all, Wang Shen and the others were still descendants of Chinese genes. Even if Zhao Hongai were to be eliminated, the Chinese faction would likely still survive and rise. But Zhao Hongai, worried about being betrayed by the Somalis, Gurkhas, and Indians, only turned up making things worse for them. Spending time with Wang Shen and the others had changed him somewhat. After all, Wang Shen and the others were angry young men and racists, weren't they? So, Zhao Hongai might unknowingly be influenced by them. Song Hu spoke first. Your Highness is worried. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. No one can guarantee that these guys won't do anything. So, I think the position of village chief shouldn't be given to them. At most, we should cultivate a few more people with Chinese genes, Song Hu expressed his opinion. Zhang Tai pondered for a moment, then expressed his agreement with Song Hu. Wang Shan looked at Song Hu, then at Zhang Tai. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, he said to Zhao Hongai, Your Highness, cultivating a few more people with Chinese genes shouldn't be difficult. I agree with Song Hu. Zhao Hongai nodded. Alright, since everyone agrees, I will grant you the position of village chief. This will leave 5 spots available, meaning I need to cultivate 5 more people with Chinese genes with independent personalities. But as you said, this isn't a difficult task, is it? Zhao Hongai smiled and shrugged. Song Hu raised his hand to touch the back of his head, grinning, revealing his huge white teeth. Haha, that's right, that's right. It's better for us to keep all these important positions in the hands of Chinese people. All the others will go to the mountains. Long live His Highness. Your Highness is wise. Zhao Hongai curled his lips, filtering out Song Hu's flattery. Now the Gurkhas have 100,000 people, so we must increase the number of Chinese genetic people and cultivate them all from now on. I don't plan to cultivate people of other nationalities. What do you think? Zhao Hongai asked. Song Hu, Zhang Tai, and Wang Shan naturally agreed with Zhao Hongai's arrangement. 8 township heads, each with a monthly spending quota of 1 billion, which means that 16,000 Chinese genetic people can be born every month. Of course, this is the result of an estimate without developing a dedicated breeding base for genetic people. But if half of the funds are used to breed genetic people, the number can increase by 8,000 per month, which means that each stronghold will have an increase of 1,000 people. Zhao Hongai calculated the number for everyone. In fact, Wang Shen and the others knew it without Zhao Hongai's calculation. After all, this amount is easy to convert. So, Your Highness, what are your plans now? Song Hu will go to Lake Ontario. From now on, you will use Lake Ontario as a base for expansion. Zhang Tai will remain in Manhattan as the highest military and political commander, using Manhattan as a base for expansion. Wang Shan, just as Zhao Hongai was about to make his arrangements, Wang Shan spoke up. Your Highness, I know this isn't very appropriate, but I won't leave you. I still want to serve as your captain of the guard. And with me around, you won't have to do everything yourself all the time. I'll handle the merchandise sales on your behalf. After all, I have 1 billion in my bank account, don't I? Wang Shan, a devoted lackey, didn't want to leave Zhao Hongai. After all, by Zhao Hongai's side, he could always keep tabs on His Highness's movements and understand his thoughts. This was very important to Wang Shan. If that's the case, the monthly population growth will be very small. Zhao Hongai fell silent. Your Highness, it's okay. I can cultivate people with Chinese genes every month, either to expand your royal guards, or to send them to settle in other strongholds. Zhao Hongai thought about it and felt that this was not a bad idea. After all, Wang Shan had always been by his side, and he was used to him following him. If he were actually sent out, he would still be a little uncomfortable. Okay, I agree, Zhao Hongai nodded. Haha, Your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely build the Great Lakes region well for you. Knowing that he was being sent to develop Lake Ontario, Song Hu was very happy. Angry young man Song Hu knew the war was raging over Lake Ontario, but for the war-loving Song Hu, that place most people avoided was his favorite. That's why he was so excited when he learned where he was going. Hey, give me a foothold, and I can take over all the Great Lakes, Song Hu assured Zhao Hongai. Your Highness, do you need me to take control of Quebec as well? Song Hu asked. Zhao Hongai shook his head. Just focus on developing the Great Lakes, and remember to base yourself on Lake Ontario. You only have a 1 billion yuan quota per month, which isn't a lot. Zhao Hongai rolled his eyes. Your Highness, Just work hard to improve your civil administration system. When you get promoted, won't we be able to spend more? Zhang Tai reminded him. Zhao Hongyu gave a wry smile after hearing Zhang Tai's reminder. I know, but to become county magistrate, I need a population of 700,000, no small number. Furthermore, I can't cultivate any more Gurkhas. The system has warned me that non-Chinese genetics are scarce, and we're on the brink of danger. Fortunately, the Gurkhas appreciate money, otherwise, who knows what would have happened, Zhao Hongyu sighed. It was precisely because of this concern that I sent Song Hu to Lake Ontario to suppress the Gurkhas, Zhao Hongyu explained. Only then did everyone understand. Well, a population of 700,000 is not a small number. We still have a shortage of 600,000. Even if we have 8 village heads working at the same time, it will take 2 years. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.